competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. By any means. I gotta get it. I gotta get it, don't mindset. Hey, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Hey, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste, can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. By any means. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Just 2 races are left in the 5th edition of the Sports Car Open. What a season it's been so far. 2021 played plenty of championship games, but the 2 races we've had in 2022 have shaken up the championship mix. We've landed in the home of British motorsports to get the final 12 hours of action in the Sports Car Open underway with a 6-hour sprint here in the British Isles. Hello everyone and welcome back to RaceSpotTV. Delighted to have your company wherever you are in the world. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth today by Will Chadwick and Lorenzo Bonder. Don't forget to follow along with live timing and scoring by heading to timing71.org. Follow your favorite teams in the world of the real and virtual motorsports. Lorenzo, it's been a fantastic season so far. Plenty of games have been played across the two classes of competition, but we land now in our final race in Europe. Traffic management is going to be more important than it's been at Spa. Not going to be as important, though, as it was at the Red Bull Ring.
No, it's not. This is kind of like how do you want to lose time in this race? How much time you want to lose, especially going to the Maggots, Backets, and Chapel section. It's so easy to lose about 2 seconds in that section alone and get into incidents just because you're trying to cut through traffic so quickly. So this round, especially for the prototypes like Williams, they need a really good race this year. I think this is the race they have to perform in this championship if they want to win this one. So it's going to be an important round for every single prototype to move on.
We'll be back at the beginning of April for the championship finale as we head back stateside for what should be a fun round at Watkins Glen. The new Watkins Glen, complete with a new track surface as well as some new curbing to deal with as well. Let's talk quickly about the two classes of competition that we've got in store for us today, Will. The Dallara P217 is the prototype single car category that we've come to love. Only 4 GT3s. We were talking just before we went live about how the balance of performance will shake things up. What are you expecting in that class?
I think looking towards the GT class, obviously we've had the IMSA series here this week on the official side of iRacing things, and it's been very clear that the Porsche has been a very fast car, along with the Lambo as well, and I think it'll be more of a catch-up game for the BMW and the Ferrari, so I think we're going to see the Lambo and Porsche on top today.
Early predictions from one Will Chadwick. Quickly, let's talk to you about the format, how things are going to work here today. 20 minutes of qualifying per class have just gotten underway. The GTs roll out onto track first. Cars are not allowed to tow at any point during qualifying. Now that does include in pit lane. We've seen a couple of teams and drivers fall afoul of that one. The qualifying driver doesn't have to start the race, but they must complete one lap at any point through the 6 hours. We'll have a split class start. There's no safety cars, nothing to bail you out. We will have live race control. Do watch for the maximum drive time. It's a lap-based system. If you go over the maximum drive time, laps get deducted from you. Here's a look not at the circuit Spa-Francorchamps. We are at Silverstone. It's a historic track, Lorenzo. It's one that we know and love. Of course, it got updated recently in the real world to have a little bit more challenges, especially in the opening sector. Gone are some of the historic sections, but still a very fun challenge, still very technical, and one that really rewards understanding the car balance, finding the maximum from the top-end speed while getting some downforce and stability through the corners.
Yeah, it did see some changes in 2011 for the current layout of Formula 1. It's been with basically 3 configurations since its inception in the early 1900s. So it's one of those trademarks tracks that belonged as an airfield, then was retrofitted into a racetrack, as is basically every single British track. But it's such a technical track, and it's very hard for you to find the right balance, especially in the prototypes, because it can go so many different ways you can set up a car. So finding that right compromise is going to be a challenge.
Now let's very quickly talk to you about the championship pictures, because of course just 2 races, 12 hours of racing to go. 2021 looks like it was heading in a certain direction in both of our classes, but the 2 races we've had so far in 2022 have really shaken up the game at the top of these championships. Beeler Racing Euronics lead the way. They got a podium to kick things off, only 7th in round 2, then 9th in round 3, but a win last time out affirms them at the top. BS Competition, other than round 2 when they finished just inside the points down in 14th spot, they've been consistent. Top 4s, a win in round 1, a podium in round 3, but consistently at the front. 2 points separate them. Urano struggled the first 2 races, but 2 consecutive second-place results see them still in the mix, but 18 points back and tied with the Williams Esports Chill Blast number 150. The Valkyrie Esports 157 that won round 3 is tied with PGZ Motorsports. So many strong teams in this championship, Will, and it's kind of surprising that 30 cars in this class, now only the top 15 score points, but we've got 5 cars that have scored no points at all, and that includes the likes of Maniti Racing.
It says a lot about endurance racing. you can get very unlucky at times, and sometimes you just need a little bit of luck to go your way in order to get these results going. I mean, as you see, we've got quite a close championship battle, and still a few cars that are definitely in contention of sealing that championship with 12 hours of racing to go. And yeah, it's just how it goes sometimes in endurance racing. You've got to always keep on it and just kind of try and stay alive, lose as little time as possible. And I'm sure we'll see plenty of good action today.
Well, one team that really hasn't been a factor in the championship equation, really, or even in the race itself, is the Maniti 101 defending champion machine. Now, second place in round 2, yes, but other than that, it's been a torrid season so far. They sit at the top of the pylon with a 158.581, only a quarter of a tenth of a second clear of Govan Keeney in the 114. There are still about 6 or 7 cars yet to put in a benchmark time, and seems like this might be, at least for now, one of the biggest spreads in terms of pace that we're going to see. The 21 lap times that are set, split by 1.3 seconds. Here's a look at the track conditions, Lorenzo. It's going to get slightly warmer through the day. 22 degrees in the air, 33 baking down on the track with the clear skies, but look at that wind.
Yeah, that wind is going to be a kind of a game changer of sorts. That thing is going to the northwest. So if we're trying to look at the track map of sorts, just taking a quick picture right here, it can affect so much the aero balance going to the fast sweeping sections of Maggins, Beckins, and Chapel. So a tailwind just can basically make your car lose a little bit of traction going to the corners, and definitely can set your lap completely blown out of proportion, or you can even get an incident over there. So it's going to be key on how you go into the corner, if there's any down moment of the Gus's wind, because just picking it up heat.
So back onto track for a number of these cars. Now again, I'll reiterate what we said right at the start. If you take a tow during qualifying, even if it's on pit lane, that is your qualifying done. Now, usually we don't see that investigated until post-race, and it's usually a pretty significant penalty, so do watch out for that. Remember, it's a 20-minute window for qualifying. The checkered flag for the GT machines will drop with 25 minutes left in the session. Gives us a bit of a buffer period before we'll see the prototypes roll out onto track, as our driver expert will. In terms of the setups for these cars, I mentioned the balance between top speed and aerodynamic performance through the corners. What type of wing settings do we see across the various marks that are in this race?
One thing that actually surprised me earlier on in this week was how high of a wing you were running for some of these IMSA races, and we were running all the way up to 10 wing on the setups, which is really, really high. Often you kind of use a lower wing, like as low a wing as you can possibly afford in GT3 racing. But you could see a few teams going for a slightly lower wing, maybe at 9, maybe 8, depending on how they're deciding to try and run this race. Because obviously, if you have a lower wing, it makes it a lot easier to race with your competitors and also defend too. So that's something to bear in mind for everyone here today. But it is a 6-hour race, and it is just realistically just going to be down to pace and whoever manages to be as consistent as possible.
So the next lap times will start to come in as Team 180's up to 14th spot, 4/10 off the pace, but a lot of cars just completing their outlap, building that temperature and pressure into the tires. Impulse in their 105, rounding themselves through that new complex that was added about a decade ago. Through Village, through the loop, onto the Wellington Straight, and this is where you rejoin the classic Formula One track into Brooklands, the double apex hairpin of Luffield, then back onto the old pit straight, where somewhat confusingly, if you're on other platforms, you actually start the race, because in GT racing you still tend to use that as your primary pit lane. So old turn 1 is still new turn 1. And of course, Copse Corner, the scene of plenty of controversy earlier in 2021. We have seen, though, it is possible to run side by side through here, Lorenzo, on the sim.
It is not the safest option for racing, though, but he can do that if you really want to add up some emotion into the track. But of course, it's driver's choice. Riding
on board with that Impulse car, who's on the way down onto the long old hanger straight. It's going to be one of your primary passing opportunities in towards Stowe corner, off camber very slightly. Now get yourself down to the inside, watch for track limits on the outside. Again, you got to talk about track limits because there is an incident limit in effect for today. You stray over that, you'll get an automatic drive-through penalty. That's of course in addition to the race control that our live race stewards will be doing. Clambering over the anti-cut curbs. Here comes the momentum from Daniel Sommer as he runs himself up to the line. 59.1 to beat. Marginal improvement. Gonna only be good enough to bump him up one position. Now we wait for Biela Racing Euronics to come through, but Sven Haas is gonna pull down the newly liveried Biela Racing 145 onto pit lane. Looks like a good lap time potentially incoming from Team 75. Bernard by Simar C. Bram Van Putten wheeling that car through the final chicane. Currently sits in 5th. Going to not be an improvement this time by. In terms of the tyres, Will, is there any benefit to doing multiple laps, or is the first lap the fastest as 5-Star Motorsports up into the top 10?
Ever since the change to the tyre model back in 21 S3, I believe, they've shifted the tyre performance to be very beneficial over one lap. It is actually beneficial to do maybe a slightly slower out lap and not take as much out the tyres because you're not too concerned about tyre temperatures here, especially the surface temperatures. So you're really just looking to get the maximum performance out the tyres possible before you set off on your lap.
DC Sim Protostar in the 120 go up into 6, one of their best qualifying performances across of the season so far. Not being the easiest of seasons for them, like many of our competitors in the GT category. It's been a struggle for consistency. I don't think there's any team that has finished even inside of the top 10 across of all 4 races. Also goes to show the level that we have in the 30-car strong GT field. Here is Alexei Nesov in that Urano 191, trying to build the momentum after 2 consecutive second-place finishes. Lorenzo, 18 points back from the championship leader, but with the points structure as it is, 25 points for a victory, 20 for second, they're not totally out of the championship hunt right now, but they likely will need a win today and some bad luck going the way of Biela and BS competition to make it a 3-horse race for the title.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting race for Urano, in my opinion. The 2 last results were great for them, especially the Spa one, which I could say it was a little bit unexpected result for them, but still really good team in the GT cars. The problem, I think, coming for this track, and I was looking at the discussions for this week for the Porsche, is that there is a lack of grip in comparison to the other cars on the second stint. It does tend to have more tire consumption than the other cars, so I think the second stint might be up to the driver to make up the lost ground that he might have in comparison to the other cars in this race. So this is going to be a key race, I think, for track position if they really want to have a really good result to try to close the gap towards Biela at the end of the championship.
That is Yannick Lapchan in the Altus 143 that is yet to set a lap time that, again, because of the rules about towing during qualifying, he's going to have to bide his time and find an opportunity to spin himself back onto track. There he comes, and will be straight down onto pit lane. Altus, of course.
That front end does not look happy.
Well, you can get a new car as long as you get into the pit box. So that's not going to be an issue. As long as you make your way without any assistance onto the lane, you'll be allowed to get a fresh car to roll out onto track. Here comes BS competition, second in the championship. Felix Quirnbach in that 189 machine this time by. Word from Dion Fiallo, who's watching on and getting ready for the prototype qualifying session as GT cars impeding each other all over the place. We've never seen that before. Never will.
No, absolutely not. One thing I just noted when I was watching along was that the SimRC Movano Corsa GT car had to tow. So they had a little bit of blocking going all towards the end of the lap. and they've had a big crash and had to tow. And I expect probably to see a penalty there for the P1 Esports car, which definitely came across and blocked them.
So that's why Dion Fiallo is complaining, because of course Dion Fiallo, part of guess who, SRC Movano Corsa. Let's go ahead and take a look at a replay then of what's been going on out on track. It starts with the 198. You can see this is a parking lot. This is Monza-esque, and that is stupidity at action is what that is. I am absolutely sorry. That is unnecessary, and well, if you're the 198 car, you are rightfully furious as to what went on there. And that is equally stupid from the cars lining up to try and take a lap time. Altus spun, not a result of their own misfortune or anything like that, but just silly games going on right now. They're almost 4 abreast there. Valkyrie trying to get out of the way. Oh, what do you even do in these situations, Will?
It's very hard to say, because as a driver you don't want to be in that sort of situation, but then again they're all thinking about the tow, they're all thinking about the marginal gains. We saw in practice we had a number of cars split by thousandths of a second, and if you can guarantee yourself gaining a little bit of time here and there just through a little tow, faint tow, they're going to try and achieve that, and that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing Monza F1 styles of waiting for a towing quali.
That is utterly ridiculous, and race control, usually they'd hope for qualifying to be a bit quiet for them. It's not going to be the case. BS competition, though, still only down in 20th. They're going to need some luck, because Biela, who have struggled in qualifying in the first couple of races of this championship, Lorenzo, they're not doing bad. Sven Haas has figured something out with that Lamborghini. They're up in 4th, potentially to even work themselves to the front row of the grid.
Yeah, that's good for Biela. I think this is the race they need to perform really well, and you can see the gaps from 1st to 5th are very close to one another. You can go basically to 1/10 of a second that separates T3 Motorsport by Beniti, all the way down to T75 Bernhard by SimRC. So it's very close. So it's those minor details that are going to make the importance on the track. But one thing that Biela can say over here, they are race winners. They won this race already. They won last season in the GTC. So the pedigree around this track, well, they do have it.
More cars onto pit lane, and if you come to pit road this time by, you don't have the time to get back out onto track, complete a full out lap here, and get another flyer underway with the lap times just under 2 minutes or so. Here comes Maxime Marriott in the T3 Motorsports by Maniti 178 car. No improvement for him. That is going to be his qualifying done. Here comes the rest of the train. Urano will be next across the line. Nessov, no improvement. One of the Pure Sims cars. Doesn't look like they've improved either. Now we wait for Triton Racing in the BMW. They'll be closed on down as well by ASR Abel. 110 is going to be starting a lap time this time by. So is Andrew Caron. He's got the toe in the draft of the car in front of him. Might be important if he can hold steady in some of this dirtier air. One more T3 car starting a lap. So is the 155 machine. 145. Sven Haas is going to start a lap time as well. Pressure's on, Will. This is where the drivers who are good in quali really start to shine.
This is where they can make the difference. Executing over one lap under pressure is always something that you look for in a driver, and something that can really show the great drivers between the good drivers, I suppose, what you could say. And it is really important for them now, as we see Govan Keeney setting up a lap, for them to really execute this lap to perfection, as the margins are so tight at the front.
Max Esterson had a moment at Stowe about 5 minutes ago, ran all the way wide, but he'll get underway. He'll be one of the final cars. Daniel Sommer's going to pull it onto the lane. So now everyone who's on track still has a chance to improve. Looks like Maxime Marriott's going to be the first back down onto pit lane to watch through Maggots and Beckett's. Look at the cars slithering their way through this high-speed complex, setting up to get onto the hangar straight. You have to watch for track limits here, Lorenzo. They have been tightened over the last 6 months or so.
Yeah, especially the inside of, if I recall correctly, of Chapel and the outside of Chapel. You can get an off track if I think you hit just slightly on the green AstroTurf on the outside of that curve, so you can set your lap in shambles. But other than that, the track limits are for me an interesting thing because you can still abuse the exit out of loop field. You can abuse a little bit the entry going to cops. Of course, the exit out of cops is a little bit of a discussion because you cannot overly abuse it. But as we see the end of GT qualifying, everybody's got to perform now. It's a track that I think demands a lot of precision, especially into the fast sections, like I said it before. So you need to be on your toes every single time.
Now remember, track temperatures are increasing. We haven't seen a lap time improvement just yet. Can Schulte Wisserman be the first in these final stages to do so? It's marginal, but no improvement for him. Alex Gall in the Satellite Racing Ferrari will not improve either. We did see Sven Haas's lap time fall by the wayside. The 120s down onto pit lane. Will Team 180 follow suit? Yes, they will. What about the 114? PGZ Motorsports towing around the 119. Now, that's a bit of team games going on there. PGZ Govankini already up in second. Fabio Basucci in that sister car down in 16th. No improvement actually for him, so not sure what's going on there. Because the checkered flag has indeed already flown for qualifying, but that means qualifying for the GTs is done. And it is T3 by Maniti, your defending champions, finally putting in a qualifying that's going to put them in a position to try and have just a little bit of luck that has been eluding them over the course of the season. So, let's go ahead and take a look then at how the championship is stacking up in the prototypes. Another 20-minute qualifying session, moments away from getting underway. And in 2021, the first two races, the story was about Maxime Brient, Mr. LMP2 himself, that led the defending champion number 1 SRC Movano car to championship domination. But since then, the last two races, Maxime missing out on round 3 and then just struggling in round number 4. It's meant that Williams Esports, by virtue of consistency, 3 second place finishes, a 4th in round number 3. They lead the way by 6 points from Team Redline, coming off the back of 2 consecutive victories. The number 1 car still in the mix, but for Yassit, Richard, Mille, if they'd had a little bit of luck in race number 1, what would have been the story of their championship? SRC Movano in that 25 still in the mix as well. All of your 20 prototype machines have scored points, all the way down to Apex Tech Racing in that number 13, with just 3 points to their name, but 3 points nonetheless. Lorenzo, I mean, this is where, if you're that number 1 SRC Movano Rosso car, you need a little bit of luck. You need to put to bed the difficulties that you guys had in those first races of 2022. It's now full focus on defending your championship.
Yeah, and like I said, Williams need to perform this round. I think this is the most important round of the championship. Of course, the final one is the one that matters because you're fighting for the championship, but for you to open up the distance that you can kind of lean back on your seat and do not feel a whole lot of pressure coming into the final race, this might be it, you know. So it's going to be an interesting one for Williams. And in my opinion, if there's one thing that we know from race 4 is that Maxime Brioche is human. He makes mistakes.
Here's a look at pit exit, where you got many a car ready to rumble here. And Will, when you and I talked prior to Daytona, we were talking about how qualifying position is actually quite important, even in an endurance race, because that first time through traffic, things get broken up, and it's going to be the same here. It's a little bit easier to pass than I think some people understand. That's here. A little bit harder than Spa, of course, but when you get stuck behind a GT car coming through Maggotts and Beckett's, there's only so much you can do without punting them out of the way and incurring the wrath of the race stewards.
It's incredibly important to make sure that you're always in the best position you can possibly be in. No one is going to want to try and qualify further back. Everyone's going to be trying to perform as best as they can, get it as far up the order as they can, and yeah, we're not going to see any sandbagging here, especially considering, as you say, first time round GT3 traffic, it's so easy to lose multiple seconds as an LMP2 car behind GT3 traffic in Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel.
So here we go. 26 GT car set lap times. They were split by 1.3 seconds. What will the margins be here for your prototype machines? No BOP to worry about, but it's the car, it's the class where you might expect those tires to last just a little bit longer, Lorenzo. Maybe lap 2, the fastest lap on the tire. Don't be surprised if even lap 3 we potentially see some cars try and maybe make the run this first time by, because just like it did with the GT qualifying, track temperature is going to rise bit by bit as we get closer and closer to midday here in Silverstone.
Yeah, but one thing we're still noticing is the increase of the wind. When we started qualifying for the GTs, it was around 18 kilometers. It is between now 20 to 23 kilometers. That is a little bit of a factor. And the track picked up a little bit of a heat. When we started was 33 degrees, 34 degrees now. So a little bit of an increase on the time delta on average for the prototypes. But other than that, it's basically make it or break it time for some of these prototypes, because tracking for track position, again over here, I said it, is going to be important. You need track position for a race that can be chaotic on the first hour at Silverstone.
Maxime Briant going to be working his way through the old pit straightaway. He's got a bit of separation from those in front of him. A bit of an interesting call. Dean Woods in the Yasheet Pirelli number 7 car will be the first to get a lap time on the board, as long as he doesn't run just a little bit wide, find the limits of the track. How important do you think draft will be for qualifying in these prototypes machines? Will, it was clearly quite important in the GTs where we saw the games being played, but here it looks as though they're split up just a little bit more.
I think that's probably down to the fact that the dirty air effect in these LMP2 cars is much greater. You still get it in GT3s for sure, but I think the overall gain from slipstream itself in a straight line outweighs what you lose in dirty air, whereas when you're talking about these LMP2 cars, I feel like clean air is what they thrive in. They're not going to be going for as much tow. Just looking at the top cars, you know, they're all split by around about 2 seconds. They're trying to stay out of each other's way, which is a great indication to show that they're definitely just hunting for the clean air today.
Update from what I said during GT qualifying. It's early in the morning, people. Just excuse some of the brain fades that sometimes we have here. You cannot escape. Even if you're in the pit lane and in your pit box, you can't take a new car. So, for example, the damage that we saw from Altus Esports, that would have been irreparable. So something to keep your eye on. Of course, these P2 cars, a bit more of a tank than what you tend to see from the GT machine. So, first lap time's about to come on in. It was 158, 159s in your GT class. Lap times for the prototype's going to be down in the 145s. Dean Woods with a 45.195, only good enough for second, behind Team Redline with a 45.087. Already a bit more separation between the various lap times here, but of course, expect the tires to work their way to that peak operating window. 1.5 separates the top 10. The 78 car goes up into third. Here comes Mr. Brioche, Mr. LMP2 himself. What can he do here, Lorenzo?
We expect magical laps from Maxime over here, as I think that exit out of Stowe right there was a little bit of an off track. You can get some, I would say, very dubious off tracks going outside of Stowe. If you just clip it on the green stuff, you can actually get that. But other than that, again, if they get pole position, that would be great. He did that at Sebring with just one lap. One lap.
That was
it ran out of fuel.
Yeah, that was so funny. Ran out of fuel and then basically stood on track for the entirety of the qualifying session. A bit of a roadblock for, well, not technically a roadblock. He was off the track, but you know what I mean. So he's up to second, so even if he looked like maybe he ran a little bit wide, looked okay, but it is Johnny Gindi that's gone quickest on the first cycle of lap times. Now, Gindi was quick, but a little bit, let's say aggressive. Let's say aggressive in that last race for that number 32 car. He's got to realize that the championship is on the line here, and even with a last place finish in race 1, they're not out of the mix given how things have gone. Dominic Hoffman back to pole though with a 44.733. Dean Woods up to 3rd. So again, lap 2 does seem to be quicker. Impulse up to 7th for a second. Satellite Arturo Melgar jumps into that number 64 car. We've seen him race for the likes of DC Sim Protostar Racing in the past, but now joining up to the Satellite team in that prototype machine. Looked like Dominic Hoffman got very, very sideways coming through Village to get potentially a 3rd lap underway. He'll back out of that one. Maxime Brient now a 1/4 of a second back on time, but looking like this was a good lap. A 44.9 is his best so far, basically a 45 flat. Across the line, it's a 7.93, good enough for second, but still not pole position. You can see cars already have worked their way back down onto pit lane. Clearly, draft is not as important as potentially it was in the GTs, but if the margins are this fine, Will, when you're SRC Movano and you have 3 cars in this class, why not work together?
I think that what we're starting to see is that the second lap is yielding maybe a 2 to 3/10 improvement as well. So I think you could probably get a car through the Maggots Beckett's Chapel complex and then drop them back to tow a lap before then that they obviously start their lap. However, looking at the pace of qualifying, looking at them going for like 2 runs in qualifying back to back, I don't quite think it's on their minds right now. I think they're all trying to focus on just getting the best lap they can as possible, because if we look towards practice, they were going a little bit quicker. Obviously temperatures has risen a little bit, but I think there's still plenty of time left on the table, and I think there's going to be a lot down to the execution these drivers can do.
So here comes the train onto pit road. 19 prototypes have all set lap times. Now do keep in mind that Tronsterskolen not racing today. Now, we want to make jokes, but we'll refrain from diving too headfirst into them. But the speculation is potentially they've got suspension. Of course, Tronsterskolen, a boarding school with a program that offers drivers the ability to work on sim racing and develop their skills, something that we do love to see, that commitment. Simsa Esports across the line, they will just be starting a lap time of their own as a couple more cars return out onto the track here at Silverstone. Just under 12 minutes left to go. Some teams electing to do 2 laps on the tire, some choosing to do just 1, so do watch out for that one. Yes, we see a comment in our YouTube chat about Tronsterskolen not racing. Do keep in touch with us over the entirety of today's race. You can also join us on social media. Use the hashtag IRSCO to let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering on for, and if you're the teams, what's going on with your race. Don't forget as well, you can come and join us here in the RaceSpot commentary booth. Join us for a mid-race chat. If you're Will Chadwick, you're bold enough to do that while you're driving, Will.
Yeah. Especially if you're just running around trying to just collect people that are unfortunately dropping out the race. It's always a bit of fun to come and talk to you guys.
So Williams Esports really the only one not putting in a proper representative lap time just yet. 2.5 seconds back now. They have been consistent in qualifying, but Ate Kauppinen has a bit of a task on his hands here, Lorenzo, to put that car back up towards the front.
Yeah, I found it a little bit appalling when I was looking at the time deltas over here between some of the cars that the qualifying is really close. You know, 60 hundred of a second separates Redline to SRC Movano. Then I look all the way down in 19th place. Here's Williams Esports, and for a team that again, I'm going to mention multiple times in this broadcast, need to have a good result here. They must need a good result. They need to perform in this race. Being 19th place, of course, still a long time left, is a little bit shocking, but I think Ate can get a top 5 result, which is what would be in the ballpark for them, I think, throughout the qualifying history in this championship.
Here is Dominic Kaufman rounding himself through Luffield. But I tell you what we'll do now is we'll take a look towards Maxime Briant and ride around for a lap here at the home of British Motorsports. Through turn 1, listen to the throttle. A little bit of a lift, but high speed, high commitment, relatively flat, but it leads you into this slow section that was added about a decade ago. Watch the anti-cut curves, watch how they're also using the track. Briant a little bit more aggressive to the first part of the corner, not setting up the second as much as maybe some others will do, but it all builds your momentum through Aintree onto the Wellington straight. Your first of the potential passing opportunities. Down in towards Brooklands, braking just before the 50, trying to use the curb on the left-hand side to get aggressively to the inside before you turn into Luffield. Watch as Briant double apexes the corner. Turns in once, then turns in again, running himself onto the old pit straight where you'll cut aggressively to the inside of that curb. iRacing's not going to say naughty, naughty Maxime Briant. Through Copse, it's down a gear or so as you lift off the throttle. Watch on the exit for track limits to make sure you don't invalidate the lap time before you throw yourself in towards Maggots and Beckett's. High speed, high commitment, but high reward. Briant going very gingerly, I must say, through the corner, but smooth as fast sometimes, and I think really he's just trying to make sure that he gets a good lap time under his belt to set up for the final 5 minutes. So there's Williams up into 8th, but here comes Briant up the hill into Stowe. Off camber as you get to the apex of the corner or push you out wide, try and invite you to just tempt the limits of the track in towards Vale. Hard on the brakes. Again, got to avoid the anti-cut curve, but need to hit the apex a little bit more precisely than Briant did there. Out through the final corner, flat to the line. It's a 44.733 to beat. It's a 44.803 for Maxime Briant. I did wonder what that lap time was going to be like, but Will riding on board. I think the thing that I noticed there is, again, we'll take one more look at the track. It's not really warmed up that much just yet, but it did seem as though the wind was gusting around and blowing that car just a little bit more than we thought it might do in these prototype machines.
It definitely didn't look as on rails as maybe you'd expect from Maxime there. I think notably a couple little mistakes, one into Luffield through the mid corner, a little bit of oversteer, and also struggling to get the traction down out of the loop. But yeah, I think to keep watching for this next lap, I think it could be an improvement, and obviously very, very close to improving in order to get up to the, just over half a tenth you need to get towards what Redline have set as a benchmark here.
Redline back on pit lane, so maybe setting up for one final stint in this qualifying, one final flyer. Here's the Silver Yassi Richard Mille machine. Do love that they made it so easy for us to differentiate one from the other. The only thing I'll complain about is maybe the Pirelli car is a bit too similar to the SRC Movano cars at a glance when they're flying by you at speed. Gindi through the final corner then. 44.858 is his best. He improves, but it's just a marginal improvement. Going to still stay in third is a 33 for SRC Movano. The Viola machine jumps up into the top 5. As it stands right now, the top 6 separated by just under a quarter of a second. Here comes Briant, though, to the line, and it's a 6.67. Will Chadwick, clairvoyant. It's a new pole position time. It is Maxime Briant, Lorenzo.
We kind of expected that coming from Maxime, but what a lap from that number 1 car. You know, it now puts the pressure on the Redline car to perform better. Dominic just came out of the pit lane, so he's gonna have at least a hot lap to try to heat up the build of the tires. and try to get a really good lap on maybe on the final lap over here. But that 667 is a huge lap. I think you can extract maybe a tenth more if you really do it as a clean lap, but the winds, like I mentioned, is going to be a little bit of a challenge to try to tackle on, but a really good lap so far.
Here comes Dylan Bobo Shrivens through the final corner in that Urano number 90 machine. He'll improve by a couple of tenths of a second as well. Should be good enough to jump him to 4th. That's a great lap time from Shrivens. Of course, we'll be sharing that car with Joop de Ligt. They've had some issues through traffic. Satellite Racing Arturo Melgar on debut for Satellite goes up into 6th as well. Now, basically, the top 17, excuse me, split by 9/10 of a second. One of the closest qualifyings we've seen. Williams, Ate Kauppinen has turned the wick up in the closing stages. Williams back up to the front of the field. Their fans will be ecstatic with that lap, but there's still 4 minutes to go. One final chance, Will, to go flying.
Absolutely, and as we see Redline start the first of the presumably two qualifying laps here. One thing to note is it was very clear for me when watching the Movano Corsa lap that the second lap that Brienne managed to put in was a much better lap, and it really will be interesting to see how Redline go here and to see if they can find those crucial tenth of a second. They don't even need that. They need just over half a tenth on the previous best, which they set earlier in this qualifying session, as we see them start to round Luffield in order to go up to pole position here.
Now notice a slightly different line through Luffield for Hoffman compared to when we ran on board with Brienne. Now I do think the lap that we saw with Maxime was a little bit squirrely, especially through Luffield. He required 2 stabs at the turn-in to get that one timed right, so maybe not the best laps to compare, but that looked good from Hoffman. Of course, we've seen him compete in the F1 esports in the past, but he's been taking more and more opportunities here in prototypes with SEO, with Redline. What can he do? As just a couple of corners to go. Now, maybe lap 2 will be quicker, but lap 1 will be the benchmark, and yeah, he's already bailing out of this one. Yeah,
he got an off track, I believe, through the Maggots Beckett section. So he's going to now have to really focus for this final lap to see if he can get this car onto pole position. Not absolutely crucial, but it will be a nice thing for them to have going into the race.
Now remember what we saw last time at Spa. It was not Redline on pole, it was a Yas Heat 32 that put it on pole, but it was during the traffic that first time by that things really started to spread on out. Simsa will go up into 15th. Redline get what might be the final flyer on the tires underway. The TX3 by Virtual Drivers, LDLC, number 22, they're up into 12th. Apex second, they're 13, and Delta Sport, the only 2 cars outside of a second on the pole position time. 4 races, 3 different pole position winners. The only repeat pole has been from that Yas Heat 32. Redline and Movano, 1 pole apiece, but 2 victories apiece as well. Closing stages of qualifying. Who's your money on here, Lorenzo? Dominic Hoffman or Maxime Briand?
Oh, man, you put me on the spot right here, Arjuna. You really want me to kill people with words. So I'll say Briand. The wind is so unstable right now that I think Briand just got in a really good set. So I think Hoffman needs to do something extra. And I don't know, with this instability of the wind, he can actually get that lap, but I can be proven wrong.
Well, we are about to find out. Here comes Dominic Hoffman. You can see the green tinge on the lower third at the bottom of your screen, indicating he is up on his best lap so far. 2 corners to go in what we think will be his final. In fact, it was trending purple for a second. It might be a pole position here. What's it gonna be? 44.667 to beat. He struggles through the final sector. No improvement for Dominic Hoffman. Has Maxime Briand got the message, or is he here to set a statement? The SRC 25 car, Fraser Williamson, jumps up into the top 10 as more and more cars string across the line. There's Simsa across the line. Orion in the 15 jump up into 14th spot. Excuse me, that's the Apex Tech LMP. Similar liveries. It gets me confused all the time. Here comes a 33. SRC Movano Viola machine. They're up into 4th. Now 2 of the Movano cars on the front couple of rows. Now here comes the number 7 Yassi Pirelli machine with the checkered flag out in qualifying. That is their qualifying done. Maxime Brient, seen enough. He's down on pit lane. It's looking like another pole for Mr. LMP2 Will.
Yeah, but I don't think count them out yet. I believe the red line car actually purposely set up another lap there, which is why we saw it obviously go purple, but then we obviously saw them being 3/10 off, so that wouldn't make much sense. But yes, I do think that red line are on another lap. Williams as well, potentially, are on a lap here.
Which way will it go? We are about to find out. Williams are apparently on a drafts lap. That might prove to be crucial. Urano and Dylan Shriven, they're behind Redline and looking like they may be improving as well. The wins potentially might just have slowed down very slightly. Redline call it quits, not seeing an improvement. Urano will come to the line though. Checkered flag is out, remember. These are the final qualifying lap times here from the home of British Motorsports with a 44.844. Shrivens to the line will not improve by the slimmest of margins. It was 100th of a second to his fastest lap time. Orion in one of their 2 cars getting very, very squirrely through the veil. They're off the track, but Kauppinen sees his way to the checkered line with no improvement as well. Whether it's the winds, whether it's the temperature, those final lap times not going quicker, Lorenzo.
Yeah, not going quicker at all. When they opened up the lap, the winds were relatively around 16 kilometers, but it picked up to about 25 halfway through their lap, going into Maggots-Beckens and Chapel, where you need that downforce, need the stability, and the track picked up a little bit of heat as well. It's 35 degrees, so that could have gone into the factor as well on not improving the lap. But Maxime Briand delivered that lap, and the race is going to be an interesting one moving forward. Those 6 hours are going to be a really interesting race for us to watch.
30 seconds, quick prediction time. Let's start with GT. Let's start with Will. Who's winning?
Urano.
So Urano from 3rd. And Alexei Nesov won that Porsche. Will he start? We'll find out. What about you in prototype, Lorenzo?
This is interesting. I would say Briand. Movano gets it again.
Redemption then for Movano after 2 disappointing races. Only 15th last time out, scrambling to recover a solitary point. What will happen? We are ready to find out. The 6 hours of Silverstone, the penultimate race of your 2021-2022 Sports Car Open, is moments away from getting underway. Let's go trackside here in Silverstone to take a look at your starting grid. What a lap it was from Brient for a 44.667. He'll lead us to the green. He'll be alongside Dominic Kaufman in that Team Redline car, looking to make it 3 victories in a row. Ate Kauppinen will run from the inside of row 2 in the championship leading Williams Esports car. SRC Movano in the 33 on the outside with Johnny Gindi and Dylan Shrivens for Yassi and Urano through the top 6. Dean Woods for Yassi Pirelli and the T3 by Manisi, number 78 car share row 4, while Satellite Racing and Ilka Happler and Orion complete the top 10. Fraser Williamson and Philip Kraus just outside of that top 10 on row number 6. TX3 by the Virtual Drivers 22 car inside of Benz Nemthi and the Orion 15 with Impulse and Pure Shims 15th and 16th spots. Sims Esports and Apex Tech Racing, some of the final cars within that 1 second bubble. Delta Sport roll off 19th and final here in the prototypes. Then in the GT3s, it's the bongo drums that will lead us to the green flag of 158.581, the benchmark from the defending champions, Govan Kini. Just a 1/4 of a second back in that PGZ Motorsports 114. Alexei Nesov trying to get that Urano car to the top step of the podium after 2 consecutive second place finishes, while the Bieler Racing team that leads the championship rolls off on the outside of row number 2. Team 75 by SimRC inside of Ferris Stanley for DC Sim Protostar Racing, while Carl Jansen and Williams Esports share row 4. Pure Sims and 5-Star Motorsports in their Lamborghini and Porsches complete the top 10. Team 180 and German Sim Racing 11th and 12th positions, with T3 by Maniti Black and the Valkyrie Esports BMW 13th and 14th. Core Sim Racing and PGZ Assistance 15th and 16th on row number 8. Impulse and the Canadian ASR Able 127, 17th and 18th positions, while Pure Sims and the second place in the championship Zebras, lots of galloping to do for them. We did wonder what the BMWs would look like in terms of race pace. Well, Felix Kornbach is about to find out. Satellite Racing in one of the few Ferrari 488s lines up in 21st, and it will be a DNS for Vendaval Sim Racing and Max Esterson. Technical issues for that car mean they will see no further part of this race, while T3 by Maniti in the 178 and Triton Racing line up alongside one another. Black Star Racing, P1 Esports, final 2 cars with qualifying lap times. Altus and SRC will be furious, and rightly so, given what we saw in qualifying. Some ridiculous blocking in the final couple of corners. They will be apoplectic, and as I said, understandably so. 6 hours on the board. What are we expecting in terms of strategy from the GT cars, Will?
I'm almost certain there'll be double stinting. I don't think anyone will get close to a triple. It's very, very hard to do in GT3s on the best of times, especially at Silverstone. There might be a few fuel games going on. Tow, very important to keep with the leading pack. And in terms of the LMP2s, not quite sure, but we could see some interesting tyre strategies.
It'll be interesting to follow how the track temperatures will change over the race as well. We won't race into the night, we'll race into the sunset. Split class starts as always in SCO competitions. The LMP2s are ready to rumble for the penultimate race of the 5th edition of the SCO Endurance Series. It's your defending champions on the front row and in control of the field. We're ready to go from the home of British motorsports. We're racing for the penultimate time this season. A good launch from that number 1 car. Red line is swarmed almost 3 abreast on the entry into the corner. They'll have to try and figure this all out heading into the village. The GT cars ready to go as well. Maniti have been able to leapfrog that PGZ Motorsports car, but a little bit of 2-wide action behind them. Doesn't look as though any of the GT cars thinking about 3-wide activities. There's a side-by-side battle for 4th place in the prototypes. 1 car all the way off the track. That was Urano in the 90 machine. Kimi Räikkönen-esque, but they'll hold on to that one. No major drama there. The GT cars looking good as well, Will.
Yeah, we see the GT3 cars come through towards the Luffield section of the circuit. Very close start there between the GT class, as we see maybe Urano looking to make a move, and that is PGZ Motorsport making a move on Maniti in side-by-side through Luffield. Urano are going to be looking to see if they can get an advantage and maybe take the PGZ Motorsport car. Poor exit for the PGZ Motorsport car, just about enough. And we're going to be racing into Cops.
It's easy to do, trust me, but here comes that momentum. You can go side by side. Don't think what happened with Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen is every battle through Copse Corner. PGZ to the lead, and here comes Urano. Here comes Alexei Nesov looking to try and work his way to the point. Maniti bundled down to 3rd, but at the front of the field for the prototypes, coming across the line to finish lap number 1. It's already a 1-second advantage for Maxime Brient as he tries to run away and scamper away with the race lead from Dominic Hoffman in that SRC Movano number 1 car. Back to the GTs for a moment because they're side by side for the lead once more. Here comes the charge from Alexei Nesov going the long way around. Gets squeezed out to the very outside edge of the track. Here comes that Lamborghini back to the inside, but Biela's going to throw a move to the inside. Sven Haase has his championship intention set, and Sven Haase is on to that 3rd step of the podium. German Sim Racing down on pit lane. Not sure what happened to them, Lorenzo.
Yeah, not sure what happened to German Sim Racing as well, but Sven just kind of like threading the needle, going to Vale right there and just making it work. Looking for that back-to-back win over here at Silverstone, but I want to bring a point really quickly on the prototypes. What a jump from Yassi Pirelli. Basically got everybody at the line in. That was close. Oh, yeah.
They are racing their way on the old back straightaway. It's Heat versus SRC, almost bumping each other wide in towards Cop's corner. The 33 has the inside, but momentum on the side of Dean Woods as they work their way in towards Maggots and Beckett. Race for the lead once more. Nessoff looking very, very feisty. Govankini's having none of it, though. He forces that number 191 car just a little bit wide. Keeney holds on to the race lead for now, but maybe, Will, this is where you start to think smart. You start to do some fuel saving, knowing that when the prototypes start to lap you on that first time by, it will get crazy.
Yeah, but I will say that this is some incredibly good racing from these lot here. They're both the PGZ Motorsport car of Govankini and Alexei Nesov in the Urano 191 are really fighting for it here. Something that we didn't quite catch on screen was that Alexei Nesov put it to the inside into the loop just after Village and actually got the position there, but ran it a little bit wide. And then we also saw a little bit of contact coming towards the Luffield section from Govan into the left rear of Nesov. And it's not over yet. That Porsche looks an absolute monster in a straight line here today.
We're riding on board with your pole position sitter, who's down in fourth, but by no means is this day looking like it's taking a downward swing. I do think maybe fuel saving is not the worst thing in the world to be doing now. You want to get to the top of the hour. It's different to what we saw last time out, where it was a lap-based race. Your fuel strategies change very slightly. The way you approach the strategy changes very slightly, and of course, there's no better time to do the fuel saving than early in the race. There's a look at the track map and where the prototype cars are in comparison to the GT leaders. That Porsche slings a move down to the inside. He'll run wide and have the opportunity to set up the momentum down through the Village into the Wellington straight. But Govankini ushers him off the track. That was a little bit aggressive. Alexei Nesov drops down to fourth, might even drop down to fifth. Here comes Sven Haase using that momentum from the issues that PGZ Motorsport had on the exit to try and work his way to the outside of Brooklands. He'll leave plenty of space. He saw what happened to that Porsche, and PGZ hold on.
That was a little bit aggressive there from Govankini. We could maybe see a small time penalty, but it was hard racing at the end of the day. But that is really, really bad news for Alexei Nesov, who does look to be the quicker car in race trim here, but unfortunately now down to 6th place, I believe. Yeah.
It is a 6-hour race, Lorenzo. I think that's something that sometimes people forget.
Man, I've been looking at this and kind of holding my breath a little bit with the moves that are being done, especially by Nesov and Govan. Yeah, a little bit of an ambushing from Govan on the outside of the loop and going to Aintree. But then again, it's racing. They're racing hard at this first hour because we expect this to kind of be broken up at the time the prototypes arrive the next, let's just say 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes average.
Couple of penalties to talk about as well. I was wondering why the German sim racing car was in. Still not 100% sure, if I'm being completely honest with you. Haven't seen a penalty come down for them just yet, but there is a penalty for the 111 P1 Esports car that Lorenzo did predict as well. They're scrambling for the hills. Coming through the final corner is going to enable potentially the front couple of cars to try and break away. It was Core Sim Racing that was very, very wide. They're alongside with Daniel Pastor in that Williams Esports BMW. Pure Sims has a move to the inside of the DC Sim Protostar machine for 8th position. Team 180 and Valkyrie side by side behind them. Will, these guys are forgetting it's a long old race here.
They're all fighting for track position. They don't want to let these leaders get away. If they break toe to the leading train, it could be a case of a much, much harder race for them. That's why Nesov was trying to make that move around the final corner. And I must say, Core did look to squeeze just a little bit too hard, which they ended up causing their own issue there. They didn't quite give Nesov as much room as he needed on the inside, which caused a tiny little bit of contact and forced Core out wide. But yeah, 1 second gap now between 6th and 5th place. Is that enough for them to break away here at the front?
Do note that Delta Sport had a bit of an issue. They are off the track and back in the garage. I think it was a technical issue, unfortunately for them. We're watching the battle, though, in the GT still. It's interesting in prototype, don't get me wrong, but this is fantastic in GT, as now Urano are tucked up behind Sim RC, about 8/10 back from that T3 by Maniti machine. Already I can see an incident has been put under investigation for that contact with PGZ Motorsports and Urano. I would not be totally shocked to see the stewards take a dim view of what happened there, as Simeon Lynch has a look to the inside of Ferris Stanley BMW versus Porsche just for that final spot inside the top 10. Top 15 do get points. So these cars well and truly are inside those points paying positions. But like we were talking about earlier, Lorenzo, they're searching for the right position for that first time by when the prototypes come by to put them a lap down.
Yeah, because I just saw Maxime Briand do the first overlap of the race, as I think that was P1 that just had an off at the Stowe complex, but expect the next 2 laps to start getting a little bit hectic, because Maxime is just completing his lap, and you can see they're just outside of turn number 3.
So, a bit of damage maybe to the front of that Urano car. Front splitter does not look as like it's factory fresh right now, although that angle does look a little bit better than the one I had just before. But that Porsche really coming under fire from the Team 75 machine. P1 Esports are back on pit lane as well, so they had an issue with that first bit of lap traffic, had already served their drive-through penalty. That might be the day done for one of the few Ferraris in the field. There's the look at the track map once more. P1 Esports are going to return to the track, so maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought without reviewing the incident. But the prototypes working their way through Luffield, maybe 1 lap, 2 laps maximum before we get the lap traffic working their way through, Will, and it's going to be absolute insanity.
Oh, absolutely. It's never easy when you come across the GT3 field for the first time as an LMP2 driver. And we could see some sparks fly here today. But yeah, 1 to 2 laps, I reckon that we'll see them on the back of the GT3 field.
Govan Keeney still leads the way here in the GTs. Maxime Briand still punching the hole in the air for Team Redline, and Dominic Hoffman, but the gap is held fairly consistent and steady at 1 odd seconds in the prototype class. Now already 9 incidents reported to race control. They've resulted in 2 drive-throughs. We talked about the one for the 111. There's also a drive-through for the 27. That's the Delta Sport car for a registration issue there. Should be noted the incident that we saw with Altus heading into that final corner in qualifying, that has resulted in the drive-through for the German sim racing car. So that's why that 169 was down on pit road. As Team 180 starts to get the pressure out on the Pure Sims Lamborghini in front of them, we wait to find out exactly how long it will be before prototypes start catching the field. Here's the look on board with the Maxime Briand. He's going to have to start carving his way through the GTs, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and we saw that on Spa. Maxime Briand isn't a human being after all, making mistakes with traffic. And it's weird for me to say this, Maxime Briand being human with prototypes. But yeah, now it's going to be an interesting one, because now who's catched up to this? Redline now catched up to this. The gap that was about 9/10 of a second now magically vanishes because of the traffic. It is 2/10 of a second. So we got a battle on our hands between the prototypes and the GTs now.
Through Cops to the inside they go, and here comes the run. Here comes the momentum from Redline, but he's got nowhere to go. That's smart driving. That's heads-up driving. Not pushing the issue into Maggots and Beckett's, where we know just how dangerous it can get.
That was ridiculously close there from the Redline car and the Triton racing car. But actually a very, very good bit of avoiding there from the Redline car. And we could see a move here, as it looks to be a bit more of the trivial LMP2 bump drafting.
This is the first.
I think Hoffman knows that until they get to the front of this field, there's no point pushing the issue. Oh, there's just nowhere to go. They're having to be patient. Oh, for a moment I thought that SRC car was about to run into the back of the Team 180 BMW, but they just about hold station. They have broken away from Williams Esports. Now 2 seconds the gap there. The traffic will take, the traffic will give. You got to be patient and bide your time. Maxime Briand, I think, just working his way through as smoothly as possible, not necessarily feeling too much pressure from behind, knowing that Hoffman is going to have to be smart. But it's two championship rivals up front starting to break away, Lorenzo.
Yeah, well, we see this thing breaking away a little bit. Traffic given, traffic taken, because the gap that Redline had on Williams kind of like out of proportion right now. Oh,
that is Core Sim Racing stranded in the middle of the track. Now that surely had something to do with the lap traffic. There is no way that did not involve a little bit of a helping hand. Maybe it was inter-class rivalry. We'll have to wait and see, but still working their way through the traffic. Now they're to the front of it. Now they are going to be clear. Redline almost runs into the back of the PGZ 114, but the top two are clear and ready to duke it out still.
Yeah, we did see a bit of indecisiveness there from the PGZ Motorsport car. Obviously, Redline just trying to get through as cleanly as possible, and just for a second it thought that the PGZ Motorsport car of Go Venchini was going to come back across to the natural racing line, but the top two have navigated the GT3 field there with not too much hassle.
And they're now 3 seconds clear of Williams and the Yas Heat Machine, who's a further 1.5 back, so really has opened itself up here in the early stages. Only 15 minutes done, less than 15 minutes done. You would be forgiven for thinking we were in a bit of a sprint race, given the level of racing that we've seen so far today. Here's a side-by-side moment on the edge of the points for the prototype, still trying to fight their way through the traffic as Pure Sims and the 22 for the virtual drivers will have to try and maybe look to try and make it 3 wide with the Team 179 BMW. They just about hold on there. The virtual drivers now might even get swamped by Impulse, who will look to the outside and get the up and under, trying to pick their way through on one of the Core Sim Racing Porsche 911s. Heavy into the braking zone they'll go. There comes Simsa closing in as well. They're 4 abreast in front of them. 3 wide for the prototypes, the private label Team Hype, and Phil Kraus on the outside line. Oh my word. This is why prototypes and GT racing is so great, but that first time through traffic, Lorenzo, it's always edge of your seat stuff.
It's very edgy. It's so tricky. I'm basically trying to hold my breath every single time they're going through a car. And seeing 4 wide, I saw that the satellite got bumped off track by Orion, so they try to fight back going into the end of the loop. So it was a little bit of a breathtaking moment right there, but I think they're starting to finally go outside of the GT traffic, so we can start seeing more battles between them.
That was almost disaster for Impulse. I don't know how Lasse Urainen was able to get that one on the anchors in time as they get past the GT leader finally. This will allow them to fight side by side. Phil Kraus lost a whole bunch of positions in all of that. Seconds from disaster. You could have a full documentary about that and some of the close calls that we've seen so far today. Let's pick up what happened to the Core Sim Racing car. Allert van der Waal was behind the wheel, and he's going to get lunged to the inside, isn't he? Yeah, Maniti looks, but it's not Maniti that commits there. It was actually one of the Movano machines. That's the instigator of everything there. I believe it would be Fabrizzani if we jump on board with him. Yes, it is indeed. So just watch as he goes deep here, and there's not much you can say. Core Sim Racing, the innocent bystander, very much there, Will.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. You have a little bit of contact there. It's nothing really Core Sim Racing could have done, and it's unfortunate. But as we say, it's a very long race, and I'm sure they'll have time to come back. As that is P1 Esports, who look to have had a rather large shunt towards Copse Corner. It's going to be interesting to see as we see the Urano and T3 by Maniti cars battling. These two have been having a little bit of a battle that I've kept my eye on for the past few minutes. Seem to be chopping changing as the Bila Racing Team Euronics and PGZ Motorsport car get away with a little bit of a 2-second gap here.
Side by side then for third. All this really doing is holding them up and costing them time. There's P1 just maybe in the grass into the braking zone, and that's hard impact for the rear of their Ferrari 488 into the wall. Might be damage done, and potentially a lengthy repair, lengthier than the previous trip that they had down pit lane. So it's 2.6 seconds, the gap between second and third. Alexei Nesov, who very much was looking like he might have been the fastest car in the early stages of this race, has some work to do, but clean air in front. Will he be able to get to the task at hand and pull away bit by bit from the fighting behind? Traffic has separated out the top couple of cars in the prototypes, even including Brient and Hoffman, who are now split by 0.6 of a second, growing as well as Brient tries to re-establish the 1 second buffer that he had early doors. Orion in 11th have a bit of a train forming all the way to 18th in the Apex Tech Racing car. Only one retirement from the 46 that took to the green flag, Lorenzo. It is the Delta Sport with technical issues.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate to see Delta Sport not being able to race this one properly with technical issues. But other than that, despite what we saw at the start of this race, and it's quite baffling to see that, I would say baffling at some points, but it's surprising to me at best. See, not one incident whatsoever that would be race ending between the overtaking of the LMPs on the GT cars.
Still, it's close between those out front. P1 Esports are on pit lane and had to take the tow, so maybe that will be the second retirement that we'll see today. Question that I do have for everyone watching and for those in the commentary booth with me as well. Will old Silverstone or new Silverstone?
It's weird you say that, because when I started iRacing, it was pretty much just as they released the new Silverstone. So I didn't get much chance to race on the old Silverstone. But having driven it over the years, I do definitely like the layout that is available there. Obviously on iRacing, you can still run the old Silverstone layout, so you can still get a feeling for it. I must say that with Silverstone recently and the track limits that have been enforced due to when they were introducing the Mercedes F1 car, and some people made some comments on the track limits, which has somewhat made them incredibly difficult now. Probably going to be the hardest part of this race for the GT3 drivers and the LMP drivers. I do think that it is slightly being made a bit worse. When you could use a bit more of the track, I think Silverstone was a lot more flowing. Now when you have to cut back in and not use as much of the track as you would ideally like to, it is a bit harder. And yeah, I always say #blame Ant Davidson. So.
That was a dive to the inside on Syandra by Marshall Hubert, as they're still duking it out wheel to wheel. Oh, that was almost reminiscent of what happened with Alexei Nesov and being ushered off the road, but Andra got the message, was able to slot in line in time. We'll lose 12th to the virtual drivers by LDLC Machine. Gap between second and third is coming down. Fastest car on the track in GTs is, guess who? Alexei Nesov, a 2:02 flat, 7:69 last time by. It compares to about 0.2 quicker to Govan Kini, that's leading the way in the GT class. Looking back at the prototypes for just a moment or two here, let's also go back and look at your race leaders who have closed up very slightly, but I don't know if Hoffman's going to be able to get the move done just here, Lorenzo. He might just have to wait till the first cycle of pit stops and try and get it done there.
Yeah, I was going to say that I don't think Hoffman is trying to make an overtake whatsoever. I think he's just being behind the Maxime, trying to play the field game right now. I don't know if you can save a full lap with the lifting, coasting, and clutching of the LMP. I think, William, you might know this a little bit better than I do, even though I drive LMP2s more than you might. But it's going to be an interesting chess game between these two cars if we continue on like this. But we saw that at Spa of sorts. Maxime being able to clear himself with traffic. But on the first pit stops, I think Red Line got the jump. And then Maxime had to play catch. And because he played catch, he made the mistake and got into the instance that we saw at Spa. So it's that chess game all over again. Let's see the first cycle, then we can talk.
Yeah, I was watching the GT3 cars at least and thinking that even if Alexei manages to catch it, he's going to be significantly far down on fuel to the likes of Sven Haas, who I must say is definitely fuel saving behind the PGZ Motorsport car, taking a large lift and coast, large bit of clutching in. I could imagine that potentially you could be saving a lap in the prototype class. Of course, stints are shorter, so you end up having less time, you could say, to save that amount of fuel. And also, you've got to take into account that that they use a little bit more fuel over the lap, and that can also lead to it being maybe a bit harder, maybe a bit easier to save fuel. But again, how much fuel do they start with? How much do they have pushing? So sometimes if you're flat out and you've got, I don't know, let's say 15.6 laps of fuel, you only need to save 0.4 to make it to 16. But if they're flat out and they've got 15.1, you're suddenly having to save 0.9 of a lap of fuel. So there's a lot of different factors that I don't quite know going into this, which will play a part in the strategy of these leading LMP2s.
Plenty of action back in the pack in the GTs, this outside of the points, but Altus have managed to get in front of 5-Star Motorsports. But Pure Sims is looking, German Sim Racing is there as well, even after their drive-through penalty, which costs you about 23 odd seconds here. So something to keep note of for the future, where I have no doubt we are going to see more penalties. This is a track where it invites the chaos, invites the multi-class incidents. Pure Sims will hold on just about from Schulte Wisserman as Tyler Hervius behind the wheel of the 117. Good start to this race, by the way, for the Zebras. BS competition now. They're still not close enough up to second spot and Sven Haase and the Biela team that they're fighting for in the championship. But after qualifying on the edge of the top 20, they are in 13th and might be able to try and get the 2-for-1 combo here if Ferris Stanley and Tristan Iglesias keep squabbling it out. Felix Quirnbach has a great view to try and leapfrog past both of them. He can time this up to perfection, and he will take it 3 wide, but inside 3 wide into turn 1, not the best place to be, and he'll back out of that one as the Maniti 115 has managed to get itself up into 11th spot, at least for now. Big old send from Quirnbach under the brakes. That BMW able to get slowed down in time. The Porsche will hold on, but sets up the run potentially to gallop down this Wellington straight. He's going to have to try and use the draft, but still a little bit too far behind. Lots and lots of work to do potentially on the strategy as well. Up front, that gap is not coming down, Lorenzo. It's equalized out between Nessoff and Keeney in terms of lap times.
Yeah, last lap a 2-minute 9.9 for Zen, and then Nessoff with a 2-minute 8.8. So last few laps kind of favored Nessoff a little bit. I don't know if that was due to traffic or Sven trying to save fuel a little bit, but I think we have to add more to the fact that Nessoff is trying to play catch to Sven in these remaining laps. But yeah, if that gap remains 2 seconds, whenever we have the second passing of the prototypes maybe in the second cycle of pit stops, it's going to be an interesting one to watch.
The battle for the lead in prototypes is working its way through the GTs once more. The gap to Williams has actually come down. The gap to Yassit Pirelli has come down as well. It's only a 10th or 2 between them, but now they have to start looking in the rear view mirrors. There's Williams also onto the hangar straight, using the draft of that Impulse Lamborghini to try and close up bit by bit. You can't win the race in the first hours. You can lose the race, that's for sure. You've got to be so precise, and this is what I always say, Will. You can't practice traffic management offline by yourself. The only way you can do it is by getting out there, by racing consistently, and that's where the best drivers understand traffic management.
Absolutely. It's something that is a real skill that people maybe don't take to give as much credit for, to lose as little time as possible, especially as we go into the later stages of this race. Obviously, at the minute, we're all in packs in the GT3 car class, and it's a little bit less easy to exactly place your car and make the LMP2 do exactly what you want it to. But when we start to split into packs of 1s and 2s, as we start to go later on into this race, there is a lot of management there about how you try and place your car. You're trying to show the LMP the way that you want it to go. Force it to take the longer way around the outside. Force it to take the line that you want it to take in order for you to lose as little time as possible. So we'll definitely see that come into play as the clock ticks down here on the 6 hours of Silverstone.
And that's also knowing when you can't go for it. Hoffman lifted off in towards Copse, and in comparison to trying to enforcing it 3 wide into Brooklands, that was a bit more smart, a bit more reserved, and now we'll get stuck behind the Urano 191 for a moment. But again, that's understanding when to go for it, when to back out of it. Yes, he's lost a little bit of ground, but he's also not lost as much as maybe he might have. He's got the draft of those in front of him. Will tuck out a jump out, to work his way past. Top 2 in prototypes now have finished their second cycle through the race. 2 passes in the first 30 minutes. We'll get to the point, though, when traffic is a constant inevitability here at the home of British Motorsports. And Lorenzo, you say that you can do it with iRacing AI, but like Will was just saying, iRacing AI don't respond like humans do with that indication of how you're going to make things happen. Egos aren't always a real thing when it comes to artificial intelligence.
No, I said more jokingly. Of course, you get a faint idea of what you can do with traffic, but of course, it's a full 180-degree whenever you come into proper racing with humans driving slower cars or faster cars around you, and you have to navigate through them or being navigated through them. So yeah, being able to cut the time with traffic is something that a few drivers, and I see very few drivers, know how to do it. I don't know how to do it.
That's why we're here talking about it, not down there doing it. So battle for 4th closed up through the traffic. It looks like battle for the lead in the GTs is also closed down by virtue of this traffic. Alexei Nesov is in drafting range, but is trying to pull away from Ruben Bonga. Hasn't been able to do so yet. Reminder, live timing and scoring available at timing71.org. Can follow not just the race and your favorite team and drivers, but follow the strategy as well. Use their data analysis tools to pick apart what tires teams are on, what stint lengths they're doing as well. Will prove invaluable when we get to the latter stages of this race, and we're trying to finish the math that has been started early doors. There is the Maniti 101 that put it on pole. Is actually in the draft from Nesov, not far behind. The top 4 or so separated by about 2.5 seconds, so very much still anyone's game with plenty of GT traffic to come as well. Being relatively clean. Sorry to cut you off there for a second, as now Core Sim Racing have been passed by Valkyrie and Simeon Lynch on a charge. It's been relatively clean, Will. I think that's what we like to see.
Yeah. It was something that I was just going to briefly go through. The rating has been very clean between the LMP2s and the GT3s, but I will say the LMPs made a small mistake. I believe it was one of the Yas Heat cars. Had a small excursion into the grass, into Village, last lap, which ended up costing the leading 2 cars of GT3 that time, which is crucially played into Nesov's hands here. It has allowed him to catch up into the tow, and, well, having a move put to the inside there of Nesov, which will push him back a little bit. However, he is now, crucially, a lot closer than he was before the round of traffic started, which will allow him to maybe close up to the back of Sven Haas, start to get back some of that fuel that he's lost in the first opening 16 laps of this GT3 race.
Satellite Racing will lunge to the inside. Now we'll see if we can pick up what happened with the Yassit machine. I believe it was Dean Woods behind the wheel who had that moment coming through on the GT leaders. That's the give and take of traffic. You're not always going to get it your way. That's the simple reality of how things go. So let's go and take a look at what happened then. I think this is it. Oh yeah, you can see coming into the loop. They got onto the grass, got a little bit squirrely. Were able to hold on to that one, but did cost time. That's right on board from the perspective of Dean Woods then, Lorenzo.
And going through form, taking a little bit of a excursion into the grass, but luckily for him, it was just before the braking zone. If that was in the braking zone, then if a meter Govankini or Sven Haas, I would be holding my breath pretty much deeply for the entirety of the corner out of the loop and then entry. I would be fearing for my life.
Yeah, I think you usually fear for your life, though, when you are a GT car with so much prototype traffic coming up behind you. You're just always constantly holding your breath, just waiting for the inevitable bit of contact. Now, whether it takes you off the track, that's a different story, but you very much hope that that is not the case. I think there was also a moment for Triton Racing at one point. We'll see if we can figure out what happened to them, because they are now well and truly down the order. You know, they were running up in the 15th or so at one point, but they did lose a bit of ground as a result of something. Here we go, we can take a look at what happened here. So they're coming into turn 1, they've got the 33 behind. Now, was that the 33 going for a hole that was always closing, or is that the BMW trying to shut the door just a little bit late there, Will?
I think we'll have to see maybe another replay from a different perspective there, but it did look to me like the GT3 BMW started to turn in and ultimately just didn't quite think that the LMP2 was going to arrive there in time. The LMP2 is I think okay to go for that gap. Oh, it's a little bit late. It's a very much a racing incident on my side because it's a little late from the LMP2. Also, the GT3 BMW turns in. It can be very hard in that situation as a GT3 car to actually spot the LMP2 coming for the move due to just the speed, and you're obviously focusing on your apex of the corner. You're not quite thinking maybe about the traffic behind you, which we've seen there. So racing incident for me, but just quite unfortunate for both parties, really.
It's a measure of the closing speed as well, isn't it? Just how quickly the prototypes really catch you. It's not something that you can always be prepared for. Look rearwards, by the way, from the race leader, as there's not just one Lamborghini, there's a Porsche closing. The Maniti car is not far behind. One moment of traffic has brought this back into a multi-car train. The top 5 split by 2.7 seconds. Williams still in the draft in their 150 in 6th, but not in as close a lockstep as they would have wanted. Looks like there's some fighting further down through the field. And oh, poor Triton Racing. They're around again. This time it's in the final chicane. And from fighting for 20th, they are now down in 25th position. Closing as well is that Biela racing car. Does he want to go for the move now? Seeing the Porsche closing bit by bit in the rear view mirrors, he will get close and do a little bit of fuel saving. Oh, I don't know which way I'd go, Lorenzo. You know Alexei Nesov is fast. Are you content to bide your time right now and wait till potentially you get past here?
I think they're going to be basically trying to save each other's fuel. I don't know if Goldman's going to be able to save fuel effectively like Sven and Alexei will be able to. But I think I posed this question more to Will of sorts. Because you spent so much time catching up, I think you spent about 15 minutes trying to catch up to the guys ahead of you. Are you able to resave the fuel that you burnt up? Just by, I know you still have a little bit of about 20 minutes left, but are you able to save that fuel without too much of a hassle going to the first pit stops?
I had a similar issue in the first round of BMW Sim Cup earlier this year. I ended up being part of the second train, trying to catch the leading train in the first round of Sim Cup, and I must say it is incredibly hard to close a gap and also think about saving fuel and then resaving the fuel. I did some very, very, very saving the planet laps towards the end of that stint, and I was just about able to regain the same kind of fuel that everyone else had been targeting. However, it is extremely hard, and it did actually end up losing us a little bit too much time in the end. We just about lost draft when we exited the pit lane. So it's something to bear in mind here. Sven Haas is going to have a monumental fuel advantage over Alexei Nesov here. By the time this first round of pit stop comes around, we will see, I believe, a large gap open up between Alexei Nesov and Sven Haas. I don't believe that Govankini has saved enough fuel or anywhere near the amount of fuel that Sven has managed to save. But, you know, Alexei's still got time here to save a bit more fuel, to try and catch up with Sven here, but I don't think he'll manage to quite catch to Sven's level of fuel saving.
We're probably 20 odd minutes away from the GT pit stops getting underway. We're not far away though from seeing prototype pit stops. In fact, here comes Daniel Kraft in the 16 machine to work his way onto the lane. At one point, this was a very, very slow pit lane. It's been bumped up very slightly. We talked about the changes with track limits that came about as a result of the Mercedes Formula One team partnership. That pit lane change as well in collaboration with, we're going to say Ant Davidson is who we're going to blame. Let's go ahead and see what happened to the Triton Racing car in towards the Vale. So they've got traffic behind now. Yeah, that's the SRC Movano car. Some frustration from qualifying for sure, but from that perspective, did look as though that was always a gap that was closing. Let's try and jump on board with them and take a perspective with Dominic Gademeyer here. That's late, but the second perspective, I think, shows that Triton tried to close the door that was already shoved wide open there, Will.
Yeah, it's another one that's quite hard to tell what exactly happened. I think that maybe the SRC Movano car, though, it's got a little bit wide on the apex, maybe pushed out slightly in towards the Triton car, but then again, the Triton car didn't leave an awful amount of room, which always causes problems here. If you don't leave the space, sometimes even if it's all fair and you've left just about enough room, you can end up having contact anyway through small mistakes like we may have seen there.
Looks like everyone in the LMP2 field is down to pit this time by. We won't see driver changes. See some fresh fuel. Don't expect to see any tires going onto the car this time by. Oh, to correct myself, Daniel Lorenzo in the number 90 Urano car has gone an extra lap and has Lassi Urainen in that Impulse 56. That 56 car was in that battle for 11th on back, so it may be understandable that they were able to do some fuel saving where the others weren't. But Urano maybe seeing a bit of a different strategy. We basically hit 40 minutes to the nose. Now there is some strategy games that have been played. It's a short fill from Ate Kauppinen, 23.5 seconds. He's got the track position. Dominic Hoffman went shorter as well with 27.5 seconds, compares to 33.5 seconds for Maxime Briant Lorenzo. This maybe is confirmation that we are going to see a splash and dash required at the end, and maybe they're just taking a bit of a shorter stop now, getting the track position and trying to build up an advantage before that final cycle.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how big of a splash and dash it will be towards the end for those LMP cars, because here's the thing, we never had a 6-hour race at Silverstone before in SEO Endurance Championship. We always had 4 hours or 8 hours. So 8 hours, I think they didn't need the splash and dash towards the end. 4 hours. Well, they had I think if I'm not mistaken, the LMP2s, the HPDs, the better LMP2 cars. Find me at Lorenzo Bonder on Twitter if you want to. But then again, it's the thing that I think they didn't need a splash and dash in there as well. So you have this middle ground, so you don't know the certainty of how many laps they need towards the end.
We've had 2 distance-based races so far this year. First distance-based races in the Endurance Series, not counting, of course, the special one-off events that the SEO management have run in the past, the likes of the 1,000 kilometers of Interlagos. You had the Road America 500 a while back as well. Bit of a different element in the strategy game. Urano and Impulse down to pit lane this time by. A bit of a breakaway in the GT field. Maniti losing track of those in front. And going back to what you were saying earlier, Will, I think Alexei Nesov understands that he's in a little bit of a fuel deficit to potentially Sven Haase in front, because he's not pushing the issue just yet. He's looking like he's getting on with the task of fuel saving.
100%. Alexei will absolutely know what he's doing here. He'll also have Joop, and if I am correct, the third driver is Nikas Leibish in the car. They'll both be giving their direction on what they think to do on the strategy. I think even if Alexei was in the car by himself and not with any outside assistance, he'll know here that his task from now to the end of the stint is to save as much fuel as possible to offset the amount of fuel he used while catching up to this leading train, which was important. You couldn't just let them run away with it. But yeah, it's definitely making Alexei's task harder here today. But, you know, as we've already seen, his pace is very, very good. It'll be interesting to see whether his teammates can match that.
So you're potentially teaching me something here. There you hear a bit the fuel saving, by the way, into the Lupin village. Is it Yoop? It's not Yope?
Oh, I don't. Do you know what? My pronunciation of names is so bad that it's probably Yope. I can pronounce everyone's names incorrectly if you would so like. Free service from Will Chadwick here. But it's probably Yope. You're probably correct. Well, I may be wrong.
No, that's the reality. It's what?
I've heard this for so many people, and I think even Bobo says Yoop.
Okay, well, there we go. We'll try and get the word from the Urano camp at some point. If you're watching, let us know. Up front, by the way, the heavier fuel load for Maxime Briant, at least on that last lap, is pushing him a little bit slower, about 2/10 off the pace compared to Redline, who's closing on Kauppinen even with a bit more fuel in the tank. So it might, in terms of pace, it is looking like a two-horse fight between Redline and between SRC, Movano, Rosso, and that #1 machine. Championship leading car may have just had a bad lap one on the second stint of the race. We'll have to wait and find out. And Lorenzo, you noted that one car has elected to double stint. That might have been a mistake though, because everyone else is double stinting, tires. Pure Sims have gone and taken a fresh set of boots.
Yeah, I really want to believe in your in your idea right there, that they might have made a mistake, because if this was deliberate, I'm a bit surprised. You know, the track temperature hasn't picked up too much heat. It's 38 degrees on track, so 38 to 35, I don't believe thermically is going to make a whole lot of difference in terms of like you save the tires. I'm just watching YouTube chat for a quick moment, but really looking at the delta, looks like the double stinting is being effective so far in terms of lap average.
No penalties other than the 3 that we talked about at the start for German Sim Racing, P1 Esports, and for Delta Sport. 46 starters has become 43 runners. Delta Sport, P1 Esports, and Core Sim Racing have all taken retirement from this race. Of course, it's been a torrid season for Delta Sport in the prototypes in the GT class. For P1 Esports, they're one of 6 teams not to score a point in the year so far. They're also only one of, I think it's 2 Ferraris in the field of 30 GT cars, so maybe struggling with the balance of that car as well, and the performance of that car. For Core Sim Racing, it is another disappointment for that 131 car that, of course, didn't put it on pole like the 132 did in the first race of the season, but they've just had some bad luck. That's for sure. Triton Racing are also retired after the couple of incidents that they've had. Bit disappointing for them, I think, because they're 7th in the championship after 2 consecutive top 5 finishes. They'll head to the final race of the season, April 2nd, Watkins Glen International, looking for a bit of redemption. Maxime Briant is losing a whole bunch of time with the lap traffic. That gap is going to open up even more. Here, though, for the race lead, Redline takes it 3 wide, and around the outside, that was perfect traffic consideration. Redline back to the point, but they get blocked off there. BS Competition almost feels the wrath.
Yeah, we almost saw a little bit of contact there between the LMP2 cars and the GT3 cars, not for the final time in this race. Yeah, that's just part of the traffic management as we see them going towards the new turn 1 and move to the inside for the Williams car here. Oh, it's very close coming towards Village now between the red line and Williams car. Slight defensive line from... Oh!
That, who? Well, I can't even tell who that is or where... Pure Sims at the final corner. So they've had some sort of an issue. By the way, all that fighting, the 3-wide moment, has actually let Movano catch up very slightly. It is 4 seconds now, the deficit still fairly large, but Redline with some clean air might be able to pull away. We'll have to wait and see. Briente's going to go past another one down the inside. Top 3 split by 4, then 8 seconds back to Yassit Pirelli in the number 7 car. That was close. It was close between Redline and the GT traffic.
I have had official word from the man himself that it is Joop delict and not Joop delict. The best way he described it to me was it's poop with a Y.
Wow. Well, I like that he's at least self-deprecating, that's for sure. And all this time, after telling me that I had to call Dylan Becky Shrivens, he never corrected his own pronunciation. That's selfish. That is selfish. Let's go and take a look at what happened to that Pure Sims machine. So into the fight. Oh, is it going to be with the LMP2 car? Now, which LMP2 car is it? It's one of the Mavanos. It's the 25. Okay. Now, one may wonder if there's any netcode there, but netcode is irrelevant when there's contact like that.
Bad Fraser. Bad Fraser.
The Scotsman, look from up above. Let's see if we can see if it hits the curb potentially. Yeah, clips the anti-cut curb on the inside. I talked about that during the onboard lap that we had, and well, that's why. That is why you cannot do that. One look on board with Fraser Williamson.
Team just faint towards the inside. Well in with his rights to go for the move, however, it's a very bad mistake to make. It's easier than you think it is to defend Fraser there a little bit, to hit that curb, but he's completely ruined the race of the Impulse car there. And yeah, you really have to be more careful when lapping through that section of the track, because as you see the one bump of the anti-cut curb and you fire yourselves outwards into the GT3 car, and that really has ruined the Impulse car's race there.
You're a GT driver. You're meant to be defending your fellow GT counterparts, Will. Not doing a great job of that.
I was just remarking about how easy it is to hit that curb. I have hit it plenty of times in a number of cars without cars up my inside or on my outside. But yeah, it's really a mistake you cannot be making, especially around lap traffic, as it has ruined the race of Impulse there.
You're going to lose your GT driver's license, that's for sure. Gap between the top two is built up, so Redline, like we thought, would pull away even with slightly heavier fuel they have. It's about a third of a tank less that Williams put into that car, so they'll be pitting probably, what, for 25 minutes from the last stop, something like that, as the two Movano machines will swap around. That's the 33 getting past the 25 now. Likely expect a penalty for the 25. You can also see some damage to the left rear on that Movano Giallo machine from that little bit of contact as first GT pit stops get underway. Fabio Basucci in the PGZ Assistance 119 will come in. That is early, Lorenzo.
Yeah, way too early for my liking. Yeah, I think me and Will are watching the same thing. Yeah, that's a little bit of a noof moment, to say the very least, but 8 minutes before the hour is way too early. Unless you're thinking about maybe splash and dash for the GTs at the end as well? I
don't know, but
that pit stop time there, and I can tell you from my time running the GT4 in Neo, where you can't run so long in fuel. That's even under a 6-stopper. So obviously the cars want to do a 5-stopper here. You want to go the hour. You want to complete 5 stops in this race. Obviously at the start you get your full fuel load, but you need to hit 52.5 minutes every stint in order to do a 6-stopper, and that is even past that. So, they're going to need to do a lot of catching up on fuel here, and it'd be interesting to see where the leaders go, because maybe that's off sequence for a reason, which we don't quite know yet, but it will be interesting to see when the leaders pit in order to get a slightly better picture on how the fuel is looking here.
Meanwhile, Urano has retaken second from Sven Haase, and the battle in the first 5 minutes might get underway once more. There was contact between Keeney and Nessoff. Will we see a bit of deja vu? Ruben Bonga juke to the inside to try and maybe look past Sven Haase, who's almost out of drafting range from the top two machines, as they'll dive themselves into the final corner. 7 minutes to go to the top of the hour, where if you can make it to then, you should be good to avoid the splash and dash to the end of this race. Now, Fabio Basucci has been in pit road for about 2 minutes now, almost 2 minutes stationary, so likely there was something that we missed where he got some damage or something similar. I question if he's going to be back on track at some point during today's race. Alexei Nessoff, though, is setting up the run, coming out of the loop all over the rear end of that Lamborghini, and Keeney's going defensive straight away. There was contact before. Will there be contact again? No, because Nessoff thinks better of the fight and will bide his time. Maybe get it done in pit road. Yoop has jumped down into our YouTube chat to tell us that it's vastly more important that Dylan is referred to as Becky than we say his name correctly. And I admire that persistence to tormenting and torturing his teammate Lorenzo.
I admire his positivity and the union of the Urano drivers, and saying that no to bullying, but it's inverted yes to bullying Bobo specifically. I kind of agree at a certain point. I don't mind picking on Dylan a little bit.
The traffic has now actually brought back into the mix Bila, Maniti, even the Team 75 Bernard by Simar car, Williams and Pure Sims in the mix. It's a 7-car fight for the lead, then 3 seconds back to Simeon Lynch, but never count out that BMW. That's what we saw with Corentin Collignon back at the, what was it, third race of the season at the Red Bull Ring. Yeah, where they... we thought maybe Collignon was the slower of the two drivers when he was paired with Kenny Roosens, but it was Collignon, the Frenchman, that put in a blinder of a drive to hold on to the advantage that Kenny Roosen had built up, and their first SEO career victory for the drivers, for the team as well. A bit more traffic going to be coming through. No further takers onto pit road just yet. Basucci has got him back out 3 minutes and 20 seconds after he dived his way onto the lane. So, not sure maybe if there was... I don't see anything on the timing that would indicate he had an off, which is why I'm a little bit perplexed right now.
Yeah, a strange decision for me. I think we'd realistically have to have word from the team to understand what's gone on. Maybe I think something that you could look at is it could be potentially a connection issue. So they've dived into pit lane to make sure that they don't get disconnected. Maybe a driver having an issue with ping, quality, etc. Could be a hardware issue. There's a number of other things that it could have been, rather than just saying pure strategy. Or, as we've already talked about, it could be a pure strategy choice, but a strange one at that. Well, as we look from the commentary booth.
it can't be strategy if you spend 3.5 minutes on pit lane, because that's the strategy of going down a lap.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, my bad.
Now, hopefully we'll get word from the team, because I think you're right. That's the only way we're going to know what's going on there. That's another GT car that's had issues. Now we might have 4 retired already, because I think that Pure Sims 117 is not going to be good to go back onto track, as looks like Urano's number 90 car, where Dylan Shrivens is sharing the driving duties there, is now past Fraser Williamson in that 25 after having that contact. No penalty has come down just yet, but would not be shocked if it is not too far away. ASR Abel looking to the inside of Carl Janssen in towards Stowe. Lamborghini versus Porsche, and that Porsche is not going to fight too hard very early in the race, and I think they know they can't really afford to be losing time just yet. Lorenzo seeing some stuff when it comes to how the various drivers are catching or not catching in the prototype class.
Yeah, I've been looking towards the last laps in the averages that Ante Koppinen and Dominic Hoffman are doing. They're doing 46 very lows, like 46 ones. average, and I mean this for the last 3-4 laps. Maxime has been on a 46.5 average in the last 3 laps, so it's a loss of 2-3 tenths per second, and the delta has gone up to 5 seconds between Ate and Maxime on this stint. So I wonder how much that underfueling, that red line in Williams is helping them so far on the second stint, but I don't know if that is going to open up a rift between the drivers moving forward in this race, because we only know if it works out or not until the final hour or until the final pit stop.
Do remember that will go back and forth. The advantage Redline has now, they'll have to pay back when they pit a little bit earlier than the Movano car does, and at the end of the race, Movano will be on lower fuel potentially for that final stint, where they can also put a little bit less fuel into that car. So it's a 6-second gap between them right now. How will it work out? Now, hypothetically, if you're a GT car, you could come down to pit this time by, but I don't know if that's what we're going to see. We want to get to the top of the hour. That's the goal. Remember, Go Vankini's been the one punching the hole in the air. He will come down to pit. Everyone else will stay out there and extend this stint 1 lap longer. Really, the question becomes, Will, can Sven Haase go even longer than the likes of Alexei Nesov in that Urano 191 car?
They will all have targets to work to, and they will know. I would be very surprised not to see Sven taking an extra lap over Nesov, considering the amount of time he's had to save that fuel. Another one into pit road to note is Core Sim Racing, the number 132 car of Carly Janssen. They have also not gone very far on fuel either.
Maybe that's why as well we saw that 131 car letting past the ASR Able machine. Now though, let's go and check out what's happened potentially with, that's one of the Maniti cars. It looks like the 115. Oh, is there contact? Do they get squirrely? Do they slam into the outside? They definitely slam into the wall. Question is, why did they slam into the wall? Let's look on board with them and see how close it was between the two cars. Yeah, there's definite contact there, and into the wall. How hard did they go? It could have been worse. Could have been a little worse. Take one more look from up above then, Lorenzo.
Yeah, looking at I think that's Tristan Iglesias on the inside of the core car, door-to-door contact, and because they were coming out of the curve, so not stable at all on a straight, I think that was kind of what undid it for them and made them go into the wall, the tire barrier more specifically. But looking at the way they went, might have got some steering damage. I don't know. Unfortunate, but that's a racing incident in my POV.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it from my perspective, I actually think that might be on the Maniti car. As crazy as it may sound at first, I just don't see the reason for them pushing out so wide. And I think that if they just kept it a bit tighter, there was plenty of room given by the course and racing car. I don't see why that was a decision made. Important thing to note as well in the GT3 battle, as we're seeing here, Urano have gone another lap over the PGZ Motorsport car, as a lot of cars tend to pit this time. Has Alexei Nesov pulled a masterclass on the fuel and somehow managed to keep up with Sven Haas? I have no idea how he's done that, if he has, but it's something we'll get to know within the next few laps here.
Also able to go a lap or two longer, Valkyrie Esports, ASR Able, the rest of the field are down on pit road. It's going to be about now, working backwards. How long can you extend stint after stint? What will the gap be in comparison as well? We are seeing some driver changes, surprisingly. The 116, I think we're seeing a driver change there for Pure Sims. Might also be seeing a driver change for Altus in their 143. Now, are they single stinting tires? That will be the question. PGZ did take full service. In comparison, Oscari Rene in the 132, only a 55-second stop for them, so not a full service there. Not a full service either for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. 55 seconds, that seems like 2 tires only, Will.
Yeah, that is an interesting strategy, 2 tyres. It'll definitely be the left-hand side, in my opinion. They get a bit of a beating, especially through the high-speed corners. Looking at how the cars drive and how they're set up, they do seem to be sliding a little bit, which will start to overheat the tyres, which will obviously cause a little bit more tyre wear. I don't quite know the figures. It'd be interesting to see if any team would be willing to tell us kind of the figures of tyre wear that they're getting in this race, but they always love to keep the strategy under wraps, as we see both of the Urano and Bila cars come into pit lane at the same time. I have absolutely no idea how Alexei Nassov has managed to close a 2.5 second gap and keep up on fuel to Sven Haas. Shout out to him. That is an absolutely superb job there.
Yeah, great drive from the 191 car so far as they'll go into the stall.
Missed his box.
But it's okay. You don't lose as much time as we've seen in some other ones. Yeah, couple tenths will now put him back potentially to be able to do some fuel saving, right? So it could be worse.
Tactical box messing.
Exactly. No, exactly. It's the big brain strategies, that's for sure. Looks like we have our next drive-through penalty, which has been handed down. It's not to the 101. Don't worry, T3 Motorsports fans. It is to that 25 SRC Movano car for the incident with the Pure Sims GT3 car through the final corner. Now, how long are we going to see, though, in terms of pit stops for those top 2? Are they going to elect to take just 2 tires? Will they do a full service? That's the question that's about to be answered. They've been up on the jacks for about 52 seconds and counting. If they drop and roll, it's 2 tires only. It's a little bit shorter as well from Nessov, so you're marveling at how much fuel saving he did to be able to go as long as Sven Haas. He's also managed to get a bit of a leapfrog in terms of the pits here.
I'm a bit lost for words. They both went up for tyres there. They both definitely took a left-hand side. It was way too short to be a full tyre change. Interesting strategy there. I didn't quite expect that one, but as we say, these guys know more than I do. I've not tested for this race or anything. But yeah, a 1.8 second gap with missing the box. Did he underfuel a little bit? I don't quite think so. It's too close, in my opinion, for it to be an underfueling. But it baffles me to think that, you know, obviously if you've had a shorter stop there, that means he must have had more fuel going into the box than Sven Haas, who spent an entire stint tucked up behind the rear wing of PGZ Motorsport and then later in the stint Urano 191 to save fuel. So I'm amazed by that. Honestly, it really does baffle me.
This team and this car have been going from strength to strength. Now the pressure's on to carry that momentum forward for the next 4 odd hours. 54 minutes left to go. The first hour is done. And a couple more incidents coming in to be filtered through by race control. There have been plenty of warnings. Do not get us mistaken about that. The most recent of which is down to the 114 PGZ Motorsports car. What's this for? This is for something with an LMP machine. The LMPs usually don't protest the GTs unless it was an absolute colossal mistake. That's just for traffic mismanagement. There was one for the 101 T3 Motorsports car as well. There was one for the 22. The virtual drivers by LDLC. The 191 got a warning as well. Put in by T3. It's been plenty for race control to take a look at. Don't think their lack of inaction doesn't mean that they haven't been keeping a very close eye on everything that's happening. In terms of the way, by the way of the prototypes, Lorenzo, still gap increases. Dominic Hoffman on a charge.
Yeah, Dominic Hoffman is on a charge, even though the last lap was actually Atte Kapanen's best lap as they... Alright, they come into the pit lane. I see Atte coming into the pit lane right now. I think doing his service. I didn't see anything specific on the car, but 14 laps on the fuel gauge for that Williams car. Does sound a little bit surprising, well, but then again, they short fueled the car, so as a counterpart, not fully surprising to see them go 14 laps.
Satellite come in as well, so maybe there's a magic number to hit. They're also going to do a driver change in that Williams Esports camp. Mike Partington takes over from Kauppinen. How will that strategy fare out? We'll have to wait and see. We're on board, though, with the 33 Movano Viola machine as Alessio Fabrizzani gets to work on trying to get past Sven Noller in the T3 Motorsports by Maniti Purple number 78. One thing that I wonder in this prototype class, Lorenzo, is if we're going to see potentially that drive time play a bit of a factor here, because I think it's fair to say, for example, in the satellite camp, I hope Syandra doesn't mind me saying this, but it looks like Arturo Melger is quicker than him, and so maybe they'll be trying to extract the maximum 66% drive time from him that they can without finding any penalties.
Yeah, I think we've seen that from some drivers, like, for example, Galvan Kini at the Daytona 24. Of course, it wasn't 66%. He had the fair share to talk about over there. You didn't have any league rules to try to impede you from doing drive time. But, yeah, sometimes you want to extract the best out of your driver as he's fast and consistent. So why not do that to the best of your capabilities? If that does give you points at the end of the race, hey, it's a strategy. Some people might not like it. It's not popular sometimes, but it is racing at the end of the day, isn't it?
Johnny Gindi is also closing on this battle for what is on track 4th, but net 5th once the strategies are going to cycle themselves through. Let's give you a bit of a rundown on your GTs and the way that the pit stop cycle has fared out here and the various strategies that are underway as well. So you take a look here at the leaderboard. Will also pop up the last time and how long the pit stop was for them when they were last down on the lane. You can see PGZ, Williams, the top 2 cars to have taken a full service. They're about 18 seconds back from your race leader. Now remember, the delta was 15 odd seconds in the stop itself, so that gap has very marginally opened up. Team 180, BS Competition doing full service as well. And an interesting call from BS Competition there, Will, because of course they're the team that we saw, not qualifying great, work themselves into the top 10. I would have thought maybe they'd go a bit more aggressive on the strategy and just try and cycle for some track position.
Yeah, you could argue that they definitely need to look at moving up the order, especially with their championship position. Obviously, you would want to push up the field as much as possible, but then again, we talk about how this is definitely a longer race. It's only a 6-hour race as compared to what we were getting close to about 8 hours last time out, 1,000 miles of Spa. But, they do have to think about the long game. They do have to play the strategy that they've got planned out on the cards, regardless of what they were going to do in qualifying. And as long as they work towards what they want to do, I'm sure they'll be able to sneak a result here. But it is pretty evident to me that the BMW is lacking on pace comparatively towards the likes of the Porsche or the Lamborghini.
Now, the highest placed BMW is Williams in 8th. You then got Team 180 in 12th, but I think you're right. They're not really in the same positions that they have been in the past, fighting at the front, and that's what makes GTs always an interesting equation, is the fact that you're never always going to have a car that's ultra competitive. Your balance of performance ultimately tries to equalize the playing field, but doesn't always work like that. As we watch Biela slipping back now to about 2.5 seconds. 7 seconds the gap between the top 2 as we wait for Dominic Hoffman to come down on towards pit road. We are going to take a brief break here on RaceSpotTV. We're going to jump on board with one of the cars embroiled in a very close fight in this GT3 battle. Pure Sims and Daniel Ferguson are chasing down not just Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC and Bram Van Putten in the 175, but they're trying to chase down Ruben Bonga in the defending champion car, the one that put it on pole position, but the one that has some work to do. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty of racing to go. Redline leads in prototypes, Urano leads in GTs. You're watching the SCO Endurance Series and the 6 hours of Silverstone. Well, the first hour and 20 odd minutes is in the books, and, well, another cycle of pit stops has just gotten underway here in the 6 hours of Silverstone, the penultimate race of the 2021-2022 Sports Car Open Endurance Series. Team Redline, who were leading the way down onto pit lane for a full service. No driver change, though. Dominic Hoffman stays behind the wheel. They have come out about a second back from Mike Partington in the Williams Esports Fanatic car, now almost equalized in terms of stints. 4 laps difference between the two of them. Your current race leader, Maxime Briant, works his way down on towards pit lane. What should be a full service for him as well. Don't expect any triple stints to be getting underway. I was a couple of laps on board with Daniel Ferguson in that Pure Sims Lamborghini. You saw the traffic playing a factor. You saw how traffic management is going to be vital over the course of the day. Will, what have you taken away from these first couple of hours or so?
Strategy, incredibly important. The LMP2s are kind of all going on their own small little game to see what they can do. GT3s has looked incredibly competitive, but standout driver so far goes to Alexei Nassov, who has put in, as so far in this first 1 hour and 20 minutes, a amazing performance on my books. You know, the gap opening up to about 2.5 seconds now between himself and Sven Haas, who is no slouch, may I remind you. But yeah, no, an excellent performance in the GT3 class, and still a long time to go here as we approach 1:30 in the afternoon here at Silverstone as the track temp rises to about 38 degrees. Wind's looking like it's now going a bit more west rather than northwest like we were seeing in the start, and yeah, gusts as high as 25 kilometers an hour, so we're definitely seeing a large effect here from the wind.
Dion Fiallo takes over in the SRC Movano car, so a bit of a contra strategy in terms of the drivers, because of course we're seeing that Team Redline, no driver change there. Williams did the driver change. How long will you leave Dominic Hoffman in that car? Let's go backwards to the GTs again, and let's look at battles happening just on the edge of the top 10. Ferris Stanley still in that DC Sim Protostar Racing Porsche 911. He's on a 2-tire stop, so was Impulse in that Lamborghini. Felix Kornbach with 4 tires has some work to do. And what I'm seeing from 4 tires here, Lorenzo, is they're not really going that much faster than those around them that are on the 2-tire strategy. So that's something to note, and something that is going to be a bit of a factor there.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised the delta between 2 tires and 4 tires is literally nothing, and the 4 tires is not being effectively fast. Because this is a track that you need one thing, you need to have left-hand side grip. So you need that left-hand side to be with good grip on the car. It doesn't play too much in the effect of right-hand side tires like some of the other tracks do, because this is a clockwise circuit. It makes sense the left-hand side tires be more spent than the right side ones. But the 4 tire strategy not being fully efficient in comparison to 2 is a bit surprising for me, especially on the prototypes, because we saw that with Pure Sims, for example. I don't know if they had issues or not, but when they came out of the pit lane, they weren't as fast as the other cars. They were basically within the same pace as those were double stated tires, or just going for maybe 1 or 2 tires.
Track temperature will rise slightly before it falls, so at least for now, maybe the idea is that you'd get a little bit of double stinting going on. Maybe we'll see a triple stint at some point at maybe the end of the race with the short final stint. We'll have to wait and see. There were a couple of incidents that happened, by the way, while we stepped aside, so we're going to try and pick up a couple of them. One did involve the Canadian ASR Able Lamborghini GT3 machine. Here's a look at that one. And okay, I mean, I was talking about stupidity during qualifying. That's just ludicrous. I mean, come on. minding your P's and Q's. What do you even do? You run your line like they tell you to do, and a prototype decides, no, I'm going to go over the grass, I'm going to go over the bumps, and I'm going to wipe you out here, Will.
Yeah, there's not much more than I can say to that than utter stupidity. Clearly the P2's decided to try and be a hero and go for the Hakkinen versus Schumacher in Spa, and has decided that flying is what he wants to do, and also killing a GT3's race. So incredibly unfortunate for the 127 car there that was running with inside the top 10. They were doing really well, but you know, they're going to have to pick their heads up, because you know, at the end of the day, it's nothing that they could have done there to prevent that from happening, and it's just down to the stewards to give the appropriate penalty towards the LMP2 car there.
Yeah, I'm not making friends with people in the SCO paddock now, that's for sure. The number of things that I'm just calling out left, right and center today is more than it's ever been, but I'm not gonna mince my words when I see stuff that I disagree with. I have decided that I am going to speak my mind, speak my opinion. I like open qualifying in some ways. I think there's a place for it, Lorenzo, but what we saw today was maybe the silliest that I've ever seen in iRacing, and that's saying a lot.
For me, it's surprising, because if we go into tracks like Monza, that you kind of need to rely on draft, that draft train, then the silliness, I don't like it. I really don't like it. I think it is within the borderline of stupidity and wars I really don't want to go into right now, and they're not PG related. But here's the thing. For Silverstone, it's a track that the air wash can affect your cars with gusts of wind of going up to 26 kilometers. What's the point of you going slow? Oh, of course, it's a track that does give you a lot of heat on the tires, because you're going to fast corners, deep braking zones, fast sweeping sections. I agree with cooling the tires thing, but doing that at the end, nah. That is one thing I really don't like. There needs to have a little bit of a talk to the drivers and teams and say, guys, this is enough. This is it. This is enough. We've seen plenty.
And one thing that I was chatting with another commentator about is the standards at top level sim racing and the willingness for drivers to accept the burden that is passed down onto them. You can't just expect race control to administer the races. And yes, racers, no matter whether they're real or virtual, are going to take every bit of advantage that they can get. They're going to push the limits as far as they can, but there has to be a certain limit to where you point out, you look at yourself and say, okay, that's on me, I've got to take the step back. But maybe within teams sometimes there's not that debriefing strategy, and that's what happened to the 25, Fraser Williamson, who had a moment with the GT3 where he received a penalty. This time around, I don't think that's penalty worthy. One of the T3 by Maniti cars, I believe it's the 115, that had that contact there. But that is unfortunate, just trying to go the long way around, Will, and the GT3 car is always going to wash up high, and, well, unfortunate for Fraser that he gets taken out by that.
Racing incident for me. It's very hard because you want to keep as close to not going beyond the track limits there at Stowe, because the issue is you'll get a slowdown penalty, which obviously costs you time, and it's just not really what you want to do. However, the GT3s do tend to wash out quite a bit, and if you're going for that risky outside line, you're going to have to be prepared to give a little bit more space, and it's probably not the best idea at a corner like Stowe where you can get a slowdown very easily. A corner like Cox is a lot more forgiving. You can kind of judge when you'll get the slowdown a lot better, so it's a lot easier to take a bit of a wider line and then cut back in and just incur the penalty of the off track. But yeah, it's racing incident. Can't really put it on either party, to be honest, fully, and it's just really unfortunate to see that happen for the Movano car.
Drive-through penalty for Triton Racing. Now, this was actually something that happened on the start of the race within the first 10 or so laps, and that was an incident with the 5-Star Motorsports Porsche that has dropped the BMW down the order for when they'll come down to serve that penalty. Unfortunately, though, I was just looking at the timing screen because I thought, yeah, Triton Racing retired from this race, so they're not going to serve that penalty. We'll see. I don't think Race Control carries forward penalties, but it's always something I like the idea of. If you don't actually serve a penalty, you didn't get punished, so maybe there needs to be something that carries that forward so that you feel at least some consequences of that particular action. Something maybe to look at for future iterations of the series, and maybe there are some other racing series that do something similar. Gaps in your GT class continue to be close, not just here between Valkyrie and Pearson. Simeon Lynch doing a good job to close his way up into the podium positions after starting down in 14th spot. He has worked his way up into 6th, sniffing a top 5, sniffing a podium. Of course, it's close just in front of these guys where Ram Van Putten is doing the fuel saving on the tail end of Ruben Bonga, punching the hole in the air as they'll come down in towards Copse Corner. Couple of battles brewing in your prototype class. Yassi Rashad Meal, Ross Woodford in that 32 car is the one that made that bit of contact with the ASR Able car, who are on for potentially their best finish of the season. So likely a penalty going to come down for him. He's trying to fight with the Orion Race Team number 3, but also Arturo Melgar is taken back over from Sayandra after qualifying the 64 car and running down Christoph Holstein, who's having a couple of technical issues in that 78. In terms, though, Lorenzo, of the qualifying drivers starting the race, I always think that's what you want. You want to be, assuming you qualify where you think you're meant to be running with that driver, you have the driver start the car who did the qualifying because they're warmed up, they're ready to go, and it's a nice little cycle, whereas Sayandra, for example, wouldn't have driven that car for about an hour or so, watching on during that entirety of the qualifying session. He's got to get in, maybe in a position where he's not necessarily meant to be. Maybe he's a little slower than those around him. It's a thing where I think different teams have different philosophies on how they approach it.
Yeah, I was going to mention that, you know, logically, you want to have the driver that is already, you know, warmed up and done the qualifying, the start of the race already, and that's kind of imposed by some of the leagues into you know, this specifically. If you qualify, you start. The driver will qualify, start. But we know there are some drivers who say, "Oh, I don't like to start the race because it can get clustered, and I really don't want to be involved into traffic or something like that. So I'd rather just take it really slow, get my car during the second or third stint, then go into the track." This is kind of like me. I don't like starting the race. I don't mind doing qualifying. I don't like starting because it's not that I am fast in it, because I really don't like the aggressiveness of some of the drivers. I try to be safe. Because I think I am safe. I might lose some ground, and people might not like to lose that ground. So the mentality does differ for some of the teams, and I understand their perspective. It's just how the league imposes it. But it's those things of how the team is prepared coming to the race, and how mentally or physically the driver is prepared to go for it.
Race leader Williams Esports, a little bit of lap traffic through Maggots and Beckett's, but gap to Redline holding steady. Again, 4 laps difference in terms of the stint between these two cars. The stint totals about 20 odd laps, 21, 22, depending on how much fuel saving that you are able to do. It's a 2.5 second advantage to Redline and Dominic Hoffman, who was about half a second quicker last time by. Dion Fiallo was a full, almost 2 seconds faster, a full second faster than Mike Partington behind the wheel of this number 5 car, but he has caught the lap traffic that the top 2 have already disposed of, and he's lost a whole bunch of ground this time by. With an hour and a half done, still 4.5 hours left to go. There's a little bit of team shenanigans there as that BMW runs a little bit wide, cutting the nose off their prototype counterpart, but no harm, no foul. That Williams car, of course, is running in 8th, second best of the cars that did a full service in the first cycle of the race. I'll take a look at your track conditions, because it About 5 degrees Celsius warmer on the track than during qualifying, but we're reaching the zenith of the track temperature here, Will. So it's just going to go down from here. I mean, potentially down to maybe 23 degrees Celsius by the time we finish this race off. Do you think there's any chance we see a team triple stint maybe at the end of this race in the GT category?
I definitely think there's a chance we see a GT3 car triple stint the right side. Whether they'll even consider triple stinting the entire set is up to what sort of tyre wear figures they're getting. Obviously, we see the track temp here as high as 39 degrees, and we are just starting to approach 1:45 in the afternoon here. So the track temperature is definitely going to start to go down. We might see a little bit of cloud cover come over and affect the track conditions also. Yeah, but definitely as the track condition starts to get a bit cooler, we could see them starting to gamble a little bit of tyres, especially the teams that have to make up more time, hence maybe a BS competition.
Weatherman Will Chadwick jumping in to give his thoughts on how the weather will go forth. Let's take a look at that penalty for the number 32 Yassi Rashad Mule car. It's not just a drive-through penalty, it is a 15-second stop and hold. Maybe as well the penalty elevated because of the incidents that they've had, for example, in that last race, Lorenzo. That's a pretty stiff penalty, given that everything else we've seen so far today has been a drive-through.
But then again, it's justified for being 15 seconds, in my opinion. We nearly saw that with Redline, and I was going to mention that, and I'm making friends at Redline again, right? Because when they actually had a moment like that, I think it was on the first time they went into the GT traffic that Dominic Hoffman kind of had to thread the needle on the gap that was on the outside of Stowe, but he still kept it on track. But for Yassi, you're just forcing the issue. You're forcing 3 wide that it shouldn't be a 3 wide outside of Stowe. You did have no room just because you really don't want to be boxed in and you don't want to lose time to a GT. You forced the move on the outside, and you basically ruined the best race of the Canadian team of ASR versus Able. That was in 7th place, I think, back then, and we relegated them outside of the top 15 nearly. So you do deserve that 15-second, in my opinion.
First stop and hold penalty of the race, as ASR Able actually have just lost a place to the Altus Esports 143. They are both outside of the points, with plenty of work to do. 46 starters has become 39 running cars. SRC Movano 25, the Giallo LMP2 car, the most recent of the retirees. We saw their moment with the T3 Motorsports by Maniti car on the outside of Stowe. Then PGZ Assistance, Fabio Basucci, that 119 has parked it as well. Pure Sims, the 117. Triton in the 110 BMW, Corsim Racing in the 131, and P1 Esports in the triple run, the GT retirement. Delta Sport with a technical failure at the start of this race, the second of your prototype retirees. Looks like pit window for your that's the 32 coming down to serve his penalty. I thought for a moment the pit stop window had opened. We're only about 5 laps away though from seeing your prototypes coming back into pit lane. Gap out front, 2.5 seconds, holding steady. Dion Fiallo not able to really close just yet. If you are that Movano camp here, Will, what are you thinking? What's the thoughts going through your mind?
I think they've got to be mindful that they definitely have the field advantage here. But like we said, they are 12 seconds back from the Williams car, 9.5 seconds back from the 70 of the Team Redline car, and they have to take into account that it's a long race. I know I keep reiterating that, and obviously the more and more time that passes by, the less long this race becomes. But I think for Dion Fiallo, he's got to just keep focusing on his race, keep his eyes forward, keep focusing on what he can do in order to bring that gap down, or hit the target on fuel, or hit the tyre wear target, not wear the tyres too much. They're very comfortable to the car behind, which is the Yassi Pirelli car. So, they're pretty comfortable for the third position here at the minute. So, worst case scenario at this point in time is looking like a third place. However, yeah, like we said, it's a long race. Incidents could happen for the cars ahead, and they just need to focus on their own race and try to start to bring down that gap if possible. But then again, as we said, they do have an advantage on fuel, which we will start to see later on in the race, Arjuna.
Never count out these guys, at least back in the podium hunt after last two races. Really, really disappointing for them. Looks like Impulse might just have been passed by the 22 car. Might have had an issue. Christoph Holstein, I think his technical issues continue to be an issue for him. And now Urano have managed to take advantage with that. With technical issues, always means that passing the lap traffic is something you have to do very, very carefully with great care. And I think maybe that's good, cautious driving from the 78 to realize what's happening, know that he doesn't want to affect the strategy, though, of the car, so he's just trying to ride it out until they can get onto pit lane, maybe do a bit of a driver swap. Wait and see if that's what will take place there. Back to the battle for the final step of the podium. Bram Van Putten still not pushing the issue on Ruben Bonga. As a GT3 driver, Will, when does that check mark happen? When you stop hanging back, saving some fuel, and when do you start looking forward? Because these cars are losing about 0.7 of a second to those in front. Not consistently, but every couple of laps or so.
I think you've got to set your sights realistically when you're driving in GT3. Sometimes you've got to accept that some cars are just faster than you're capable to go. I think the pace that Alexei Nesov is holding at the front, especially, opening that gap now to 5 seconds, it is showing that he's got an incredible amount of pace, and maybe that at this moment in time with Alexei in that car, they are unraceable today. However, you've got to hit your fuel target. So, I'm sure Bram Van Putten's got a calculator, got someone in his ear, either of those things, telling him what type of fuel target he's on and how clear he is of that mark, every time he passes a line. And by the point that he reaches that where he thinks, even if I start to push flat out now, so for example, I get a number where I can see my quali lap or something, or a flat out lap, and I can compare that to what I've been doing in the fuel saving tow, and I can say, well, at this point, if I was to push on a full out flat out quali lap, I'm not making any more laps. I'm going to keep on the same amount of laps. I've done the amount of fuel saving I can in order to save the laps I wanted. So now I think it's time to try and attempt to break that tow. The other thing he has to keep in mind, though, is that if he passes the Maniti car ahead, the 101, even if he has a large pace, he'll have to have a massive pace advantage in order to break away. So he also doesn't really want to sacrifice his own race by pulling that 101 along and actually helping their strategy out. So, it's almost like a one-on-one battle. It's very 1v1 game-esque, they're constantly trying to play their hand in the cards and understand how to beat each other the best that they can if they believe that third place is the best that they can do today at this current situation.
We saw Mike Partington taking the Williams Esports number 5 LMP2 car onto pit lane. We're also watching a battle between two cars on different strategies. Yalvaz in the Yassi number 7 Pirelli machine is 11 laps into his run, but Arturo Melgar 19 laps into the stint and only a couple of laps away from coming down to pit lane himself, using the low fuel to go vroom vroom and close bit by bit. Now sniffing a potential charge up into the top 5 for that machine. Partington has only done 28 seconds in the pits again, and now a 33-second stop is a full tank of fuel, Lorenzo, so they seem to be doing something slightly different on the strategy than what you'd conventionally expect in the prototypes.
Yeah, I wish I could talk to Arthur Lehouk or Mike or Ate to try to understand the strategy of sorts. Because if I grab my book of strategies right here for LMP2 and I'm just looking at my hand right now, that is not part of any strategies I'm thinking, though, not going for full fuel. So I'm trying to pick up the brains of the Williams and say, if this is the only way to try to beat Redline and Movano on a long stretch, but I wonder how much damage might do them on the final half of the race, because these under fuels, 17 laps, I don't know, man. It's weird for me.
I think maybe the idea here is you shave time off these pit stops midway through the stint. It's warm now, maybe the hottest it will be all day, so you do a little bit fewer laps on the tires now than you'll do at the end of the race. You sacrifice the stints to maybe do a long final stop, but hope is that you'd have found the time on pit lane, the extra time you spend there, by going faster on the track itself. Not sure if that's really how it would work, given that it's not always just about the lap time. It's sometimes about how you play out with lap traffic and track position. We missed the pass, by the way, for Bram Van Putten, who said enough is enough as we get closer and closer to the top of the hour. Will, he has made the move happen, and now we'll see if he does the towing that you were talking about.
Yeah, it was actually a bit of a send from an LMP car which instigated that move. So we saw, I believe it was the 6th car in the LMP2 class which came through in Maggots and Beckett's, put the Maniti car offline, which made it very, very easy for Bram just to slot up the inside. The one-on-one Maniti car didn't really defend, and he made the move very cleanly into the Stowe corner. Now it is a case of, can Bram Van Putten pull away? My guess is no, but it's motorsport, anything can happen.
Yeah, coming down to Brooklands, some prototype traffic will split them, at least for the time being. Now, that's the car that's just served the stop and hold penalty. Although they stopped for 19 seconds when it was a 15-second penalty, so not sure if there was some miscommunication between the team there or what's happened, but a little bit longer than they would have liked. We're watching, though, back on the focus with the satellite prototype machine. Remember as well, no halfway points. There are other series here on iRacing that do give out halfway points, so you have to position yourself appropriately for that. It's not the case here. Only points awarded when the checkered flag drops. So one strategy target to work your way to. We focused a lot on GT in the first hour, but not really since then, especially this man, Lorenzo. We talked his praises, we sung his praises in hour 1, but hour 2 has been equally impressive. A 3-second advantage or so is now a 5-second advantage. He's been chipping away bit by bit like a metronome. He has been ticking away, and now 5 seconds clear. Alexei Nesov leads the way for Urano.
Yeah, he's charging the way. He's paving everything for Urano right now. I think me and Will, we were having a conversation while we were having the break that by the official IMSA results, because they all were racing in Silverstone this week, Alexei was being the best driver out of the bunch within the Urano car. And the biggest concern we were having is that if Yupin and Nicholas can actually match the pace he's doing. I kind of believe that Nicholas can do it because Nicholas is a very good GT driver. The thing is, comes to Yup if he drives, and I think Yup's more serving as an engineer of sorts, but I can be proven wrong so many times. But if Yup drives, it's that transition that he normally does LMPs. Now going to the GT, he's going to be just as fast in the GTs as he is in the LMPs, and even then, can he match up the pace that their two comrades are doing?
There goes Arturo Melgar onto pit lane after putting the pressure onto Yao Vaz for the last 10 or so minutes. It's not just now a 6-second gap between Nesov and Haase between first and second spots, but it's then a further 10 back to Bram Van Putten, who's not been able to break clear just yet of the 101 T3 by Maniti machine. It might come down to maybe some traffic breaking these cars up at some point. You take a look at the track map and how it's splintered up. You think back to that first hour of the race when it was really two big conga lines that then came together and started to splinter. Well, now it is shattered. There is traffic basically across the entirety of this just under 6-kilometer facility, and no matter where you look, you are going to find some traffic. Those pockets of clean air, savor them while you can. Here comes Redline, though, to get on past. They are not down on pit lane just yet. This will be lap 18 in the books, so likely onto pit road. Not next time by, but maybe 2 laps from now. Lap time comparison between them and the Williams Esports team. They're basically matching the times. If you're Redline, do you try and fight back and match what the Williams Esports team is doing, Will, or do you fight on the strategy that you guys have calculated? Because that's what makes sim racing so much more professional nowadays. The fact that you'll have people in the background working on the strategy, telling you what's going on in the race, and being able to adapt on the fly much more than you would be able to do even a couple of years ago.
I think that it's important always not to chase a race and run your own race instead of chasing, like I say, because if you start trying to run to someone else's strategy or trying to catch up, you're always going to be one step behind because you don't exactly know what their plan is or what they plan to do next. So you're constantly one step behind your opposition, whereas if you're running your own strategy, you can lead your way in the strategy that you believe to be best, and I would imagine, to play out more beneficial to yourself in the long run. But I guess we'll see what will happen. If I was Redline, I'd definitely be keeping to my own strategy, but it's up to the teams to make them decisions for themselves, and there's a reason why they're racing out there and I'm not.
You're probably the most qualified out of the 3 of us, though, when it comes to talking about strategy, talking about, especially in the GT category, what these drivers are going through. So that's something to keep your eye on. Another penalty has come down. This one is to the 78, and I was just saying that maybe they've been careful through the lap traffic. Apparently not. This was for contact with Valkyrie, and we must have missed what happened to Simeon Lynch then, because I didn't get any indication that he had been forced off the track at any point, but it is a drive-through penalty for the car that has been running up there in the top 5 or so at times during this race, and we'll drop them back. Of course, that's one of the cars that, by virtue of joining with T3 Motorsports and with Maniti earlier in the year, has become a big green machine. They've done somewhat consistently well over the course of the year. I think they're down to serve the drive through this lap by. Orion Race Team is down for a pit stop of their own. So pit road going to get increasingly busy as we expect Redline's arrival next time by. 4-way fight still going on for 10th place in your GT class. Team 180 has the Movano car, the Yasheet Pirelli car looking to the inside. BS Competition following them with German Sim Racing and Ferris Stanley in the DC Sim Protostar car right behind them. BOP here seems to be very much working in the favor of Lamborghini and Porsche, Lorenzo. That's what we've been seeing and saying over the course of the day so far.
Yeah, and the biggest concern for me was when I was seeing the topics of BOP being approached at the SEO Discord, is that the Porsche might have been worse on tires on the second stint, but it doesn't look like that. Looking at the track, it isn't, especially between Netsov and Sven Haase. I think that's the clear point topic or comparison we can make around this track. That the Porsche is keeping up or even being better than Lamborghini at that. But the BMW is keeping up, but I don't know if it is something regarding the temperature or some other technical detail that we might be missing, because, well, they got 4 kilos of ballast in this race. And even with the addition of 5 kilos in the Porsche and 7 kilos in the Lamborghini, they're still being able to be as effective as they probably have been in this championship, in this track, despite everybody having full engine power.
Look at the replay that we're watching right now, which is that contact with 78 T3 Motorsports car, and yeah, I can understand why that's a drive-through penalty. Seems pretty slam dunk to me, and so that's why the 78's going to have a trip down pit lane. They're battling for 11th in the prototype class. Simsa and Pure Sims both close to coming down to pit lane around the outside. Pure Sims actually has to get on the brakes to not run themselves off wide into the grass. Simsa will have a look back down to the inside as they come into the village section, and there's contact between the two of them. I thought Simsa had just about managed to slow that car down in time and get to a always closing door. Side by side on the exit, Pure Sims looking to maybe have a bit of a top speed disadvantage even in the draft. Simsa's able to go on through. And lap traffic will allow the orange machine to hold on to 11. Pit stop then for Redline and Dominic Hoffman, who's been in the car since the start. Don't think we'll see him jump out this time by. Should be a quad stint for him. Question will be, where does he come out in comparison to Williams Esports and Mike Partington?
I think last time when we were looking, me and Lorenzo were talking, we expected the gap to be a little bit bigger than it actually was. It ended up being about 0.5 of a second last time they came round, but I think we could be looking, that is an extremely short stop for the Redline car. Don't know if we can quite pick that up, but Redline have already exited the pit lane and now heading their way into Village. I don't believe they went up for any sorts of tyres at all in memory of watching that stop. No, so very interesting.
And I just asked you, do you respond to what Williams is doing? Well, they have. They have elected to try and leapfrog the Williams car, and they have significantly. It's almost a 7-8 second advantage that Redline have built up now, so that's important. Track position going to be playing its part. Maybe we'll also see Movano try and respond, but I'd be a little bit surprised if I am being totally honest. Well, Chadwick has joined us for these first 2 hours of the race and for the qualifying as well, but he'll be saying goodbye to us soon, and we'll be welcoming in David Haynes to join us for the final 4 odd hours of this race. And Will, I asked you for a prediction in GT before we got underway. I want your thoughts again, because either you're going to be the Magic 8-Ball reader, or you're going to be joining the party as a commentator who loves to curse people, just like Lorenzo. Let's start with GT. Who do you think is going to win here?
If the rest of the Urano drivers or Nicholas can keep a similar pace, not even needing to keep that, with the advantage that Alexi has managed to get here, Nicholas Lebish does not even need to do like an ultra pace, the same pace that Alexi has been doing. I really do have my bets on the 191 car, and I really hope they do manage to get a result here today. It would be really good for them in the championship aspect. Moving over to LMP2, looking at the order of things, I do think it could go several ways, but I do think it's very much a three-way fight between SRC, Movano, Corsa Rosso, Team Redline, and also the Williams Esports Fanatic car. I'm going to go for... I'm going to back the Redline boys in LMP2. They've got a good run of form, a lot of confidence going into this race with winning 2 on the bounce. We're going to see Patrick Wolf, very much a specialist in the LMP2 car, step in after Dominic's quad stint, like you said. And they really seem to know what they want to do here with this race. And I can just see them closing it out today. Both the red cars winning. Colour red winning today.
I see a trend. I see a trend there. Now, I think I agree on Urano. Now, they do have 3 drivers, so there's no question of drive time for them. As much as they'd want to, I think, keep Alexi in that car for the rest of the race if they could, they'll have both Nicholas Laubish and Joop de Ligt for the final 4 odd hours of this race. If you're Redline, I'll ask you a couple of questions before we let you go. Do you how do you structure this final? Do you do it as a quad stint for one, a quad stint for a second, and then a quad stint for the first driver again? As Alexei Nesov's actually going to come down to pit road this time by, so that is going to be the final time we likely see Alexei Nesov. But yeah, if you're Redline, how do you structure this from your driver's perspective?
I simply see it as them putting Patrick into the car now to the end. I think they're going to just split it quite evenly. As we see Nicholas Laubish step into the GT3 Porsche of Urano Esports and Alexei Nesov step out. Yeah, I see a quad stint for Redline here. I don't see them throwing it up too differently. Although, you know, coming into the last hour, you could always...
So... I'm sorry to cut you off, but it's important because even though he is registered in the car, Yoop is not actually going to be driving, so maybe he's just doing some engineering work on that car. So Alexei will likely then have to take over in the final 2 hours of the race, which I'm sure is great, don't get me wrong, but then you have to then start thinking about that 66% limit, because he came in before the top of the hour, and he came in as well before Bila has come to pit. So now the onus, Lorenzo, goes on Nicholas to do some fuel saving to ensure that there's no worries about hitting that 66% limit.
Yeah, but then again, I really don't believe they're going to be able to hit the 66% limit even if they want to hit at the end of the day. Because I think what is likely to happen is that you're going to leave at least, and I believe at least a 50% ratio, Nicholas drive for 2 hours here, and then maybe you kind of split halfway through at the end of the day.
then you'd be doing a driver change on worn tires.
It would be the least surprising thing that they can do.
No, I don't. You tend to not do that unless you're forced to by the race. Like BMW, for example, that's the BMW Sim GT Cup. That is something that we see somewhat frequently. It's not something we really see outside of that. So I think you're looking at 2 hours for Nicholas, then 2 hours for Alexei here. Maybe Yoop can give us some insight if he feels like it, as he says it in tower control. But officially now into the third hour of the race, as we have ticked by a couple more laps. Bila still out there and pounding away. So it's an early pit stop from Alexei Nesov, and all of the fuel-saving plaudits that we were giving to him, well, maybe that's why he pulled out that gap to about 6 seconds larger than it was when it started the last time he was down on pit road, Will, because he was going pretty rapid, but Sven Haase is committed to the fuel-saving.
Yeah, I think it's also important to take into account that they had state tyres, so it did bring them a little bit closer to the like hour in general after they'd completed the stop. But yeah, it's all tactics at the end of the day. You know, sometimes you want to set a driver into a car with a nice little gap, because it will help them relax a little bit. Just responding to someone we might be able to grab in for an interview here before I leave the commentary booth. Yeah, so I think that, you know, looking at the... and I've lost my train of thought.
Multitasking. You can do it while driving, but apparently not while commentating.
No, apparently not. But yeah, for the Urano car, yeah, I remember what I was talking about now. You want to give a little bit of a gap to the car behind, because it might help Nicholas relax a little bit and perform to his best. Because if you've got a car right up on your bumper, maybe the nerves can take over. Maybe you can start to get a little bit worried in terms of, you know, trying to keep this lead that your teammate has fought so hard for. You know, with the incidents that they had earlier on in the first hour. You know, it was a very, very good job from Alexei Nesov to get into that position. So yeah, I think that, you know, looking at it from a strategic point of view, it could be for that reasoning. But maybe we'll hear from the driver in a few moments.
So hopefully we'll find out. But okay, unfortunately, you're not gonna get to hear that. We're gonna be kicking you out of the commentary booth. David Haynes is ready to take over from you. Thanks for joining us, Will, and I'm sure you'll be watching on and seeing how this race is gonna unfold.
I'll be very intrigued. Thank you very much today, guys.
So Will Chadwick here for the first 2 hours of the race and qualifying. David Haynes joins us now, as we just saw, by the way, SRC Movano, the #1 car, back onto pit road, back out onto track. They are 12 full seconds away from Williams Esports, 18, 19 seconds off the race lead. It's an interesting race that's been going on, David. You missed some absolute insanity in the first 15, 20 minutes, which is par for the course, if we're being honest, in SCO competition. It's settled down since then. We're trying to figure out what the strategy is doing, as we always do.
Helps if I unclick that button. I mean, yeah, it's certainly a track that is deceptive in the kind of chaos and action it can produce.
Urano in the 90 car down onto pit road, this time by. So that will likely be Dylan Shrivens taking over that car, unless he's been in there for the last stint or so. Lots of GT cars down on the lane. It is a very, very busy pit road. Full service for the likes of Jürgen Frank and Tim Matska, who are taking over in the Team Bernard 75 by SimRC car, in the T3 Motorsports by Maniti Machine. Only 2 tires taken for Govan Keeney, so he's paying the piper in some ways, but an interesting call in others, given that he took a full service in that first stint. Maybe just trying to get to the halfway marker and do a driver change there, Lorenzo. Maybe that's what's going to be going on.
Yeah, it's kind of like not following the imprint that the red line is doing at the end of the day. You know, just try to maybe go for triple stints, then head it to towards the other driver. You're not going to be flagged by the 66%. But the one thing is kind of like surprising me a little bit is that despite what's going on at the track, I don't know if it is strategy-wise for Movano. For me being 20 seconds back, nearly, it's going to be 20 seconds eventually. It's rather surprising at this early on in the race, especially considering this is a sprint of sorts. So it's unfortunate, you know. I don't know if they can catch that time back whenever the Maxime comes back into the car when the track is going to be at its coldest.
So Biela's onto pit road this time by. They've been in there for a while. What's going on for them? Now 40-something seconds and counting. There they go, dropping off the jacks. Sven Hasse rolls 70 seconds later. Playing with the gears to try and build up some speed on pit exit. He is still 9.5 seconds back from Urano and Nicholas Laubish, so the gap didn't really change with any undercut-overcut strategy. It's now just all about the fuel. So that's what happened there. Valkyrie and Simeon Lynch, they've gone longest of everybody. Still out there on track, almost 7 minutes past the top of the hour. Pretty impressive run from the blue and orange team. That, of course, did win at the Red Bull Ring.
I wonder if they're trying to pull a Red Bull Ring here again. Because they have the pace. Don't get me wrong. They can do it, but can they do that again on a track that, even though the fuel burn is, I wouldn't say it's just as big as the Red Bull Ring, it is slightly bigger because of the track length. Can they do that again? I don't think they can. I think they're going to be realistically fighting maybe for top 5.
Yeah, I think the problem is they've already fallen too far back. They're not cutting out a pit stop. They're just going shorter. They may be able to cut out maybe 5, maybe 10 seconds of that final stop, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They're going to maybe need a turn of pace as well to try and claw that advantage. Simeon Lynch will jump out. Jonathan Poulet takes over at the reins of the 157. Alex Gall in the Satellite Racing 167 Ferrari is also down on pit road this time by 7.5 minutes past the top of the hour. Pretty good numbers in terms of the fuel for them. Fight going on in your prototype class. Edge of the points positions. This is private label team hype. Joshua Chin in front of Simsa Esports, as well as Ross Woodford in the recovering Yassit number 32 after the stop and hold penalty that they had to serve. And the Yes Heat car, I mean, disaster for them in the first race of the campaign, David. They were the first car out of the race, finished dead last, no points added there. From there, they've been quick. They've definitely been quick, but I think back to the last race where they had moments, and if not for a penalty, I think they would have been in the fight for the podium, if not a win. Ultimately, still fourth. Third, second, and fourth. That's how things have gone for them after round number one. They just need some consistency to go with their pace.
Yeah, no one doubts them as being quick, and this is kind of, I feel like, what we've seen in some previous seasons as well. Seeing them race in the Stellara LMP2, that it either, it is a good points haul, or occasionally they just find themselves with damage, with problems. And it is a result sheet at the end of the season that can kind of look like that. It's an interesting view and an interesting place to be in strategically at the moment for them.
We got the word from race control as well that it wasn't that the penalty and the severity of the penalty was due to the fact that it was a rejoin that caused the collision. One of the things that the stewards really take a dim view of, and that's why it's the first stop and hold penalty that we saw today. Cutting the way past just a little bit of traffic as they come in towards Copse Corner. Still marveling at some of the racing that we saw through there in the first hour of the race, where, well, we were 2 wide more than one time. I think maybe even 3 wide back in the pack we might have missed, given how frenetic everything really was in those first 15-20 minutes. Those first 2 passes through traffic in that first half hour really were a mad scramble for track position. No fight put forth from the Simsa Esports car as Ross Woodford will move himself up into 13th. The main target for today now will likely be to get up into the top maybe 7 and just secure a good points haul. They're 40-odd seconds back from 4th position, so likely going to be a large task to try and work their way forward. Redline are doing a good job, Lorenzo, though, of pulling away and gapping now Williams Esports behind. It's a 6 and a bit odd second gap. It's come down slightly since the pit window, yes, but don't forget that Hoffman probably came out on a similar fuel load to Mike Partington. They are 7 laps offset in terms of stints. Williams, of course, having come down in slightly earlier. Somewhat similar in terms of the fuel time, though.
I was going to mention, they need to come to the pit stop, I think, on this lap. That's why the delta came down to 6 seconds. Of course, good job of Mike Partington to, try to cut himself through traffic and get the timing down a little bit to now what is 5.8 seconds separating between them. But then again, this offset of strategies is what is still confounding me a little bit. I still haven't. I know you mentioned it, Arjuna. You mentioned, cutting it the time short now. Whenever the track gets faceted, it's harder for you to save fuel. It's still that X factor for me. The question mark factor that I still do not understand fully if then Williams can pull it off at the end of the day.
We'll find out, that's for sure. Time will tell. Something I've just realized, it is about to be iRacing Build Week. It's week 12 in the official iRacing service. We've got some new things on the horizon. I'm sure David Haynes must have a decent old smile on his face because you've got a track from your local neck of the woods coming to iRacing.
Can you believe it? I've never in my life been to Winton, but I'm still pretty hyped for it.
Never been to Winton, really? Well, it's not that close to you, is it?
If you started drafting up a list, I mean, you'd have Phillip Island and Albert Park and Bathurst and several others before you quite got to Winton. I think it's a good circuit for a lot of the kind of racing that happens on iRacing, and I think we may have had this conversation a couple times before. It's not exactly the kind of circuit you would think about bringing Sports Car Open to with these, prototypes and GT3s, but for all of the other styles of racing that are incredibly popular on iRacing because they're good to drive in, your Mazda MX-5s and your Formula Vs, Skip Barbers, etc. and even a little faster than that towards GT4s and TCRs, etc. All of those are, I think, going to be pretty damn good to race at Winton.
Now, have you ever been to Sandown?
Don't think so. No.
Okay, well, that's coming as well. Hashtag soon.
I'll
Which
just never go
track
to
do you
any more
prefer?
race tracks, and iRacing will keep scanning them.
Exactly. That's clearly what we need to see.
By the way, I need to ask, which track do you rate it's best? Sandown or Winton?
I think Sandown is bigger in the Australian sort of motorsport psyche and history. You know, plays host to a little bit more endurance racing. Has previously, in the 80s, played host to Group C and stuff, which was pretty interesting to see some of the old replays of that.
I mean, Sandown's hosted the Aussie GP as well. It's seen the likes of Jack Brabham, Jim Clark win there. Yeah, I think I'd agree that Sandown's probably, maybe not just within Australia, a bit more of a big name, but even in global motorsports. Of course, don't discount the fact that we might even get the new supercars.
I mean, I think everyone kind of expects that, what the timeline is and when and how, but, you know, we're now 3 bordering on 4 generations deep in supercars teams and management supplying data to iRacing to build them, so you'd have your fingers crossed and you'd hope.
Yeah, the new generation, of course, pushed back another year, so we'll see that on track. Not midway through this year, which was always going to be an interesting proposition if we're being completely honest. We'll see it hopefully in 2023. Similar news as well with IndyCar and the new hybrid engines being pushed back to 2024. Hopefully to coincide with a new chassis as well. I think that would be a much needed thing to work on. Here's a look at a replay, by the way, for the Maniti 115. No contact with Altus from behind. That's just a tail-happy Lamborghini Huracan, and has to bide his time to get out just in front of, or just behind, I should say, the Apex Tech LMP2 car. Just watch here. Maybe it's on the downshift where that car goes, because it looked okay on the entry to the corner, but snapped around on him as he tried to get it slowed down in time. Back to IndyCar. Certain Will Buxton of Drive to Survive fame has stirred up some controversy.
Okay.
Whoa! Don't care about Indy cars? You're in the wrong booth to say that.
No. I love IndyCar. I love the racing.
Fair.
I watched all of it. I don't care what Will Buxton has to say about that or many other things as well.
No, and I think that's probably fair, to be completely honest, David, because I'm not sure if you did see, but what he said was, because he was in St. Petersburg for the first race of 2022, where Scotty Mack took victory and delighted fans around the world, including yours truly, but he said that in talking to the paddock, everyone that he talked to basically was not a fan of the aero screen and would rather have the halo. And in response to that, basically every driver that has responded to that on Twitter includes Dalton Kellett, Marcus Arison, Will Power, and I'm forgetting 3 or 4 other people that have said that. They've all said, David, that they'd rather have the aero screen.
I wonder if there's some kind of cultural disconnect that may have happened. Not that Mr. Buxton's unfamiliar with the racing landscape in the USA.
No.
Didn't he host NBC's F1 coverage?
I think he did.
For quite a while?
I think he did. What do you think about the aero screen, though? I maintain it makes the cars look like fighter jets. I'm not saying I don't like the halo. I love it as a safety innovation, but I think A, the aero screen looks better, B, it protects from more things.
The silhouette of the aero screen is not bad. Not bad at all. Obviously, the reason IndyCar went down that particular path is due to the Indy 500 and the speeds and dangers and peculiarities of oval racing. The biggest problem obviously, is the ventilation and the heat and the circulation and the aerodynamics of it. So the path that they've then gone to, as that's getting pretty close amongst our GT friends, but it's not working out for Tim Matska, that the path that they've gone down for some of the street circuits in certain temperatures, mandating that thing that swirls the air more, that's a good decision. It just needs a tiny bit of tweaking around the airflow and making everyone run the same setup for it, rather than there being some advantage in hotboxing your Indy car.
Different sort of hotbox is the one I'm thinking about now. Lorenzo, I mean, the reality is as well, it was a safety device attached to a car that was not designed for it, right? The chassis was not designed for that. I saw that Williams Esports was stationary. That is the best result that they could have hoped for from any type of incident. Still going, no damage into the final chicane. Ate Kauppinen's had a bit of a moment. That, for the entire team at Williams, would have been a big old heart-and-mouth moment.
Yeah, and for your tires, it's basically this May, right? Because you're, in a sense, let me just grab it over here. Is it your first lap? You're in your out lap and you already have a little bit of a spin. You have to lock up the tires, go sideways, burn up the right-hand side tires. You kind of missed the braking point a little bit, looks like it. Or did he take evasive actions to avoid going to the back of the
No, I think he missed his braking point and so then had to try and take some avoiding action.
Yeah, but anyway, that's grabbing the words of one Lewis McLeay is suboptimal.
It is. I'm picking up what you're putting down, to quote another thing that Lewis McLeay said. I forgot to mention it while Will was still on the broadcast, but he said something which reminded me of something Lewis said at one point, which is the most blindingly obvious thing that you can say in motorsport, which is, well, the gap's either going to increase, it's going to stay where it is, or it's going to go down. Pat on the back, yes, Lewis, you are right. One of the three possibilities will happen.
Great analysis there.
The great Murray Walker lives on.
Lewis is not going to mind that comparison, that's for sure. While we're talking about this, the gap between Dion Fiallo and Dominic Hoffman is up to a gargantuan 28 seconds, even with the slight advantage that Movano may have in terms of the cycle of pit stops. That is basically a full pit stop in terms of the time you stop in the box at this point in time. If it keeps growing at this rate, David, Team Redline are looking to walk away with victory here.
Yeah, they're crazy quick at this point of the race right now. A 1:45.9 last lap for Team Redline. No one else is close. You're seeing a lot of 47s, 48s as everyone else navigates their way through the traffic around the track, and you hardly ever get a completely clean lap once you're this far into the race as a prototype. But for this car, they're not quite keeping up. Joshua Chin's not going to match that pace either. He's facing the wrong way for private label Team Hype.
Oh, at least it's not an issue on pit lane for Joshua Chin. That will be one relief for him in that Tommy Milner powered car. See if we can figure out what happened to the King of Chins through, I would guess, the village section based on where we picked him up. Let's see.
I want to call it turn 3. It's that right hander, the first of the sharp ones. You're going to see that right here.
And is it contact with Simsa? Now, Private Label and Team Hype and Simsa, not really the friendliest of teams when it comes to what happened during the ISOWC. Get a better look from up above. That's the ASR Able Lamborghini. And yeah, there's a bit of air, but I would argue that was contact.
I didn't actually see that initial part of it, so I'm seeing this, again for the first time, and whoa.
Simsa's always running out wide there. Yes, they slow it down in time to get to the corner, but they are tracking out. They're not tight to the apex, and yeah, it was race control's decision ultimately. I'm glad I'm not the one that makes the decisions, that's for sure. But I don't know, Lorenzo. I think that's as much as I would love to say that's Josh's fault, don't get me wrong, that's the IndyCar beef coming out of me, but I don't think I can. We'll get back to that, though, because that's Team 180 around at the very same section of track. Seems to be a magnet for danger is that little right-left section.
Yeah, because the car is slightly light when you come into the braking, because you come from a fast section of turn right, then turn left, going to braking, then have to carry the car one side. Was there any contact? Was that the...
No, it's that's DC Sim Protostar. After a great qualifying for Ferris Stanley, that is just a little bit aggressive from the Indonesian driver. Ride from the top of the roof with the 120, and you'll see he doesn't just escort the BMW off the track, but I think that's an LMP2 car that gets a bit of a ding as well.
I don't know if there was much contact for the P2, but they definitely take avoiding action necessarily here. They're watching what's happening down the left-hand side and have to get all the way out there.
There's definitely, there's contact. I think you're right, though. Probably not the largest of contacts. Those P2 cars, David, are fairly tanky.
It's Virtual Drivers LDLC, wasn't it?
Yes.
Tibowani, who's currently 9th in class.
A team that has been quietly consistent and impressive over the course of the season. Points in every single race. Missed out on the top 10 last time out, but they are tied with the 33 SRC Movano Corsa machine. That's a pretty impressive showing from them, as here comes Team Redline onto pit lane. Do we see Dominic Hoffman step out, Lorenzo?
If he doesn't step out, that would be appalling at best.
So he's done 3 hours and 35. Oh, sorry, he's done 2 hours and 25 minutes. We've got 3 hours and 35 to go. Into the box he comes. Now, Ate Kauppinen, there was a full service swap around there, so even a full service for Hoffman would get them out in front of that Williams Esports Fanatic car. Dion Fiallo cycles to the race lead, but still no driver change, it looks like, happening for Dominic Hoffman. So looks like they're going to be splitting this race in half. Interesting call from the red line number 70 car, as they'll work themselves up to speed. Still going on, by the way, fight between Satellite Racing and Yassit Pirelli, but we are expecting Arturo Melgar to drag in that 64 car to pit road in a lap or two's time. Is there damage to the shark fin on that Yassit car, or is the Pirelli logo just not centered properly?
How shady are you trying to throw? It looks fine to me.
I'm just saying, for a moment there, as Redline's going to come out right in the thick of this fight. That is not where they want it to be. That Pirelli logo either looks stretched or there's damage.
So, there is damage. There is damage on the back end of the car. I am looking at it, and there is some damage on the right-hand side. The damage... Alright, the fin is slightly bent. I'm not gonna lie, it is slightly bent outwards to the right-hand side, it looks like it. But how much that is affecting the car, I really don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm glad it's not just me being completely blind, but that's definitely there. Let's take a look at how the points are standing. Yes, we're in the middle of the cycle, so it's not the ideal time to look at it from the prototype's perspective, but can see it's still a 3-horse fight. The 32, by virtue of that penalty, are going to effectively be out of the championship equation. Remember, it's 25 points for a victory, so I mean, hypothetically, they're still on course for a top 3 if luck was to go their way and misfortune was to find some of the cars out front, but they are well and truly out of it. In the GTs, we'll talk to you about how things are shaking up here. Bilo would be in control heading to that final 6-hour dash in Watkins Glen, upstate New York. Urano have fought their way up to 2nd. BS Competition would be 3rd. That disappointing qualifying performance for them and for the Zebras, David, that put them down in 20th to start this race. That's just not good enough in a class as strong as this GT class is.
I mean, it's incredibly numerous, isn't it? It's 28 cars today. It's been, you know, as much as 30. And the points are only played up top. So it is definitely a class that's needed drivers and teams to be up front and consistent and have pace at all the different kinds of circuits that we've been to.
That was the knock that we were saying about Biela in the early stages of the season. It was that, you know, they needed qualifying to go their way a little bit more, even though Sven was fantastic at pulling out some hard charging opening stints to try and, you know, gain back some of that ground, Lorenzo. The qualifying that we saw for them, you know, the turn of pace in 2022, that's what's really put them in control of this championship.
Yeah, I think it is a clear-cut example of not always bad qualifying turns into bad races, right? They got bad lemons and they made a really good lemonade at the end of the day. They deserve to be at the top spot. It does show that regularity at the end of the day does prove to be the best outcome. You know, getting good results at the end of the day does prove you to be up in the top. And the win they actually got on the last race was very much needy for them. But looking at the scope right now, it kind of does leave a two-way battle for the championship going at Glen, where I think it's a track that kind of favors Lamborghinis of sorts. Because you're going to be in traffic for quite a while, and I don't know if the Porsche can perform on a track like that, but I can be proven wrong. I haven't checked the official IMSA results to attest my statement.
Do note, of course, there's a build coming out next week. Might that change around some of the balance of performance baselines that the series has to deal with? That might very much be a factor that we'll have to look at. Penalty has come down to Simsa Esports number 6 for that contact with the private label Team Hype. Seems pretty slam dunk there. So drive-through penalty goes the way of Simsa. Let's talk about Biela, who have closed the gap by about a second in the last 12 or so laps. So chipping away just like Alexei Nesov was to open the gap. Now it's Sven Haase who is reeling it back in, who's been in there since the start of the race as well. But they got a new livery. David, I mean, we loved the old Biela liveries that would add local flair for the special events. They had kangaroos for Bathurst. They had stars and stripes for some of the IMSA special events. Peaches, for example, as well for Petit Le Mans. But new look, same car, going pretty fast as well. I do like this one. It's got that Biela flair, and it's still distinctive, but it's new. It's fresh.
It's a bit brighter as well. I mean, you've got days like today where it's overcast. You've got races through the night where, sure, the livery might look cool, but might be a little on the dark side. This has lightened it up. It's lighter blues rather than they sort of had this sort of really deep blue colours with their, you know, yellow highlights. Now we're at a lighter blue and almost bits of teal on the nose, etc.
I do like it. It's another iLiveries masterpiece. One winning the VCO Simi Award for Hall of Famer. What's happened here? I saw a big puff of smoke coming out on track, and that is some Tony Hawk-esque lifting up into the air and trying to go for a stunt. One more look at it, and we'll jump on board with Joshua Chin and just ride from his perspective. It's all on Josh, I think, Lorenzo, there.
Saying that if that's not on Josh, I would be appalled. I would be shocked to say that it isn't on him. Of course, got pinched in at the exit of the boxes. Yeah, sure, but if you're Josh, and he probably knows well enough that the car is going to track out a little bit to the middle. I mean, the T3 car, so you could have waited a little bit. So I'm already called 911 to report a murder on Joshua Chin.
Now, which of the Maniti cars was that? Now, one thing to note is that's the Simsa car that I think had just finished serving its penalty, if I am correct there. So it's a bit of a weird moment. That's It's a close call for Team 75. That's who it is. Let's jump on board with them and grab a look. So it was the T3 car that was running up at the front of the field. That's Tim Matska, the big Tim Matska behind the wheel. This is going to be a perfect view of everything that goes on there. Lifted up into the air. You'd question if that right rear suspension has sustained some significant damage. And the battle then for third, fourth. Well, the 101, the car that put it on pole to start things off today here. Well, looking on a recovery drive, a damage limitation drive for next 3 hours and 25 odd minutes. Almost at the halfway marker of the race. Next up, we'll go to Watkins Glen as well, David, which is... Lorenzo talked about how it might favor the Porsche or the Lamborghini, excuse me, in terms of the balance of performance. But the thing that I think about Watkins Glen is how close you can run for long periods of time, because you have so much draft, because while there are some slow speed corners, it's not as technical as Silverstone, for example, and it's a bit more wide open, a bit more flowing. We might see a lot more close racing than we are seeing, for example, today.
I mean, even the slowest corners aren't quite as slow as, you know, these hairpins here at 3 and 4. You know, you got toe of the boot, you got some other places there that are slow-ish corners, and definitely in the boot section a little bit slower and a little bit more technical than around the rest of the track, but still relatively high average speeds, very flowing, and massively quick up the hill from the exit of turn 1 all the way up through those S's and what feels like an eternity really long run towards the bus stop, because everything's a bus stop.
Well, technically it's called the inner loop. It's not actually the bus stop. We call it the bus stop, but you're right.
It's all bus stop.
It's all bus stop. Inner, outer. It's not the bus stop at Daytona anymore, though, David.
It is if you still keep calling it a bus stop.
It's like at Spa, right, where they change the corner name so frequently that you just call it what they used to be called.
Inner loop bus stop. Le Mans chicane bus stop. Final chicane bus stop.
Anywhere else?
Cops.
Oh! And Maniti again! And Daniel Ferguson has nowhere to go. What does Tim Matska need to do to buy some luck? That is more atrocious driving in a race where I've said stupidity more times than I care to be thinking about it in an SEO race. Again, that is absolutely ludicrous.
3 cars involved there, some of them finding the barrier, quite a lot of damage all around.
Incredible. I am actually lost for words right now.
Why?
What happened?
So
why did you go for a gap that never existed?
You see here, yeah, I mean, it's one of the Orion cars. Now, I didn't pick up exactly which one. I'll grab a better look here. It's the 3, so it was Ilka Happela who was behind the wheel, and Ilka knows better. Ilka knows better than that. Incredible.
Tim, he needs a priest. He needs to get blessed. It's every single race they get into an incident.
And Ilka's trying to back out of that one as well. Like you can see, he's realizing that he's not going to be able to go for that gap, but he just... I don't even know at this point. I don't even know. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Call 911. Report a murder. Race control has plenty to look through. But no matter what happens there, I mean, it doesn't help Maniti. It doesn't help them out at all. And that's something that I was talking about earlier, David, before you came and joined us, is within sim racing, there's this expectation that race control is going to set the standards. And that needs to change. Standards are set by the teams, by the drivers, what they think is acceptable racing. Yes, we know that competitors are always going to push the limits. That's the reality of racing, whether it's virtual or real. But responsibility does not fall on race control to set acceptable standards. It falls on race control to police standards, yes, but to set the standards that can only be done by the teams and drivers.
That was pretty messy. You know, racing is a weird thing compared to other popular, you know, types of sport where if this is a football game and, you know, team A breaks the rules, they get a penalty that helps team B maybe win it. In a race like this, you've got dozens of teams. There's no penalty that gives Maniti anything back.
There's no penalty that makes their car magically fixed either, is there? And I'm about to blow my top right now. I am actually about to flip out because I'm going to show you a replay of something that has just happened to ASR Able. This is Simsa Esports broadsiding them into the wall. Unacceptable. This is getting ridiculous.
Which AlphaTauri found that same wall?
Wasn't it Kvyat who had this tire go down, the left rear or something?
Yeah, lost it in the left-hander, yeah.
Now, Simsa's going to argue that, you know, they had enough speed and overlap to make it happen. But, I don't know. I don't even know at this point.
Go ahead.
If the expectation is just for the GT car to always move out of the way, that's not on. The GT car has to turn in there. The GT car's running his normal line.
Here's the thing. Even though you have overlap, you need to be safe on your moves, so you got to give him a little bit of distance. And if you miss by a slight margin, and you can see he even used the sausage curve going into the turn itself, so if he goes a little bit extra, he misses the curve completely into the and he can spin the car during the braking going into Beckett's. But I don't like it. I don't like this one bit, you know. And I think Van Hassa was saying that on the SEO Discord prior to the race, because you have so much speed difference, and I think I even brought it up a little bit. You have so much speed difference into the cars coming to these fast hand corners. It's so easy to misjudge, but even if you try to misjudge, for example, with Ilka, he knows he did it wrong and he tried to back out of it, but still it was a wrong move. In there, man, you probably should know better when you come to the turn that the guy is going to be by the apex when you are about to hit the entry of the corner, and you're not going to be able to make it side by side clearly. So that is not going to be 15 seconds, as it is not a rejoin, but definitely a 10-second. And I don't like this one bit. You know, you're trying to push the limits, but there's a certain limit of being aggressive and being reckless, right?
Let us know what you think about what's going on here by jumping into our YouTube chat. Let us know on the hashtag IRSCO as well, who you're cheering on, who you're supporting. And to answer the question that Andrew Caron had posted and posed earlier, how many GT cars are even going to be left at the end of this race? Because we might be down to now 20, and one by one, they are falling by the wayside. Maxime Briant had come down onto pit road last time by. He has emerged behind Impulse in their 56, who is coming actually down to pit now, so we'll release Mr. LMP2 back out onto track. It was a full service. Briant took over the car from Dion Fiallo. Dominic Hoffman still in that car, so likely going to be doing another double stint before he hands that car over to his teammate to take it to the end. It is Redline who lead then by about 11 seconds. there, then an extra 24 seconds clear of Milvano. And one thing that, Lorenzo, you had kind of been looking at the history books about Watkins Glen. You think Redline would look good no matter what the championship situation is, but they are looking likely to be the favorites heading into Watkins Glen in the race itself.
Yeah, it's a track that I know Patty Wolf drives really well. Dom drives really well in there as well. I'm trying to remember who's the third driver for Redline that participates in the car sometimes. But all Redline drivers drive really well. The 6 hours, I think, might be the best example we can grab. Haven't they won all categories, if I recall correctly? They clean swept the 6 hours of Glen last year, though not SCO but iRacing. So it's a track they know how to handle traffic. They know how to be fast in it. They know how to work the strategies. And because now you have only 2 cars instead of 3 like last year, it's not that it opens up, but I think it falls right in what Redline likes to do. You know, play with the fuel strategies, try to be effective as they pretty much want. So it's a nightmare scenario for Milvano, even though they are fast in it, but they have to do something extra at Watkins Glen so they can win this championship. And with that difference in points right now, it's very hard.
Reality is, after those first 2 races, Milvano were on top of the world. Now they are on the back foot. It's going to be hard to try and play any sort of shot. It's going to put them back into contention. It might take a Redline disaster for them to be back in the swing of the championship hunt.
I've got 110 laps to go, and almost everyone in LMP2 doing 22 lap stints. So from right now, you're thinking 5 stints to go. And Maxime Briant is 2 laps in the car right now. If they can stretch out 1 stint or 2 stints though, they might be able to, you know, stop a little shorter than some others. I don't know. It's tough to know exactly how many laps there will be left depending on the pace, etc. But I don't think we've got a whole lot of field games going on for GT. There could still be some for Prototype here.
I think the fuel games in GT are more about how short can you make the final stop. I think that's likely what we're seeing there in Prototype. Even though there are some alternate strategies, I don't think the strategies are going to be enough for that gap, at least between Redline and Milvano, to come down. It might be enough. It might be between Williams and Redline as things run. A bit of interesting facts for those of you that like to refer to the history books. Redline and Milvano have been bouncing race wins back and forth since the season opener of last year. It was Race Clutch that took the 12 hours of Sebring. Milvano won then at Monza in a 4 hours duel. Redline won at the Nürburgring after that to bounce back. Silverstone, Interlagos, both went to Milvano. Redline took the win in the final 2 races at Spa and Road America on the way to the end of the championship. Of course, Milvano took the first 2 races this year. Redline have taken the next 2 races after that. And if Redline wins here today, they would be the first team to win 3 in a row in overall championship honors. You can look at other categories to see teams that have actually managed to do that. You look at, for example, Pure Racing Team. Of course, now many of the members part of Redline in the GT category in the 3rd season of this championship. In GT again in Season 2, Williams won 4 in a row. Vendaval cleaned everyone out in the inaugural season in the GT category. Antti Kaidasoa and Santeri Kekkonen winning all 5 of the races back when they were just 4-hour races, before we added lengthier races to our agenda. So a little bit of history going that way. 4 different winners this season in GT. If Urano wins, it would be 5 in 5. What a roller coaster season it's been in that category. Coming towards the halfway marker of this race, there's still plenty of chatter going on about how the risk versus reward of traffic management, Lorenzo. the ridiculous, or the crazy thing rather, I should say, I'm still hung up on some of the driving standards though, but the crazy thing is we saw less incidents in the first couple of times through traffic than we've seen these last hour, 90 minutes or so.
Yeah, especially when it comes into those crunch times. If it is something like final lap and you have to risk a move, then it's kind of justifiable, because it is like, it's not even justifiable. It's, I would say it's somewhat dumb, but you're trying to go for the glory and you want to cut as much time as you can, but it's still very low chance. I put in chat low risk. It is a high risk maneuver. It's my mistake, but just a quick typo. But that's where I say traffic management, not many people can do, but it's an even lower number how many people can do it effectively. For example, I pick on Maxime way too much as like the cream of the crop of knowing how to do those things properly, even though he made a small mistake, a big mistake actually at Spa. But he's a guy that gets out quick, knows how to do it as well. Patty knows how to do that as well and effectively. So the amount of drivers that can do that in an elite level is really low, really, really low. So I don't know if it is technique or mental readiness or something like that, but it's a topic that is never going to die once we bring it up.
Fun battle at the tail end of the top 10 in your prototypes. Virtual drivers by LDLC and Marshall Hubert. The first car 1 lap down has in his rear view mirrors both the Impulse 56 and the T3 by Maniti 78 car that had its own penalty slightly earlier, David. These two working their way through the traffic, having a wonderful fight amongst the three of them.
Yeah, and it was just a little bit of contact back there in turn 4 between the Maniti prototype there and one of the Porsche GTs that they were near. It's cost them a tiny bit of time. The battle that carries on between LDLC and Impulse.
On board with the 56 car and Lasse Urainen as into Maggots and Beckett's they go. We mentioned this earlier as well, David, but the new track limits that have come to this track and many others, and that partnership with the Mercedes AMG Formula One team, it really does change the way that you can attack some of the corners, including Maggots and Beckett's. For example, the very end of that complex coming onto this long hanger straight, you used to be able to run a little bit wider. You can't do that anymore, and it means you've got to be so much more precise. Even when you've got downforce like you do have in these prototypes, it's easier said than done.
Good. I like when the lines of the track.
David Haynes, shots fired at certain series. So
I don't even know. I'm shooting indiscriminately.
So you're telling me you don't like IndyCar track? Oh, it's not even IndyCar. NASCAR track limits at the Circuit of the Americas.
No.
To be fair, the only reason I like them is because the amount that I struggle through that penultimate corner to get the car turned in. It just doesn't want to turn in, but I'm a bad driver.
I like that they got sponsors written in various parts of the runoff, but the runoff is allowed to be the racetrack, so why not just paint sponsors right on top of the regular amount of racetrack?
Don't give them ideas, David. don't give them ideas.
Coming in NASCAR in 2023.
Do not suggest things like that. You will see it happen. Couple of penalties to speak of. For the private label Team Hype, there is a drive-through penalty for that contact with Maniti. Josh Chin has already put his hands up and said, yeah, that was not my fault. I did not mean to do that. And also, I think it was a little bit of blindsiding with that Simsa car that was serving its drive-through penalty and coming out of pit lane. I think just miscommunication, misunderstanding, Josh Chin making the mistake there. There's also a 10-second stop and hold for that incident down into turn 1, Lorenzo. The old turn 1.
Yeah, the old turn 1, which is cops, and let's be honest, we're not surprised at all at that one, aren't we? Ilka knew he was in the wrong. He still accelerated because the contact would have been inevitable, so it happened. Now pay the price. That's all you got to do. Pay the price for the atrocity that you committed.
Arjuna, tell me you wouldn't tune in to watch an exhibition race on a circuit entirely paved with
No, I
crushed
would.
cans.
Don't forget that I'm also a big fan of what we did during the race against the flood, where we sold corner names for donations. Were you on commentary for that, David?
Negative.
No, okay, I got confused. We found the track map a while back. I'll have to try and dig through the archives to see if I can find the track map for the 3/4 George Simmons ring, but you had wonderful corners named such as the Marladrome, because Marla came in and put in a chunk of money. A corner named after myself that I'm not going to say on air because it's not entirely PG, but think about my last name and some of the fun things that you can do with it, and you could come up with some corner names. I like that. I would love if at some point iRacing let us design our own elements, like sponsor banners, for example, right? They update them for
Bathurst, but not the splash screen as you load in.
Or that as well. But imagine if we could make it the RaceSpot elbow, for example. See what I'm getting at? You get what I'm putting down here?
Yeah.
You picking it up?
Yeah.
Will Vincent bend?
Yes, you see. The Chaos Cutting, sponsored by Max Verstappen.
We need a corner where I would be the kill corner.
Yes, Lorenzo Bonda's kill corner. Literally and figuratively.
Yeah, both of them. Now, what? All right, I lost my train of thought.
Jimmy Broadbend.
Ooh.
Nice.
That sounds like a racetrack, to be honest, though. The bend has a new name. Get the checkbook out, Jimmy.
I remember one thing. The one big takeaway I can also take from that race from the flood is one Peter Mackay singing "Toxic." Was that Toxic?
No,
Baby,
it was.
Hit me, baby.
No, wasn't it Backstreet Boys as well? I'm pretty sure it was.
too.
I think it was Backstreet Boys. I will dig out the clip at some point and I will post it on Twitter again. Question: who's in the 70? Currently, it's still Dominic Kaufman behind the wheel. He's been in there since the start. Almost 3 hours and counting. Should be in there for a single more stint after this one. 5 laps before we expect him down on pit road. Then likely to hand that car over to Paddy Wolf to take it to the end of the race. I had a great comment that I was about to say and now I've completely forgotten it, so clearly it wasn't that good.
Was it about corner names?
No, I don't think it was. That's the thing.
For shame.
I know.
It would have been the track name.
No, it wasn't that either.
By the way, I got a question to you. I received the image on a Discord not too long ago of a track, of a combination of tracks. Go ahead.
Is this what I think this is? Go ahead. No, go ahead.
The French countryside track.
No, it's not that.
Combined, they cut part of the big straight and they added the Daytona track in it. So
No.
it's
What I'm thinking about was... So, for those who play the Formula One games with a controller, you'll know the pain of fast sweeping left, for example, Maggots and Beckett's, trying to be precise through there. Now imagine a track which is only fast sweeping corners stitched together across of the Formula One calendar. It was glorious. It was fantastic. You go from the center S's at Interlagos straight into the second sector at Mexico, for example, then into Maggots and Beckett's. It's great. I loved it. It was so fascinating, but also so infuriating to watch and to imagine how you'd actually get through there.
It would have been the Rainbow Road for
Yes.
the Rainbow Road Paradise for controllers.
Although, having said that, have you guys ever tried to drive iRacing with a controller?
No.
No.
I haven't driven with a controller, but I haven't driven with a keyboard.
Interesting. We should really make a commentary race where you have to drive with a controller. I think that sounds like top tier entertainment.
Commentators race.
Yes, coming up soon. It will be broadcast live as well. More details to come. But Lorenzo, penalty for the number 6 car for Simsa for that moment with the ASR Able team into Magus and Beckett. How long is the stop and hold though?
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it wasn't like I said, it wasn't a rejoin per se. So the penalty would have been obviously at that 10-second trash hold. So not surprised at all. Truly deserved though.
Yep, and they're going to come straight down to the pit road to serve that penalty. This battle still goes on for 8th. There's a couple of close fights in GT. 5th between Williams and Pure Sims. Daniel Ferguson might have a lick of damage on the front, but it's not holding him up too much as he sticks behind Luis Najer. You've also got the Maniti T3 car, the 101, that's being chased down, by Valkyrie in the 157. There's also Impulse in the 105 there. Lamborghini trying to get past Ferris Stanley in the DC Sim Protostar 120. Altus Esports just have gotten past Team 180 and their BMW, so there's plenty of action up and down through the field. As towards the halfway marker we go, towards another cycle of pit stops for your GT competitors. Core Sim Race and Carl Janssen have come down to the lane this time. By now, we do expect, other than maybe for Govan Keeney in that PGZ 114, for just a 2-tire stop in your GT field. Because if we take a look at the track conditions, it is starting to cool off, David. So double stints very much on the cards, and likely then double stints for everybody. The question really will be for PGZ, do they go bold and do they try and triple stint tires from this point of the race to the end? It will be bold, but I mean, might be possible.
We love when they go bold, because we don't know what's going to happen, and neither do they. So, yeah, I wonder what might happen there for the 114. Top of the hour, first pit stop, and it's from the leader class.
Oh, it is. It's Nicholas Laubish. Now, that gap had come down to about 7.5 seconds, so 1.5 seconds was the amount that Sven Haase was able to reel on in. There comes that Wheeler Lamborghini to take over the race lead for the time being. Gonna potter around for a couple more laps at the very least, you would suspect. Replay as well of something that's happened to... Is that a technical failure for DC Sim Protostar Racing?
I think they might have just gotten scared. I think they might have gotten scared there. You had the...
Oh, no, that's contact.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Satellite Racing, I do believe, in the 64. Now, who's behind the wheel of that car right now? It's Sai Andra, and if you ride on board with him, you'll just see he's trying to thread the needle. The gap was always closing.
His finger with that needle.
Yeah, no, that gap's always closing. One more look, and let's slow it down, and let's try and look from up above, David. I think he could have got that done. I just don't think he realized it. Yeah, he could have gone left a bit earlier and only jinked when it was basically making inevitable contact there.
Yeah, it's tough to work out. Did he need to be in that situation to then have to try to cut between them? Was it possible to have just stayed to the left? The Exeter Cops, it's hard to know when you approach there at such speed in these cars. You know, they're in 6th gear, as you see, for the prototypes, and they don't really lift out until the second apex there. So you approach with such huge speed relative to the GTs. The track kind of goes single file through there, but without it immediately being a braking zone. So everyone's trying to carry speed at a point where the functional racing line pinches down as well. And the biggest hit there goes to Iron Man.
I like that. Well, at least they survive. Looks like Go Vankini in that PGZ 114 is down to the lane. So is Pure Sims in the 116. So they're just past the top of the hour, but Haase continues to potter around. They've been the one doing some of the more impressive fuel saving. The most impressive of them all, though, really has been Valkyrie in the 157. You'd expect them to go 2, maybe 3 laps longer than even the guys that we're watching right now. Wouldn't be shocked if Haase does one more stint and then hands his car over to one of his teammates to take it to the end. It would likely be Hendrik Kroes to cycle his way to a potential victory if he can fight for 2 more hours. Close fight as well, just in front now of that GT leader between 2 cars that have served penalties. It's Orion and Ilkka Happila versus Simsa and Fabio Rauer. Excuse me, no, other way around. Simsa and the other Orion car, Bence Nemthi, behind the 15, so not the car that's had a penalty to serve right now. Through Maggots and Beckett's they come. One thing that I got very confused when this car first came out, Lorenzo, was the idea that having a higher front actually gives you a little bit more downforce. It's something we've seen a lot more recently with some of the other cars. A bit of a squiggle, but Bence Nemthi gets that position. Simsa, tries to fight it straight away.
Yeah, nearly trying to fight with the bumper-to-bumper going into Vale, but had to give away for the Orion car, so good move on them. But yeah, it's odd. It's really odd. I thought the same thing because we come from the HPD. The HPD doesn't have a big front, right? It's very low. The splitter, it's much lower than the splitter per se. So we thought, okay, there won't be too much downforce, even though it has the wing, it has the fins, it has the cut draft on the sides, cutting through the wing itself, on the bottom of the wings. So, yeah, it might not be wholly effective, but it proved us otherwise. But then again, I still think the HPD is the ultimate LMP2. Find me, I don't care.
I'll agree, having competed in that car in SEO competition. Here is... Oh, that's an off-track moment for the Apex Tech LMP. Ooh, that is a change of pants moment for Core Sim Racing. That was inches from disaster. Just understeering wide as he tries to take it 3 wide, and then just slow it down here. Millimeters between those cars, David.
I mean, it's fast through 1 and 2 there, isn't it? It's tough for anyone to change their lane, and we've seen that cause some accidents. We nearly saw it cause another one there as the car was coming out of the pit lane, and you had a bunch of drivers in front of our prototype driver.
That's the 114 for PGZ Motorsports. Biela still out there and tracking to go a couple extra laps longer. They're on lap 29 of their stint. Now the 114 did a full service, so bit of an interesting call there as...
More drama for Apex Tech.
Yeah, and that's with a GT3 car. I put 1 and 1 together and I get 2. Likely contact between the 2 of them, but we'll have to wait and see. For the race lead, oh well. This is the domination that Redline is presenting right now. Maxime Brient yet to come down onto pit lane, but Dominic Hoffman is already tucked up behind. Brient is 14 laps into the stint. Hoffman has just rolled out of pit road. Incredible, Lorenzo, from Redline.
Yeah, really incredible from Redline. They basically cut a 37-second difference or something like that up to nothing. And judging by what they actually pitted on the boxes, they underfueled again. So 26 seconds, not too much fuel. I would say maybe a lap or a lap and a half short of that. So on paper, they would be faster than the SRC car moving forward, but I don't know with the tire difference and all. I don't know if that's going to be the difference maker here at the end that Maxime can try to open up now in the second half.
And again, even if they're doing something slightly different on the strategy, the fact that they've been able to get the gap where it is, be right behind even after doing an extra pit stop, that's ominous. That is ominous. Meanwhile, out of pit lane, Sven Haase, yes, still in that car, 2 tires taken on the 145, but that gap, it's come down to 5 seconds, so about 4 seconds in total since Laubish jumped into the car has Haase been able to close. Alexei Nesov will be back in for the final 2 hours of the race, and that is where you'd expect the pace from the 191 to ratchet up once more. So more drama for Apex Tech Racing now, where the Satellite GT3 car is a little bit in front. And now, does he get loose? Does the Ferrari get loose and slow down, or is the closing speed just more than James Ebram realized here?
There is something weird about the speed and line of that Ferrari, but then it also does kind of just get run up the back of. So
from the onboard, it looks okay, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it looks like what you might want to do as a GT, which is just keep things a little tight on the exit of 3, to then let the prototype get down the inside of 4. But before that can happen, you get hit from behind at the apex of number 3.
Might have cost Williams Esports and the Fnatic LMP2 car just a little bit there as well. They were coming across the scene of the incident. Race control would have to take a look there. And David, you're saying that you want to see drama from PGZ Motorsports. Man, did you miss it in the first 15, 20 minutes?
That's a shame. I was at a birthday party, so it was alright. It was still alright.
Ah, okay. Fair enough. Hopefully a good time was had.
Yeah, man, we had like a giant Connect 4.
Ooh, interesting.
And I lost a lot of games of Connect 4. It's not chess, but it's still too complicated for me.
So,
you know, I'll say something about it. There's strategy, but it's not motorsport.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you can't figure out Connect 4 strategy, do we trust you when it comes to motorsport strategy? You tell us.
Yeah, no, I started doubting myself as well.
Gap between your GT leaders is now down to 4.3. Lorenzo, you postulated that maybe the Porsche's not great on tires. This is the stint where we would likely see that borne out.
Yeah, this is the one thing I really like to look for right now, because here's the thing. Ben, just out of the pit lane, gap is around 4.3 seconds. Now is the time to see if Nicholas Laubish does have that pace to either match Sven on the long run, even though he's 3 laps extra than Sven on his stint right now, and try to capitalize going into the final 2 hours of this race. Just doing quick mathematics here. Apparently 66%. So I did a calculations wrong. I have to get back on the calculator again. I calculated 60. But anyway.
It's all falling apart here in the strategy department.
Yeah, it's all falling apart, but Sven is catching up on this first quick lap. So let's see if the Porsche moving forward can do really good, because it looks like the Lamborghini might have the upper pace going forward right now.
So in a bit of a lull period, all bar Satellite Racing in your GTs have taken their third trip and third service on pit lane. And since BOP is such a hot button topic, I'll pose the question to those watching. I'll pose the questions to David and Lorenzo about how you can build BOP most effectively in sim racing. Because one thing that I think we have to realize is you don't, unless you're doing ballast, you know, success ballast, you aren't BOPing drivers. The goal is to BOP cars. And so, hypothetical example, let's say Josh Rogers and I are competing in a championship along with one another. If I'm doing laps in one car and Josh Rogers is doing lap in another car, you can't use that data to really develop a BOP. That's the reality. I am always going to be slower. The question of how much slower is the big question, I guess. But
probably a bit.
Probably a bit. Although, again, claim to fame, I qualified 1 second off the king of qualifying for the 2020 12 hours of Sebring with 90 minutes of total practice, including my race time. So, will always be a proud moment for yours truly. But you understand what I'm saying, David, right? It's hard to rely on laps done in like an official practice session as a true benchmark of balance of performance, even if you discount the possibility that teams are going to be doing some sandbagging. So with that said, how do you balance a sports car competition? It's not like the supercars, for example, right? The V8 supercars, where even though the Holden and the Ford are slightly different body shapes here on iRacing, they share the same underlying physics.
You really got out ahead of me right at the start of this by saying I couldn't say success ballast.
Well, again, and that's the thing. If you're going to do success ballast, that's a different thing, right? That's the place. It's got its place, for example, in British GT, to make ultimately gentleman-based championship a little bit fairer, right? That's not balancing the cars. That's balancing the drivers. How do we balance the cars in a good way? Because we love the salt. We love the salt, David. That usually happens in the SEO Discord internally about the balance of performance when it's released, and drivers putting forth their own arguments as to why the BOP is, fair, unfair. But there's never a suggestion about how we can do the process better.
It sounds a lot like Fernando Alonso at times, fantastic, made the engine so much worse, amazing.
GP2 engine, GP2 engine. Oh, poor Maniti. Poor Maniti. We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that because, well, it happened again. Now, there is...
Someone stop sticking pins in the scale Lamborghini they've got at home.
Now, it is fair to say there's a decent amount of air, and I'll also say that you can't make the move in the initial part of Maggots and Beckett's. I think you can make it in some of the later parts as long as you do it right and there's cooperation from both sides, which I'm not going to comment if there was cooperation or not. I'm just saying that it is hypothetically possible, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look if there was cooperation. Well, here's the thing. Apparently there is some overlap going for the Heat car going into Chapel. But they got so close that the air was there between both drivers. And the thing is, you cannot catch too much the Chapel part of the chicane. Not part of the chicane, but the AstroTurf, right? If you cut way too much, I think if you go 2 tires in it, you get probably the chunkiest slowdown in this track, which is, I think, right about 2 seconds or 2-something seconds in this track. So, I don't know, man. I really don't know about this one. I really don't.
And Race Control will be the ones to take a look at it. Lorenzo, and going back to the BOP, the more data you get, the better. But I think what you need is, for example, Josh Rogers going and driving a BMW, a Porsche, a Mercedes, and then understanding where he's finding speed in each of the cars. Because, again, going back to the benchmark, if I do laps in a Mercedes and Josh does laps in a Mercedes, you're going to see there's a big difference.
Yeah, I agree. I think I have a better solution. Give a ton of balance for each car and let them do it out on the track and see who the best driver is.
But
get Pedro De La Rosa to do 200 lap simulator runs and everything.
So what we need now is not just drivers registered as official members of a series, but you need drivers registered explicitly as balance of performance drivers.
Yeah. Who else? Yeah, let's get Anthony Davidson to just bang out hella simulator laps.
Yeah, no, I mean you could do that hypothetically. Now, would the teams be happy about that? Probably not. It's also then a lot of data for the stewards and, the guys putting together the balance of performance to try and figure out. So, that's one thing to consider. Or we just make class as a single make class. Kind of like what we used to see with the iRacing special events. Everyone in an Audi, everyone in a BMW. How about that? That's wonderful, isn't it? It ruins what we think about, what we love about sports car racing, the diversity, but I guess it puts everyone on an equal playing field, right? Sarcasm. If you couldn't tell.
Give half the team's factory support to run one car, half the team's factory support to run a different car, spin the wheel and see who gets a weight break each round.
Ooh, I like that random BOP.
Yeah.
See, that's the other thing. Right now that we've got the manufacturer involvements, it means that the BOP conversations become even more passionate and even more important, right? Because, for example, Urano are, now running as a Mercedes customer team, and so for the special events, we've only seen them run Mercedes in this year. And if SEO had started, after that partnership was dialed together, you would have likely seen them campaign to try and get the Mercedes in the field, right? Manufacturers as well don't want to see their cars going slow. So there's going to be pressure then from manufacturers to try and make things happen. And
well, maybe Mercedes should campaign to try to have the Evo in iRacing, or if I said too much.
No, we should, please. Please, let's do that.
No. There's one team
I need that whale shark grill.
I agree. But there's one team I can say who can make that complaint and still wouldn't get away with it. What about Team Fordzilla? They don't have a Ford.
Yeah, but, I mean, Mustang
2024.
GT3. Exactly, hashtag soon.
Yeah.
Hashtag soon. I mean, yeah, I think this BOP conversation is one that genuinely needs to be had and be had in a constructive way. I think a lot of actual BOP conversations just aren't constructive. There are people throwing memes back and forth and not adding to the conversation. It's one that needs to take place and needs to take place seriously, because sports car racing is becoming bigger across of the world, even in real motorsports, and we want to see it happen here on the sim as well, as Movano's going to come down to pit this time by, so Maxime Briant comes in for his first stop since getting into that car. But unless we want a single make sports car class, it's one that everyone needs to put their heads together and to try and dial in on an optimal solution. Gap between Urano and Biela is under 3 seconds. Nicholas Laubish is really starting to struggle, Lorenzo, and I'm wondering if part of the reason why they're coming in early is to try and maximize the drive time for Alexei Nesov, but you have been thinking about that maximum drive time for Alexei Nesov in particular. That's one that we're really going to be focusing on.
Yeah, because I've been doing like the mathematics and all, and I've been talking with the stewards. Of course, drive time is taken by individual drive laps driven, right? Not individually as driver, but as a team per se. So if we're grabbing by the lead lap of each category, and we're doing that by hours, you have approximately a delta of 4 hours of 66%. So it's either going to fall under the 4 hours or above, and it's going to be a very close margin in between. So what you're probably going to have to do with Labish, maybe extend an extra stint and hand the car back to Nesov for the final stint, and it's going to be sure a car that has some already wasted rubber. You cannot change tires, so you get an additional time loss. But we saw that at Bathurst, we saw that multiple tracks being done and can be done effectively. You just have to be prepared for it.
Did you guys know that apparently DTM is doing BOP with pit speed limits?
I almost don't care. That's interesting though.
But do you
really
remember DTM is GT3 now? That's why I think it's relevant.
That's why I think DTM isn't relevant anymore.
Yes, no, I agree with that, but I think the BOP conversation is still somewhat relevant.
So is British GT similar to Australian GT, where the driver who wins, or a team that wins Saturday, then has a longer minimum pit stop time on Sunday? Is that what they're doing, or is it something else?
No, that's a good question. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I know from round to round that if you win, you get 15 or something random number added to your weight for the next round. And if you keep winning, you get more and more weight.
All right, I don't think Australian does the weight, but they do add to the minimum pit stop time, which sometimes, depending on safety cars or not, can be very interesting.
Drive-through penalty for the Apex Tech LMP1 car for that moment with the Satellite Racing GT3. So Race Control believes that everything was normal for that Ferrari until it wasn't. I guess that's the best way of putting it. Satellite Racing, though, will have one of the shortest stops of anyone in the field at the end of this race, but they are about 50 seconds back from the next car in line. 46 is down to 35. The attrition rate has been somewhat high. 3 retirements in prototype includes the private label Team Hype, SRC Movano Corsa Giallo, the 25 machine that only Fraser Williamson was behind the wheel of today. Delta Sport had a technical issue within the first 10 or so laps. In the GTs, you had Team 180, ASR Able, Black Star Racing, the PGZ Assistance, the Pure Sims 117, Triton Racing, Core Sim Racing, and P1 Esports all retired from this race as Maniti and Valkyrie swap back and forth with one another. They're out losing time to those in front, so good fighting, good to watch. Not so good in terms of the stopwatch, as they're now about 5 odd seconds back from Impulse. How much damage is there on that 101, Lorenzo?
Let me look. Now you caught my curiosity. If that car is in one piece, I would say that's surprising. That front end has seen its fair share of action, to put it mildly.
Looked worse at one point, so they've been able to get the hammer out in the last pit stop and bang away at some of the dings and the scrapes that they've got. You can see as well that's BS Competition closing after starting down in 20th spot. The top 10 would be good damage limitation for them, but again, if we take a look in at how the points are shaking out in the GT category, well, it would be a 13-point advantage for the German Biela Racing Team Euronics if things hold as they are and Urano is able to hold off the challenge from behind. Urano, with 2 consecutive second places before this, would be in the mix. BS Competition hypothetically is there, but it very much would be a situation where unless the Biela Racing Euronics team finishes outside the top 6, it would very much be in their favor. Remember, 13 points do go the way of 4th place, 11 points to 5th, 10 points for 6th, so that's kind of the indication as to how things are looking right now. That's the GTs. Let's look at the prototypes very quickly, because that is the margin. 1 point between Williams and Redline heading into those final 6 hours. If SRC Movano are unable to better their position, if things hold as they are, they would be 13 points back. Similar to how things look in your GT class with that gap, but not as close in terms of how things stand between those top 2. If David, I had told you it would be 1 point separating teams with the prototypes heading into the final race of the season, you'd expect one of those to be the number 1 car.
Yep, I would have. So, I mean, that's still everything to play for in your top 3. You count no one out there. But it sets up an interesting sort of must win, must beat your competitor, your key competitor situation right at the end. I can't get over how British looking that ambulance is, flanked by a Chevy Silverado and a fire truck that just do not look British at all.
Hashtag unplayable.
The only thing that remains now is the Silverado is done the steering wheel is on the left hand side. Then you can see literally everything in racing.
Oh, there was a certain there's a certain other game that came out just this past week that I have been enjoying with my controller, Gran Turismo 7. You know the weirdest thing to me about that game now, after 10 years of living in the States, is that all the cars are right-hand drive.
As they should be.
As they should be. It is not just right-hand drive literally, but figuratively as well.
Nah, I mean,
Come on, say it.
I'm not so hardline about that. It's like, you know, a lot of the Japanese cars probably should be right-hand drive, and you know, there are other cars that don't need to be.
Wait. Stop. You're saying even the GT cars are on the right-hand side?
I haven't gotten to that stage just yet.
Oh, okay.
The training wheels are real in GT7.
Yeah, because here's the thing. If you had told me the GT cars are on the right-hand side, then I probably would have stopped right here, open up my window right here. Is basically a 5 meter drop, and then go head in first, because I would not believe that.
Well, it's interesting because in the LMP2 class, the modern one, you've got right-hand drive and left-hand drive cars. So the Dallara is left-hand drive, but is not the Orica or the Ligier right-hand drive.
Orica, I think.
There are right-hand... Most GT3 cars are left-hand drive. Certainly all of the German ones that make up the bulk of most championships. So Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, Audi. I think the Bentley GT3 was right-hand drive.
It was, yep.
What's the McLaren 720S?
Left-hand drive, yeah.
The only right-hand drive cars that I know that are from GTs were the Nissan. It was right-hand drive.
And I think you don't look at that from their road counterparts. I think in racing, left-hand drive must have benefits, right? Like getting into your pit box, for example.
It does, because first it doesn't get away of the mechanics trying to do the work in terms of refueling and things like that, so you get less cluster with people. Second, it's easier for you to get out more quickly. If I recall correctly, talking to a driver, Porsche Cup driver here in Brazil. That is not Jeff Tiassi, by the way.
Let me send a message to our own Tyler Maxson to try and figure that one out.
But there are some benefits over left-hand side that it goes beyond the visibility and then pit stop. There is one more thing, I think.
Yeah, like that's the thing. I mean, yes, you want that relevance with the road car, but again, you've got the benefit of being able to kind of do what you want as we jump on board with the 189 BS competition car that has Nathan Lewis behind the wheel right now. It's BMW versus BMW as they try and work their way forward. The best BMW is actually the Williams Esports Chill Blast 150, the Luis Nazar driven car right now. That's sitting in fourth, about 3.5 seconds back from Team 75, Bernard by SimRC. Still a long way to go in this race. Have you guys ever done the cardinal sin of figuring things out, where usually, like when I go back home to Singapore and I get in the car to drive, I always end up driving on the wrong side of the road?
No.
Not okay, to clarify, because I realized just how bad that sounded. Not when I'm on the road itself, but like when you're in a parking lot and trying to, figure stuff out. I always end up on the wrong side until I realize that. Here comes Nathan Lewis. We'll completely skip over that one to the inside as they come down the hangar straight in towards Stowe. And BS Competition, after the disappointing qualifying performance, they're in the top 10 for the first time since hour one of this race. It's a long way to go for them They'll be hoping for, at best, or at least a 9th place finish. Potential is there, maybe, to even get up into the top 7. I've heard rumblings, by the way, that maybe we've got another GT car coming. Not sure if it's a GT3, not sure if it's a GT4. But yeah, the rumor mill started speculating and going into frenzy when Greg West said that there's a new car being added that might change the GT lineups for the Nürburgring Endurance Championship and the Nürburgring 24. So
no way, we're getting the Glickenhaus 003.
Get out of here. Get in the bin.
In the bin, totally. Oh, wait. Talking about the Glickenhaus. Did you guys see
the shoes?
Yeah. The shoes, yes.
I have no idea what either of you guys are talking about, but it sounds intense because you're both on the same wavelength about it.
Go into... It's in
I saw the shirt.
No. Isn't it in our RaceSpot chat somewhere? It is. No.
Is.
Go to our private RaceSpot Discord, David, and look in the commentators chat for an Instagram link. It will tell you all you need to know.
Okay, yeah. I'm clicking it. It's opening the tab.
Live reaction from David Haynes.
Why is Instagram taking so long?
Instagram is loading.
This page isn't working. HTTP error 560.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wait, no, it's loading now.
Okay, here we go. Live reaction.
It's a great pleasure to show you our new product. Jim Glickenhaus collaborated with Carella. Our colors, dynamism, and energy of Glickenhaus combined with the comfort and quality. Okay. Do they sell those in adult sizes or are they only for children?
That was my first reaction. It was like, that is aside from the fashion side, because I really don't want to get on the fashion side of that thing. That shoe is very small.
What size are you, David?
Like a 9 or a 10 in the Australian measurements, whatever measurements that is that we...
That's probably... You can probably find one then. Yes, you can. You can go to the Glickenhaus website to pick one up. For the low...
Great.
Do you want to guess the price on this?
No.
Give it a go. Give it a gander.
Well, they look horrible, so they must be really expensive. So I'm gonna guess $270 US.
You're not far off, to be fair. It is $185, not inclusive of tax and shipping.
Well, okay, by the time they get to me,
exactly.
Probably.
No, exactly. Right, not far off.
Yeah.
Race lead GT. Well, if you're Urano Esports, you're looking at the lap numbers. You are trying to calculate the earliest you can pull in Nicholas Laubish to unleash Alexei Nesov back out onto track, as Sven Haase gets a little bit bundled wide there by Dominic Hoffman, still in that red line prototype and leading the charge there. At one point it was 1.8 seconds. And yeah, I think at this point, Lorenzo, it's clear that Laubish's pace in Stint 1 was decent. Stint 2 on the tires just not as rapid, not as consistent as Alexei Nesov was, you know, opening the gap up in the first part of the race.
Yeah, I've just been trying to look at the laps that he did, the 201.6 and these 2.1 average. Was he affected by traffic? Some of the laps, yeah, he was affected by traffic in very bad spots, whereas Sven wasn't fully affected at all. But props to Sven, and we know Sven, one of the 3 drivers in iRacing who has an iRating above 10K, and knows what to drive. He is a savant on the Lamborghini, so he knows what he's doing with the car. It would be surprising at least.
Who is that? Who was that? Oh, it's the 32 car. Not a good day for the Yassit Richard Mille machine. How do you lose it there?
I can give you a few tips.
I'm sure you can give us many a tip. Was it assisted, or is that going to be a self-inflicted mistake? The replay machine will tell us all. Let's take a look here. as Dominic Hoffman is down on pit lane this time by. Now that's assisted by the Apex Tech LMP2 car, but that's a hard one to kind of judge, I'll be completely honest. What are you thinking here, David? Talk us through what you see.
It kind of looks like... Okay.
So there's contact there initially.
None of that really needed to happen.
So,
is what I'm thinking.
Not the first
But
part, not
right
the second
at the
part.
end here.
It's because I think Yassit slows down. And Apex Tech not really getting the traffic situation clued up, I think, potentially there. That's likely what happens, as there is going to be a change in the box. Dominic Hoffman finally out after 3 hours and 40 minutes. In comes one Paddy Wolf. Pressure's on here, Lorenzo, because Dominic has done a great job in that car.
He's done a phenomenal job on that car, per se, but now comes a driver that is equally as fast, if not, I would say even faster, slightly faster than Patrick Wolf, and gonna do the charge for red line. If I'm Maxime, if I'm Mike Partington, I wouldn't be. It's like I would be concerned, because I think the first few laps for Patrick Wolf is what is going to dictate what is his mindset going forward. Does he go full power out and be just as fast as his teammate is, or does he think a little bit more safely and then he powers it out at the end of the stint?
Paddy Wolf has a number of SEO victories to his name. He is tied for wins. In fact, no, he's not tied anymore after that win last time out. He is the most winningest driver in SEO history. 9 wins to his name, all in the prototype category. Gianni Vecchio has 8, but all in the GT category. Can he make it magic number 10 today? Dominic Hoffman won his first last time out. Looking to make it 2 out of 5 races that he's competed this season. So they're 30 seconds back from Maxime Briant, who did go shorter on the stop last time. 26.5 seconds for the Frenchman as he tries to work on. That's Magus and Beckett's, isn't it? And it's Manisi just not catching a break again.
If you tell me that is the 115 or the 101, especially the 101, I am going to get on my knees and start praying.
No, this time it's the 178.
Okay, good. But because it is T3 Motorsports, can I get on, regardless, can I get on my knees and pray?
Yes, feel free to do what you want, Lorenzo.
Thank you.
Yes. Say a prayer, sing their praises, whatever you need to do to try and get them some luck. And that's Yassit, isn't it? Yeah, it's Yassit, not Ravano. The Maniti contingent that has been passionately watching on today must just be utterly bemused as to what's going on. This is Dean Woods behind the wheel of that car. Let's ride from his onboard, Lorenzo, and give us your perspective on this incident, again, between prototypes and GT machines.
Yeah, let's take a look right here. Going to the inside, he kind of cuts it across. Looked like he was safe, but I think he had to check up. It's because from this camera angle, it doesn't help too much. Let's look at the aerial part. Going into maggots. That's on weird. I know that's on Yassin. You know, you're just trying to commit way too much on the outside. And you thought that the T3 car would be farther to the outside than you probably expected it to be. But regardless, another high risk, low chance overlap.
Yeah, poor Maniti. That's all I have to say at this point. Like, I've lost track of how... I can't even use one hand to track what's going on with their cars. Yeah, pretty tough for them. And their title defense has really not been smooth. The rest of the cars not having good luck either. They have 4 cars, 1 entered in the prototype, 3 in the GT category. Really none of them having the best of luck. The 78 in the prototypes probably having the most of the luck. And Lorenzo Bonder did mention this in the YouTube chat. We're talking about fashion. We have RaceSpot merch available. Head on over to our Twitter for the link. We have stylish jerseys and hoodies with our branding, which you'll see us adorned in for potentially future broadcasts, also in some of our live events that are hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on wood, going to happen in 2022. But we've also got delightful little shirts, such as the Is Max in This Split shirt, so that you can help us answer the question that we get asked every single special event. We also have another shirt which says, we'll do it live. There's a couple of words before that as well. I intend on wearing that one very, very regularly, just maybe not on a broadcast, because I value my job. 1.5 seconds, 1.4, 1.3, the gap between Urano and Bila. Lamborghini, inch by inch, coming on strong. But the reality is, David, even if Haase catches, you'd expect that potentially he might not go for the move. He might just do some fuel saving as we wind our way down to the end of another hour and another stint for these GT machines.
Yeah, it's that leading Urano that's in the slightly more precarious position. Remember, they pitted right at the very top of the hour last time around. They are sliding around trying to put the traction down there. Almost everyone else in category kind of went a little bit longer, a little bit past that hour, including 3 more laps for Biela. Bernhard, 2 more. So it is the leading Urano that you would consider to be a little tighter on fuel than Sven Haase, catching him up.
So I'm watching now the hands from Laubish, because you said slipping and sliding around.
Yeah, it was putting the power down out of some of the slightly slower corners, so maybe look for the mid-corner rotation in the exit down here at the end of the hangar straight.
It is fair, I think, to say that you compare the body language of Bila that we're seeing at the bottom right of your screen versus the way the car is rolling through the corner as we watch on board with Laubish, that he just doesn't have the purchase. He doesn't have the stability at this point in the run. And it's costing him time. That gap now almost to a full second. Haase is in the draft and closing bit by bit. Lorenzo, in your mind, does Haase go for it? He's got the fuel saving done already very slightly, as there is the sideways, the seesawing of the wheel as Laubish slides his way through turn 1. Maybe Haase just decides, you know what, I'm not going to wait, I'm going to go for the lead here.
Yeah, if I'm Sven, I do the same thing. Go for the lead, extend it as much as you can, go for the pit stop, and then keep extending every single bit that you can, because the likelihood is that Urano goes for a full fuel service by the last pit stop. Yellow Racing Team Aronix doesn't go for that, so what's the point? Yeah.
One thing to think about as well is maybe Laubish is doing a bit of fuel saving and trying to extend past the top of the hour so that there's no concern for Alexei Nesov about hitting that 66% limit that we've mentioned a couple of times today. You might see that borne out with a little bit of sliding with the way that the weight transfers here on this Porsche 911. It's a rear engine car, a little bit more difficult at times to handle in dry conditions, with the way that the car is going to push down at various points in the corner when you lift off the throttle as well. One thing to be thinking about, of course, when we get rain on iRacing, when we get rain in SEO competition, that rear engine nature might just help it get more traction in those slipperier conditions, but right now might not be the easiest car to be handling.
I hope we get an SEO race in future that's so wet, so rainy that a GT wins overall, a la Petit Le Mans.
Well, you'd likely need, I think, some prototypes to be crashing out to do so, but based on what we've seen today...
It'd have to be so damp it'd be tough to broadcast, too.
True. But, I mean, again, given some of the things that we've seen today, don't count it out, that's for sure.
Like, at Montreal, we'll just get all the sports car open teams to make rafts in the paddock and race those instead.
Can you imagine a multi-class race at Montreal with SEO competition, competitors? That's the thing. That'll be fun. Looks like we might have another incident, two incidents under investigation, both involving Yassi, one involving the Rashad Meal car. That was the one with the prototype Apex Tech car. So, interestingly, Apex Tech is the one that has done the protesting for, I guess, the first bit of contact, not including the second bit of contact. I guess that maybe Apex Tech has, as my parents like to call it, selective memory. And then T3 Motorsport and the 178 reporting the Yassi Pirelli machine for what happened, whatever happened, through Maggots and Beckett's. 10 minutes to go to the top of the hour. This is important for Biela. This is important for Urano as well.
And the number one car. I think it's so important that they make it to the top of the hour here.
Because then they'd be able to split it fairly simply, wouldn't they?
Yeah, it'd be 3 more stints to get to the end, and it'd be the same for everyone behind them as well.
So it's a... Okay, let's try and do the math here, David. It's a 30-odd second gap between Movano and Redline. Now, well, one thing to consider as well is Movano is going to have to probably do a full service at some point. I don't know if they'll do a driver change. They might have to do the driver change because of the maximum drive time. Too many possibilities going through my mind. But even then, even though Redline might hypothetically have that extra time with an extra pit stop, I think Redline is still looking in a better position overall here.
I want to be on the number one crew. Sorry.
Okay, well, no, this is what's good. We have dissenting opinions, and well, one of us is right, one of us is wrong.
Hey, no, there's every chance that both of us are wrong, dude. Never count that possibility.
No, I don't think so at this time, because Urano has cycled in front of Williams, and Williams at one point we thought would be... Oh, well, there goes the chances, David. Guess who's down on pit road?
Oh.
So, I guess you were definitely wrong. I'm probably wrong as well.
This is early. Were they that short last time?
They did 26 seconds, so about 7 seconds shorter than what you'd normally see. So yeah. Now, it is going to be a full service for Maxime Briant. He'll get out. Dion Fiala will take over, so won't just promote Paddy Wolf back to the race lead. We'll promote Urano actually up into net second. Williams would be net third, and then you'd likely see Movano roll off probably fourth, maybe even fifth behind the Yassi Pirelli car. Back to the race lead for GTs, though. There is the draft. Urano's punching the hole in the air. The Biela Lamborghini is taking full advantage of it. Not going on the aggressive just yet, though, here, Lorenzo. Biding their time, maybe to the top of the hour.
Yeah, bide your time, be patient, save fuel. You know, you can save a little bit of more fuel coming into the final minutes off the hour, and then beat him up by pure pace, because Van looks like to be the guy that can actually match that pace. Just try to take a quick look, though. Hendrik Cruza hasn't taken over the car just yet.
For who, sorry?
Remember, Hendrik Cruza. So he's the second driver of the car.
Yes.
Sven nearly been for 4 hours in this car. Remember the 66%? He's cutting it really close, in my opinion, in this car.
Well, they're both cutting it close, right? They're just doing it in different ways. At least if you're Biela, you have the ability to pull that car in early and know that you're safe. Whereas if you're Laubish, you want to pull that car in early, but you can't because you don't know if you're safe. By the way, Dion Fiallo has come out behind Dean Woods. Woods is 15 laps into a run, likely to come down to pit in about 7 laps time, is on worn tires as well, so even though he might have the lighter fuel, don't be surprised if Movano car works its way back up into 4th. But that's a good point, Lorenzo, and it was something I was wondering about. But again, I think you're in a better spot having one driver having done 4 hours than having one driver having already done 2 hours and having 2 hours more to go.
Yeah, because then you got that uncertainty level, and strategy-wise, you kind of have to do 3 hours each, and you play with the strategy going to the final hour, and you hand over to the other driver. You really don't want to put tires into the car going to the final pit stop, so you kind of have to double send the car with 2 drivers driving each car with different scenarios. It's a scenario that we've seen time and time before, but does it play out at the end of the day with these track conditions that is going to get colder and colder and colder? I don't know.
Bit of a juke there from Biela and Sven Haase. Sorry, I was just taking a look because I did talk about the incident report from Apex Tech Racing, didn't I? They're the ones that reported Yas Heat, but in an Uno Reverso, it's them that have got the drive-through penalty, David.
Yeah, they're the ones having to draw 4.
Oh, you're carrying that pun forward, aren't you?
It's a classic. Now, there is a party game I actually know how to play.
We need a RaceSpot Uno party.
And hold up, if we're going to play Uno, do we play Uno with the conventional rules, or do we play with the chaos rules?
You can stack draw 2s and draw 4s. Them's the rules I will always play by.
Rules.
Those are normal rules. Come on.
All right, it's because people like conventional. Conventional as being don't stack them.
That's boring, though. Like, come on.
It's boring. I know, but people like to, oh, let's play with the rules that are on the rule book. Ha 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 ha.
How are you meant to like emotionally ruin someone if you can't stack draw 4s?
Exactly.
Like pulling the pin out of a hand grenade and passing it around while it ticks down. Like eventually it's got to stop on someone.
Exactly. That's what I think. Oh, that takes me back to the Elite Squad movie. The hand grenade issue. Oh, such a good movie, by the way. If you haven't seen Elite Squad, please watch it. There's a scene that's talking about a hand grenade and being asleep. Anyway. But yeah, for me, stack them up and...
Here comes SRC Movano on BS competition. Down in towards Brooklands. That Porsche's going to slide its way on through. Jonas Wanner passes Nathan Lewis in an important battle for the Zebras. They can't afford to drop too many more positions if they want to be in the title equation. That was easy as you like. Not even a defense put up by Nathan Lewis. That Porsche looking on rails, especially compared to that Porsche that leads the way as we focus back the attention forward. Love the Uno discussions, don't get me wrong, but we're at that point of the race now where the strategy starts to converge on one another. Joop de Ligt has jumped in to ask us to talk less about drive time. I'm requesting that you tell us the master plan, or to put it into terms of the Alpine F1 team, tell us L plan, please.
Well, if they're taking the L plan strategies, then we know that their driver plan isn't to put Oscar Piastri in a seat.
Oh, now you're going to make me cry. He deserves one. He deserves one, David, that's for sure.
They're just... We're talking about sports cars. We should be talking about sports cars, and I don't want to, put too much air in the tires of the Andretti proposal or any others, but it just does kind of need to be 2 or 4 more seats in F1 going forward.
Yeah, but like at the same time, I I'm going to get some flack for this, but maybe there's someone within that Alpine team that could step aside that's, you know, seen it and done it all in F1 and now has a chance to go win a Triple Crown. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yes, sure, maybe. I don't know. But this thing of people winning F2 as this is your GT lead, and finally Sven Haas is close enough to have a dig down the inside. It's off camber at the inside of which one's Vale, which one's Club?
You can go the long way around the corner, and that's exactly what the Lamborghini does. Laubich tried to fight it back, but Biela punched their way to the front, and will try now with 2 minutes to go to the top of the hour to break away before Laubich is expected down on pit lane. Likely, though, we might see Haase down this time by, because even if he comes in this time around, Lorenzo, he is cutting it close with the drive time.
Yeah, he's cutting it really close. 2 minutes left into this 6-hour race, so we can go for 4 hours. So he has to come to the pit stop right now, in my opinion, for him to basically be within the 66.6 or 66% drive time for individual laps on his car. So again, I said it already once. It is based by individual team lap, so it's like either under 4 hours by minimal time or above 4 hours by minimal time. So it's you really don't want to play with that close with the time on your drive time and be disqualified or lose a lap by it.
The danger zone for Biela Racing Team Euronics at this point in the race. Surely you come down now. Are you willing to risk a championship? That is the question. Through Maggots and Beckett's, it will likely be the final time that Sven Haase is out on track here in the 6 hours of Silverstone. Only able to pull about half a second on Urano, and with the draft, you'd expect that Porsche to close back up. Expect Urano to go probably 1 lap longer to get a safety net with that drive time as well, so they'll diverge. Haase will come in earlier than you'd expect. Urano will go longer than you'd expect. That's what's indeed playing out. Here comes the German onto pit lane. Hendrik Kroes will take over in that 145 and take it to the checkered flag as they search to try and become the first back-to-back winners in the SCO GT class since Team Redline, Maniti did it last year in GTC in the final 2 races of the season. Out he goes. In comes Hendrik Kroes. There he is. So driver swap has happened. SRC Movano, by the way, while we were watching that battle for the lead and the cycle and pit strategy, they've managed to get in front of the 101 car and actually are bringing forth the BS competition machine. BS competition had dropped about 1.2 seconds to the T3 Motorsports 101 car. They're now in the draft and closing once more. A good fight back from Movano after... Did they even put in a qualifying lap time? I think they didn't, right? Because Lorenzo, they were one of the cars that got involved in some of the utter shambles of qualifying. Some ridiculous driving standards. No qualifying lap time set for them. They're 20 now positions up from where they started.
The Movano car, yeah, they didn't set a lap. They started, just to confirm, P47. I think that was second to last, or
P47 overall, not in class.
Yeah, P47 overall. They started last place, just last place.
Good drive from them up through the field. Done a great job to put themselves in a good position heading into the final stint of this race. Let's bring in one of the drivers. We don't get to do this enough, so we always appreciate it when Andra comes to join us in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth. Sai, you hear us loud and clear?
Oh yeah, I got you.
So, first race, I think, for Arturo Melgar with you guys, and I think it's fair to say, doing a great job.
I'm really happy. I was a little bit disappointed with my race start personally because I think I let about 5 positions through my fingers there. but we've recovered very well. I think the strategy we made in the second stint helped us immensely, get clear of everybody else, because dirty air is so bad here,
I mean, I was joking about this with Adam Crane this Monday, even in the Monday before that. You at least survived a couple of corners more than you did last time out, so that must be a relief for you guys. You're finally able to show the pace that you have in the 64 car.
Oh, absolutely. I thought it was a curse. I guess it was just the paint scheme. We changed our paint scheme. It seems to have lifted. So I guess that's all it is. We just need to change the paint scheme every race now.
Oh, I like the sound of that. Always makes our lives interesting and fun. Talk to us though about the moves that the team is making. You got Arturo on board. What else is going on behind the scenes as you guys continue to move forward in 2022?
Arturo was a huge acquisition. Like you said, he's immensely fast. He's capable with setups, and he's definitely a better qualifier than I am. That's for sure. And I think Sebring is the next big race that we're looking forward to, and then the last race of the SCO season at Watkins. Hopefully, we continue with this good showing. Maybe even snag a cheeky podium or a top 5. So big moves, but one thing at a time.
So. You're an LMP2 driver, so I'm going to be slightly blunt here when I say some of the standards today, they've been atrocious. Like, just to be completely upfront and honest, it's not what you want. In a competition like this, we expect the best of the best to race cleanly and to race hard, right? But what do you think when I put this forward to you, where I say it's not all on the organizers to set the standards for a series? When you have drivers like we do in this competition, you expect there to be an implicit standard that the teams and the drivers hold themselves to. You can't just rely on the organizers to dictate what's acceptable or not. Yes, they're going to police the standards, but the drivers, the teams, you guys got to take some responsibility as well. And I say that, you guys haven't been too naughty today. Your GT3 car, though, has felt the wrath of some of the LMP2 cars.
I haven't spoken to my GT3 team here, but yeah, I think I only had one close call with the GT3, and that was I think Adam was told me you guys showed it on stream. We did talk with the GT3 car afterwards, and we kind of said, yeah, we kind of both moved left at the same time. It happens. So we went on. But as for the other cars, I have seen several people ahead of me make some dubious moves. I'll put it that way. I'm not going to name names, but. It does seem like it's either send it and gain a second or crash somebody and lose 30 seconds and stop and hold. So for me at least the math doesn't work out, but I don't know about other people.
But do you agree with me that it's not always just on the series? That's something that across of sim racing we've seen a lot. You look at World Championships, you look at even on other platforms, the top series there. Unless as drivers, as teams, as a community, we hold ourselves to higher standards, we're always going to see stuff like that, right? Like, race control can only do so much if drivers aren't going to get the memo.
Oh, I agree on that part. Frankly, like, at this level of competition, it's mostly for pride and a little bit for a little bit of cash, maybe at the end. But like you said, if we all self-police, that'd be nice, but to be frank, with how competitive things are now, if you don't send it, somebody else will. So, but like I said, the math in my case doesn't work out. I'm not going to send it on everybody I see. But for other people who maybe see things in a different light, might end up doing that. But so I guess either harsher penalties or just be more punitive. And I mean off the track as well.
Yeah, and I do agree that we're at the point now where so many series, the level is so high, the prize pool is so high as well, that it's not always realistic to just say that it's on the drivers. I very much do understand that, but I think there's a balance that needs to be found, and there's an understanding that we as drivers, I say this to someone who doesn't drive anymore, let's be frank, but we need to understand that there's that balance that has to be found. One more question and I'll let you guys go. I mean, not being the easiest of seasons for you, but one more race, Watkins Glen left to go. If these past 3-4 races have been crazy, I think that's probably going to be the craziest of them all. It's such a fast-flowing track, and with so many cars out on it, so much traffic difficulty. So, what are you expecting? What are you hoping for, I guess?
That we don't die in the chicane, for one. Especially with the new curbing, it's going to be very interesting to see how the cars handle it over 6 hours. We did do the IVRA race there, and things are promising. But like you said, the track surface is faster, the corners are faster, and that just means a bigger speed differential. So you know what that means.
Well, thanks for jumping in with us, Si. Always appreciate getting to talk to you. Best of luck for the rest of the race from, I guess, behind the box, and we'll hopefully see you doing well again at Watkins Glen.
Thanks, Arjuna. You might see me in the car just yet, don't you worry.
Oh, interesting. So, that's the word. Maybe some driver change coming forth there, and great to hear his frank opinion on everything related to driving standards as well, which has been a hot button topic for us. Well, there's been a swathe more of pit stops in your GT class. Bram Van Putten has come out onto track back in that Team 75 car. The gap between Hendrik Kroes and Alexei Nesov is about 5.5 seconds. That was all in the pit stop itself. Remember, Biela Racing Euronics would have come into the lane with a little bit more fuel, David. They were able then to take about a 5-second shorter stop, but Alexei Nesov already half a second quicker than Hendrik Kroes.
Yeah. So clearly keep an eye on this one, particularly when those stops cycle these cars back through to the lead. They still got to be so careful that they set enough laps with Cruiser. I mean, it was literally right on the top of the hour. And they made that stop past the top of the hour when they left the lane. So I hope they calculated that one right, but they've put themselves in a pretty competitive position once you stop digging too hard on the drive times.
We'll try and work with race control to keep you up to date on how close they are, how close Alexei Nesov and Urano is as well. There was also a penalty, though, that came down while we were having that chat with Sai Andra. It is a stop and hold penalty for the Yas Heat number 7 car. Now, unfortunately, because the Yas Heat car Lorenzo also had to fill fuel, they were so low on fuel that they didn't have a choice. It didn't just end up being a small stop and hold penalty. They had a lot more time added to that one.
Yeah, they had a lot of more time added to that one, unfortunately. But then again, that stop and hold was kind of predictable. We saw that incident happening with the T3 car. English is such a complicated language sometimes. But especially for a Brazilian. But yeah, it was unfortunately a very lengthy incident at the end of the day for Yassi, especially for a team that I wouldn't say they had championship aspirations, but most definitely top 10 aspirations. This could change a little bit their perspectives going towards the end of the race.
It does mean as well that number 1 car has less to be fighting. Left side now, you can see the gaps between the various cars, so you can follow them up and down through the field. Last time by between Biela and Alexei Nesov in that Urano 191, the gap actually came down by almost 0.6 of a second. So Nesov really, really pushing the tempo early doors. Now, let's take a look at the weather once more. Let's talk you through how it's cooled off, even since qualifying. About the hottest that we saw in qualifying was 34 degrees Celsius. Now it's down to 33 with an hour and 50 minutes to go. We will reach right around 6 p.m. So it's going to be into the sunset, but not into the night. And in fact, we won't be racing under the night lights any time for the rest of the season. Spa, the last time that night bathed any tracks here in the Sports Car Open Endurance Series. The Valkyrie Esports 157 is ducking its way onto pit lane, so back to the race lead comes the Biela Racing Euronics. Alexei Nesov now 3.6 seconds back, or is that a timing glitch, or what happened to Hendrik Kroes there? That gap's 2.5.
Turn 1, he got held wide by a prototype.
Well, traffic gives and traffic takes, and it's taken 2.5 seconds away from the Biela Racing Team Euronics then, David.
Yeah, so there's a lot of paved runoff towards 1 and 2. But I think
Oh.
Yeah.
And then he got a nasty old wiggle coming through the corner as well. Let's ride on board with him and just watch the hands here. Watch as you see in the rearview mirror, lights are flashing and he has to get out of the one so late. He sees the car coming just at the last moment. Might even have had a slowdown penalty to then clear as well. And so that's why he's coasting in through this complex of corners. Not pushing it as much as maybe he would. Gap is now below 3 seconds. Lorenzo, we got a task for you. We need to try and figure out what the situation is between Redline and Movano, because Redline should be due into pit lane in 2 or 3 laps time. Now, Dion Fiallo only did a 49.7 second stop last time. So did they put less fuel in that car? What's going on? There's so much short filling underway here that it really is throwing a lot of question marks up with the strategy.
I think what they're doing is basically what Redline did at the start of the race. You know, the short fueling that Redline did on this one at the start of the race, they're trying to replicate now. So basically, it's a switchback of strategies they were trying to do, if I'm reading it correctly, of course. Is it going to work? I don't think it is going to work at the end of the day, or it might be really close for us to call. But I think that's what they're doing. I think they did a full service plus maybe short fuel and 2 tires of the car, I think.
Couple of battles still underway in your prototype class. The 33 SRC Movano Viola machine hunting down the the virtual drivers by LDLC 22. Looking like they may be on for their best finish of the season is that 22 car. Their best result so far was an 8th place finish in round 3 in the Styrian Mountains. The 33 car trying to bounce back after being lost in a race at Spa-Francorchamps. A difficult day for them, a difficult day for the entirety of the Movano team was that race in the Ardennes Mountain. They got some lap traffic to deal with as well. And going back to the traffic management, Lorenzo, I think about some of the incidents into Maggots and Beckett's for an example. But you think back to when, you know, the first time or first couple of times through traffic, we rode on board with Dominic Hoffman. And he lifted early, heading to the first part of that very fast complex, then managed to get to the inside at the right time so that there was no time lost for the GT car. Give and take is understandable, but sometimes you just have to give a lot more than you take, and that's what Hoffman did in the early stages. Still keeping the gap quite small, but fighting his way through traffic with minimal time loss. It was masterfully done.
It was masterfully done, you know, because you have, especially at the very beginning, where you have even more high-risk, low-chance percentage scenarios you can navigate through. Because you're navigating not just one car, you're navigating 1 car, 2 cars, 3 cars in a sequence of maybe 1 to 2 turns. So it's an interesting one how you want to, you know, lift off the gas and then maybe lose a 10th here at the start of a corner, then regain that 10th of a second at the exit just because you're doing things right. So that awareness going into the corners of how much can you lose at the beginning and then you can gain by the end of making the overtake and overlap cleanly makes a whole lot of a difference when you come into these close, nip battles, for example, against Dion Fiallo and Maxime Brion, which also are masters at navigating through traffic.
Well, sorry, going back to this drive time discussion, which Urano doesn't want to focus on, doesn't want us to focus on, I think they want us to focus on it just a little bit right now. Because Sven Haase did 117 laps. So by the calculations, that would mean that Biela needs to do 177 laps to ensure they don't get a lap deducted. However, if we base the projection of the race on the lap times that we've been doing so far and the pace that we've been doing so far, it's very, very likely that we're going to see 176 laps, David.
It's always just one more degree of difficulty to calculate this sort of thing when you're not the overall leading class, because when we get that checkered flag, depends on the pace of the overall leaders, where you are compared to them right at the end. You know, you might be just a second away from going an extra lap down to the overall leader, and that could be what puts you in jeopardy for Biela. So there might even be a situation potentially with just a couple laps to go where they almost need to fight to stay on the lead lap, or, you know, if they've calculated the sums the same way we have.
Urano's indications say that they need to find 60 seconds, which basically means from now we need the track to get a full second quicker every single lap. That seems unreasonable to expect. That's where things line up right now. Here, though, is Paddy Wolf on pit lane once more in that number 70 red line car, trying to make it 3 wins on the bounce for the red stripe. Revving up the engine, rolling off right now. Again, Dion Fiallo went slightly shorter with the stop last time by, so he will not be too far away from coming down to pit lane. And Mivano, straight away, one of the lapped cars, has a close moment there with the red line machine. It's not going to put it too much of a fight. That's Fabrizzani behind the wheel of the 33 car that has to slow the momentum to avoid causing any drama. Only 5 cars are still on the lead lap in your prototype class. That's the indication of how dominant the front 3 have been running. Even Williams Esports find themselves now 25 seconds back from Team Redline on a similar sort of pit stop cycle. Going off the math, though, of Urano here, Lorenzo, I don't think that Alexei Nesov has to get this done on track. I think if he can get up to the rear end of Hendrik Kruse, it might even be in his benefit to hold station and not try and get that extra lap working in their favor, in their direction, as oh, that's the 78, I think wide through Cops.
Looks like, yeah.
See what happened there, but do you agree? Like, if you're Urano and if you know you're good if you do 176 laps, why try and do 177?
Yeah, I agree. You know, you play with the it's that number playing game. You know that for some reasons Biela put themselves back on the wall. The only difference is of course if the track gets really cold, right? It needs to get basically cold up to where they can gain, I would say, maybe a second per lap, or something per lap, and then that totalizes a full lap on its total addition. That would add up maybe a lap towards the GTs at the end of the day. So is that going to happen? I don't think so. The track is at 33 Celsius degrees unless we see a cliff in terms of decrease of temperature. If I'm Alexei Nesov, just be in the bag, just mark as best as you can, don't fight way too much, and then maybe at the end of the day you get a win. But if they don't get a win, it's basically me killing people with words. So blame Lorenzo at the end of the day, like usual.
I think one thing that we can also note is the fact that about a second in pace is about a full 10 degrees Celsius in terms of track temperature, and that's, I don't think, a very realistic situation for that to happen anytime soon. Now, maybe by the end of the race you might see that, but I might even postulate that you're not likely to have that happen anytime soon. We saw the replay as to what happened to the Maniti prototype. Now we're going to see a replay of what happened to the Maniti GT car, and this seems like similar things to what happened to Biela earlier on. There's a prototype down the inside. Oh, but this time there's actual contact there. Now, one more look at it from up above, David. This one looks like Urano actually was alongside heading into the turn-in spot. Maybe not.
It's a tough call.
Naughty Becky.
Was that Becky? Oh. Then we're blaming him, just because it's him.
Yeah, but then again, I got an energy drink here. It's non-alcoholic, but for those who are in the YouTube chat and really want to participate in the RaceSpot drinking game, I'm seeing how many incidents T3 is going to get on moving forward. For every incident, you can go for a sip of beer or something like that. A drink of choice. Because it is always happening to them.
2 seconds, the gap out front as Dion Fiallo's going to roll off a pit lane right behind Williams Esports Fnatic. So their strategies have put them out onto track at the same bit. And Partington goes hard to the inside to cover off the move. Side by side, around the outside of Brooklyn's not really the most opportunistic way to get a pass done. You might want to try and set it up with the lap traffic, excuse me. Double apex of Luffield's coming up now. They'll pass a BMW. Lighter on fuel will be Mike Partington, 8 laps into the stint. Again, a 27-second pit stop, David, from the Movano #1 car.
Yeah, they've been doing several 17-lap stints in a row, so that's a lot of short stints has been their plan. Honestly, a little confusing to me exactly why you'd do that.
Maybe a prototype team wants to tell us, because I agree it's confusing me, but surely there's a method behind the madness, right? There can't just be a random reason to do it. Now, one thing to note is with these two cars on a similar sort of tire cadence, the fact that Fiallo's going to have a shorter final stop might give him a couple of seconds of track positions when all things are said and done. That's not a guarantee, of course, but is something just to be thinking about when it comes to those guys. 46, excuse me, has now become 34. Orion Race Team, their number 3 LMP2 car, has become the most recent retiree. It means that if you finish in prototypes, you're looking on course for points. That's as simple as it gets. Only 15 of them still running. 19 GT cars still out there. 4 will walk away without points. As it stands right now, it would be the German Sim Racing 169 car that had a drive-through penalty in the first 3 laps of the race because of an incident in qualifying to miss out in 16th. T3 Motorsports, their 115 and the 178, they'd both miss out, as would the Satellite Racing 167. So an hour and 35 minutes to go. We're watching the battle for second. Red line, 27 seconds clear of Williams Esports and SRC Movano Corsa Rosso. The battle for the lead in GT is down to 2 seconds, but again, it's looking like it would likely be a lap penalty for the Biela team. And the important thing there, Lorenzo, is that it's not a time penalty to be added. Instead, it's just moving you to the next lap, which is ultimately more related to the position of the prototype leader than anything else.
Yeah, and the one thing you really don't want to have is a lap lost, right? Or have that lap moved because you failed to meet the requirements in terms of driving. So it's that cutting so much, you're cutting so close in terms of the driving time and everything else that those numbers can be deadly at the end of the day. And but I like what they're doing right here. I'm just measuring right now the delta because they have 26 seconds, and I'm trying to do my job of measuring red line.
Lose a lap, do you go to the top of the cars on the next lap, or to the bottom of the cars on the next lap?
My understanding from race control is that it's the top.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the top,
so
it's the top
if you won, having completed 200 laps, and everyone else in class did 199, and you lost 1 lap, you'd still be the race winner.
Yes, but I think the best that they're hoping for now is that the prototype leader is in between Urano and Team 75, so they can hold on to second. So we're going to actually now have to track where the prototype leader is in those final couple of laps, not just necessarily because of the battle for the race lead, because it's going to impact the battle for the GT podium positions very likely. Word from Syandra is letting us know that the reason that happens with the shorter pit stop is they went long initially, now they're just splitting up the final shorter stints into several slightly shorter stints because they are just breaking it up. The final stop might be a little bit longer, but it's not going to be too much drama as we now take a look at two battles. Of course, the battle for second in your prototype category, but also the battle for fifth in GT. Good recovery from Ascari Rene and that Core Sim Racing camp that at one point was down the order, but they're battling with Ross McFarlane in the 116 machine. Lamborghini versus Porsche there, basically on the same strategy as well. They're 14 seconds back from Daniel Pastor, who is 2 seconds away from the final step of the podium. So very much fighting for a top 5 finish here, Lorenzo. Lorenzo.
I don't have a Brazilian accent.
Yes, I only just realized that Lorenzo stepped away. I tell you what, why don't we take this opportunity? We've taken one RaceSpotTV fan immersion today, and it was a long old time ago, and it was in the GT category. Let's do one more, and let's jump on board with the number 1 Movano Rosso machine. Let's jump on board with Dion Fiallo. Let's see a couple of laps around the home of British motorsports here with the chasing battle for second spot with 90 minutes left to go. Still plenty to play for. You're watching RaceSpotTV, the 6 hours of Silverstone, the penultimate round of the SCO Endurance Series. Couple of laps on board with Dion Fiallo as they chased down the battle for second. Caught some traffic as well, did not work in their direction, but nevertheless, fun little fight for him. Now 2.3 seconds back from those in front. Well, while we were taking a look at that, there was a moment that unfortunately T3 Motorsports fans around the world will be ruining. From what we understand, it involves the satellite racing machine, Lorenzo, and, well, the bad luck continues for Maniti. When it rains, it pours. They ended up on their lid.
Yeah, they basically flipped around on cops, and that's race over for T3. It's unfortunate, man. That marring of bad luck is just appalling to see, you know. And again, I'm looking at the replay here, man. This is fully on Malgar. You're never gonna make the corner with. You barely made the corner with one car into the entry. You're going to the braking zone. You know that's the braking zone. I don't know if you missed or doesn't know where the braking zone is because you have the car in it.
I mean, it's not like even a full braking zone, right? Like, it's just, it's the opposite of what we kind of saw with the Orion car a while back, right? Where, like, Orion at least realized at the last moment that they couldn't do it. Like, they couldn't figure it out. We're getting attacks for not always saying it's T3 Motorsports. I'm sorry, Maniti's easier to say, but Ilkka Happila realized late that he wasn't going to make it. In this case, there was never a hesitation to try and back out of that one.
It's like, and I think I mentioned this during the broadcast of the 12 Hours of Bathurst, and this is becoming sort of a trend on sim racing, that your corner, my corner thing. I'm starting to really get triggered about this, you know. It's like there's a certain point of awareness, even in endurance racing of sorts, that you need to take. You know, if you see two cars going to a corner and you're barely gonna make one, and you think you can make the second, think it again. You're never gonna make that second corner appropriately. Well, and that second car in the corner appropriately. That was bad. That was really bad.
Yeah, race controls had a couple of minutes to at least breathe, and not much happening out on track, but that's going to get their attention, that's for sure. Here's a battle for fifth. We talked about how Yassi Pirelli had that penalty that then ballooned into more. It was initially just a 10-second stop and hold, but because they had to take some fuel, it meant that the penalty time got ramped up. You're not allowed to take service at the same time as serving a penalty. That's an iRacing restriction rather than a series restriction. And so that then became a 90-second stop, stationary in the box, and it's put them back into the clutches of Thibaut Wagny in that Virtual Drivers by LDLC number 22 machine, searching for their first top 5 finish in the season, first top 5 finish in series history potentially as well. It's close between them, and it's closing up between Alexei Nesov and Hendrik Kroes, David.
Yeah, eternally in lockstep in this phase of the race between your first and second in GT.
The reminder as well that Alexei Nesov doesn't really have to do this on track, unless by some miracle the GT3 cars are able to do 177 laps in this race. They are going to get a 1-lap penalty. Sven Haase did 117 laps to start this race off. Drive time is 66% maximum for a driver. They went 1 lap too long to figure this out. As there comes the Yassi Pirelli car around the outside. Ooh, there was a moment with another Yassi car going 3 wide on the exit of that corner. The Virtual Drivers car is going to come down to pit lane for the penultimate time this race, right, David? Because we're looking at about 40-minute stints for those guys. So with 80
You'd
minutes,
hope so, yeah.
Yeah, 80 minutes. This should be the penultimate time.
We are kind of pit window open for LMP2s. it's just that that's not the strategy that first and second in class are doing, but a lot behind them are, and that includes T3 Motorsport by Maniti and Virtual Drivers by LDLC. And I think we're going to get Movano Corsa Viola and others across the next 5 minutes.
Paddy Wolf is 13 laps into his stint, 27 seconds in the box, so again about a 6-second short fill, so maybe a 17-lap stop again for them. It was a full service for Mike Partington in the Williams Esports car, so maybe 2 more laps before they'll be down on towards pit road. Dion Fiallo, another 27-second stop for him, so again, 17-lap stint is what we'd expect. A gap for the lead is now down to a second. In the draft is that Porsche 911. And in terms of balance of performance, it's Lamborghini, Porsche, BMW, and Porsche, the top 5. The second best BMW only in 10th. Of course, we don't usually tend to see the Ferraris at the front of these fields. Not the favored car by any means. So the strongest teams have really eschewed it in this competition, but Satellite Racing have it cycling up in 18th position. And 46 is now down to 33 at Maniti 101, the T3 Motorsports by Maniti 101 car, the most recent of the retirees. More cars on pit lane, Orion Race Team 15 as well as the Impulse 56 working their way on towards pit stop. On towards the pit lane, I should say. On towards pit stop sounds like something a northerner in England would say. You know, Leary would be loving that. Close battle as well between 5-Star Motorsports and the Valkyrie Esport team. What's happened to Valkyrie here, Lorenzo? They have fallen back. At one point, of course, they were up there in the top 5. Not just the incident that we saw with them. Something else has happened.
Yeah, just looking at the laps here, I think that might be more attributed to Jonathan Poulet's and pace. Looking at the at his pace when he actually took over the car from Simeon Lynch, he did a average of 2 minutes, barely did 2-minute laps. So Simeon has been on a tear, even though the track is colder whenever he took over the car. But regardless, I think it's more attributed to his teammate not being able to deliver.
Ibrahim Khan has taken over from Ferris Stanley in the 120 DC Sim Protostar Racing car as he tries to work his way into the top 10. He's 5 seconds back from the Galloping Zebra BS competition car, who's on the back of Dominic Gademeyer in the SRC Movano 198. There's a battle between the Porsche and the BMW. Very similar to what we were just looking at, but it's flipped around. BMW behind here. Nathan Lewis on the charge. Now, okay, we're going to look at the championship situation once more, but we've got to try now and put the proviso on this, that Biela Racing Team Euronics are very likely not going to get 25 points. It would be Urano that take those extra 5 points, would at least jump in front of BS competition. And ultimately, David, it's going to end up being the question of where the leader is, where does BS competition drop to? Because third is 30 seconds down the road. There is a big gap from first to third that Biela will be hoping the prototype leader slides into, as, well, that's a slide for Nathan Lewis. Can he avoid running into the wall? Oh, well, the left rear of that car noses its way in, and that rear wing's going to have a bit of damage, and, well, that's going to hurt the championship hopes of the Zebras just that little bit more.
Wow, really losing that one quite early on, and the momentum's not there yet, and he's been caught by the battle. We were watching earlier Simeon Lynch for Valkyrie and DC Sim Protostar immediately behind that as well.
Here's a look at the replay on board with that car. Not sure if he gets into the grass or if he just gets the weight transfer wrong. You can see, yeah, he's on the grass. That's the issue, that delta between the grip that the tarmac gives you and that grass. It's a silly mistake for someone at this level, but mistakes happen when you're pushing the limits that hard, and Nathan Lewis is aware of the championship that's on the line. and pushing as hard as he can to make something happen. Now, though, he's looking in the rearview mirrors because here comes not just one but two. Valkyrie and 5-Star Motorsports on the tail of him. Driver change, by the way, in the Williams Esports Fnatic team. Ate Kauppinen taking back over from Mike Partington, Lorenzo.
Just taking a quick look here, how many laps did Mike did for his car, just to confirm. 80 laps, so they're right about the 50-50 split proportion between the drivers. So from what we're getting right here, Ate is going to do the heavier lifting down towards the end. And we saw Ate being really good on the second stint. The first stint was, I'm not going to say subpar, but it was kind of marred with the fact that he got bad traffic in the very first stint that he actually took over in the car. But the second stint he moved forward was just stupendous, to say the very least. And but I really don't know where they would be relatively towards the other cars at the end of the day.
Here they come in towards Copse. This battle outside the top 10 now. Simeon Lynch looks like he just got a little bit more speed in reserve. Doesn't look as though there's too much damage to the rear end of Nathan Lewis's car. They're playing bumper cars on the entry to Maggots and Beckett's there. Lynch giving the shove to Lewis as they slither their way in towards the corner. Might be an opportunity for him to use the draft here to try and close in. Remember, they may be running slightly different wing configurations, giving them a little bit different top speeds for that car. Lynch will poke his nose to the inside, but we've seen drivers defend around the outside here, up the hill in towards Stowe. Lynch is going to get the momentum and almost covers off the move, but Lewis still has a nose to try and get the run down into Vale. He'll come deep under the brakes to try and cover him off. They'll almost door each other, open the door then for 5-Star Motorsports, who will try and pounce, and Nathan Lewis gets escorted off the track once more. He's down 2 positions, David.
Is he far enough out there to find a slowdown penalty or anything? They were leaning on each other somewhat through that final sector. 5-Star get it done, I think, though.
Still going defensive as they come in towards the loop and Village to run themselves on towards the Wellington Straight. Altus is closing from behind as well. Alex Ardesana in the 143 Porsche 911. What a up and down season it's been for Altus. Winners at round 2. But other than that, their best other finish is a 15th in our season opener. Only 2 races have they finished inside the points. If they can hold on, it would be a couple of points at least for them as they try and get a top 5 in the championship. And it looks like BS Competition might just start sliding further and further backwards. Close for the lead in the GT category. Alexei Nesov has found his way all the way to the gearbox of the Biela Racing 145. Hendrik Kroes under fire. And in terms of lap times, we heard the magic number that Biela needed to hit was a 1:59.8. Well, the fastest lap of the race is a 1:59.974. These two doing lap times in the high 2 minutes, 2:07s. 2 minutes, 7/10 of a second is basically what we're doing. That's a hard one to say out loud. Give it a try.
Can you repeat?
Yeah, what's our exact tongue twister?
2:07.87. How do you say that without it sounding completely like a 2:01.7 is easy to say. A 2:07? Well, that could be 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
I'm one to say 2.7 or something.
Okay.
2.0707.
Interesting. Yeah, that one's not the easiest thing to say, that's for sure. But again, remember, Alexei Nesov doesn't have to force the issue. Here comes Paddy Wolf onto pit lane with 70 minutes left to go. Will he do a full stop this time? Yes, he is. Looking like it's a 33-second stop. In fact, no, it's longer. 35 and counting. Are they taking tires?
Yeah, it's up.
It's up on the jacks. Now, if you're Dion Fiallo, do you risk it? Now, they last took tires 2 stints ago. Can you try and take 2 tires like we've seen from some of the GT cars?
You wonder. They're right in the middle of that GT battle that had our attention. So their lap this time compared to the car they were battling might not be quite as optimal.
Well, and the gap, even after the pit cycle, or pit stop, is 37 seconds. So even if they elected to do a 26-second stop, let's say they don't take fuel tires at all from here to the end of the race, they're still going to be a good 13-odd seconds back. I cannot figure out a strategy in which Movano might end up on top here. Swap around between Movano in the GT class and the PGZ Motorsports 114. Dominic Gademeyer leapfrogs Lauren de Rijk. But yeah, as Dion Fialo is going to come in this time, Lorenzo, I don't think there's any way for Movano to win from here.
Same. I would say the only way they win is if Redline gets into some sort of an incident. They can either get a drive-through or something of the nature. That would be the worst case scenario for them. Because other than that, I think the job they done in the first half of the race was enough to give him the advantage towards the second half of the race.
Driver change.
Yeah.
Maxime Brandt will take over, so there goes any hopes of trying something different on strategy. The Frenchman will be in the car to the end of the race, and Paddy Wolf, as he rounds the final couple of corners, with 67 minutes to go, will take a commanding lead of this race into the final hour of competition. So there are still fights in your prototype category to keep an eye on. Includes the virtual drivers by LDLC fighting with SRC, still battling for a potential 7th spot, and with the Yassit Pirelli car only a second up the road, don't count out a 6th position either. You've also got Impulse and Yassit Richard Mille duking it out behind them. That's for what is 9th and 10th positions. Of course, that 32 car has had a couple of penalties today, including some stop and holds, so the pace has been there. The cleanliness has eluded them, and that's what's put them back in the pack. As get checked up behind 5 Star Motorsports. Might open the door here, David, for that 33 car.
And they split the traffic down the hangar straight, one to the left, one to the right. I think that's not going to give SRC Viola an opportunity that time.
These cars came down to pit road about 4 or 5 laps ago.
And that's what I was just looking at. I was like, well, there's not going to be any pit stops any particular time soon for either of these.
Yeah, and in fact, Maxime Briant has some work to do to try and actually even finish in 2nd in this race. He's come out 4th on the track. You can see him there working in towards Maggots and Beckett's with some lap traffic behind him. But he's got Williams about 2.5 seconds up the road, then a further 5-second gap to Dylan Shrivens, who might... Well, he didn't take tires last time in the cycle, so he might be on worn rubber in the closing stages, so that might make things a little bit easier. But he's going to have to get it done on pace without Ate Kauppinen, and I'm not sure if he's got the car to be able to do that, Lorenzo.
Same. I think you would need something extraordinary for him to maybe get closer to Ate, but the thing is, even then, if you get close to Ate, do you want to overcommit to try to get a 2nd spot that on paper might do you better points, but still would be dire regardless. What happened? Oh no.
It's Simsa again. And they've just taken out the 198. So right on board with them. Movano's, this is what Will Chadwick was talking about earlier, that body language communicating across of the two classes. I mean, clearly Movano is not opening a door for Simsa, and Simsa anyway tries to barge it down. And as a result, that 198 lost the position that it had fought oh so hard to try and get. It's going to be another penalty. Pretty slam dunk.
Yeah, just drilled up the back of him there.
Not much that Dominic Gaydemeyer could really do. While Williams is fighting for a podium in one category, they're fighting for another podium in the GT. Daniel Pastor has had a quiet day, but they stayed out of trouble, and they've put themselves in a position to hunt down Bram Van Putten in that Team 75 car. That BMW in general has not been the quickest today, but maybe the cooler temperatures suiting it now, helping the tires that little bit more, able to extract some more pace while not having to save as much tire life. And as they come through Maggots and Beckett's, just look at how close he's able to get here, and you try and build up the momentum and use the draft. They've got no traffic around, which is potentially a help, but also traffic might enable the Williams car to try and have a look. But in the draft and closing bit by bit, Porsche's going to go defensive to the inside, will force Pastor to look the long way around, backs out of it for now. Only a couple of minutes away from entering that final cycle of pit stops. Basically from the top of the hour, you can make it to the end. Daniel Pastor, 25 laps into the run, continues to fuel save because, well, David, he wants to make that final stop as short as possible.
Yeah. That's just everyone, because of that fuel length, much more similar stint lengths in GT than in prototype. You notice how everyone loves digging up a little bit of the grass in towards turn 1. I can't help but feel like it was taking the same line into Copse for BS that got them into trouble, but at Copse you don't have part of the access road suddenly appear as pavement on the outside right at the turn-in point.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I have noticed it, but I didn't put that together. Lorenzo's been hearing from some of the prototype strategies. Lorenzo, what are we expecting there? Movano might still be in a somewhat decent spot.
Yeah, apparently to talking with some people on YouTube, Dominic Hoffman from Team Redline, Maxime, whenever he does his final pit stop, he can go for 5 laps less than Phil, than probably Patty and most definitely Williams. Williams probably gonna have to go for a full pit stop to make it to the end of the race. But I was telling him, honestly, I don't think that is enough for Maxime to get closer towards Patty, because I think the difference is just too huge. He would have to have the stint of his life to actually get closer to Patty, and even then it requires something extra to happen to get closer and pass him for first place.
Yeah, no, I see that, but I think Dominic is pointing out that maybe still second is on the cards for Movano. Again, Urano has the worn tires to be dealing with. Gap between Williams and Movano has actually come down to 1.6 at the line, the most recent time. So do keep an eye out for that. Pit stops for the GTs back underway, as Core Sim Racing will be the first to pit from 5th on track. They'll have the longest fill-up then of the rest of the teams, but might still be in a good spot to hold on to a top 5 finish for them. Oscari Rene will cycle to the pit lane for the final time today. Waiting to try and now see when does Hendrik Kroes come in the Biela Racing Team Euronics car. He's 29 laps into his stint. You do expect him to stop a little bit earlier and therefore a little bit longer as well than Urano and Alexei Nesov. Might allow the Urano team to leapfrog their way to the lead and try and build up a little bit of a buffer. Win this race on track, not just with the penalty that we suspect is forthcoming. Having said that, though, the lap times have
picked up the pace.
Yeah, they have dropped, but I don't think they've dropped early enough, David, to really give us the realistic chance of doing a 177 lap race in GTs.
Yeah, I mean, they've just ducked into the 159s, both of these cars, and they've just ducked into the pit lane.
Couple of teams as well close to getting a penalty, an automatic penalty for incident point infringements. They're allowed 70 off tracks, 70 incidents over the course of the race. Now we've seen plenty of contact that would have chewed away at some of those incidents for the teams and the drivers. Might we see late race changes between some of the drive-through penalties that would therefore be served? Biela then will be good to the end on fuel. And again, we will track where the leader is in those final 10 minutes to understand if we don't hit 177, where Hendrik Kroes would end up. One more look at the weather. It's down to 31 degrees Celsius. There we go, 30 degrees Celsius now. So it's cooled off another 3 degrees since we last checked in. Still plenty of gusts of wind blowing all around the track. And if you take a look at the track itself, it has split up just even more. Now that there have been about 13, 14 cars that have been retired from this race, there's big pockets of clean air to find yourself, and that might be something that for teams and drivers that find themselves in a battle, they want to try and take advantage of. Two cars that are now well and truly in a wheel-to-wheel battle. Well, it's the Williams and the Movano machines fighting for second in prototype. They've been held up by traffic. Williams just a little bit more compromised than Maxime Briant behind. Gap now under 1 second. We've got plenty more traffic to come across here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I just got through the PGZ car. The gap is kind of lengthed up a little bit to 0.8 of a second between Ate and Maxime. I just saw the Biela Racing Team Aeronix car come out of the pit lane, so I do believe that Urano should be due to come into the pit lane anytime soon to try to be within the same gap relatively towards Biela at the end of the race. But I like this cat and mouse battle of sorts between Maxime and Ate. If Maxime gets the shot of making the overtake prior to the pit stop, that would be great for him. You know, that kind of opens up the way for second place and kind of secure the deal for them at the end of the day.
Alexei Nesov is on pit road now. Of course, 1 lap after what we saw from Hendrik Kroes. Now, Hendrik Kroes had a 55-second pit stop, so wouldn't be entirely shocked if it's a little bit shorter for Alexei Nesov. As there is the Biela car, has come out in front of the SRC Movano machine, and that's important because he's not being compromised by fighting with a car on a different strategy, which is never what you want to see. Now, as he comes down into the final chicane, you do also see the PGZ Motorsports machine up the road in front of him. Where is Nesov in comparison? Rolling, but he's got a long way to go to get to the limiter line where he can release himself from that 80 km/h speed limit, and he has sailed away into the race lead. It is not even close. It's a 5-second buffer. It's a 5-second almost delta in the pit road itself. Not that much in the box, of course, because only 1 lap difference between them, but it's going to be one on track potentially here, David, and Urano now have the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Gone well, going just a little bit longer and maybe playing it just a little closer on the fuel there as well. But you'd be pretty happy with that. For them, it's a little bit more pressure on Biela.
Ram Van Putten and Daniel Pastor, we're still watching them as they've cycled up to the front, but due for a pit stop in a couple of laps' time, you would think. As Yassit Rashad Meal onto pit road in the prototypes. It's a bit early for the final stop, so we would expect to see Ross Woodford at least once more in this race. It would be a splash and dash at the very end. Here we go, though. Bram Van Putten and Daniel Pastor will get on the anchors, and Pastor has to be careful to check up in time not to run into the rear end of the Team 75 Porsche 911. You can see that's the German sim racing Lamborghini that looks to go up on the jacks outside of the points, and I think now just maybe going for fastest lap and for some bragging rights. Nathan Lewis in that BS competition car, by the way, has jumped out, and Felix Kornbach is going to take over from him. Daniel Pastor is going to do a driver change. Luis Naja will take over there. Now, is that going to be a full service That would be an interesting call. A 6-hour race you'd expect to take 2-hour stints across the board.
The driver swap.
Yeah, but also on tires. Now, Team 75 should be rolling soon. Might be a two-tire stop. Is that what you were saying, Lorenzo?
No, I meant more, you know, do a two-tire stop. But the thing is, the reason I think the driver swap came along because Pastor's on 91 laps.
Ah, okay. So he's somewhat close to making it to that limit. Whereas for Team 75, they've done fuel only now. It's not got them into the mix for the lead, but they should be clear of Williams and have a bit of buffer. It is a two-star stop for Luis Naja in that Williams esports car, something we're more accustomed to seeing in the BMW Sim GT Cup, so it's not a completely unfamiliar thing for him using the tires that someone else has bedded in. And he now basically just has to survive, make it to the end, and it'll be 4th place going the way of the 150 machine. Check back in with Williams and Mivano up front here, David. Still close, but Brienne hasn't got the job done just yet.
Yeah, but these cars 3rd and 4th have got the fresher tyres, and they've been pulling in 2nd place. Maybe not in spite, but because of not battling each other particularly hard at this point. Just chipping away at the Urano car that you can see is about 2.5 seconds up from them at the minute.
Remember, Urano is likely going to be doing a triple stint on the tires. Williams is going to have 5 laps longer in terms of the fuel that they've got to put into that car. And in a tank like this, where you're doing about 20 laps, that's a 1/4 of a tank. So take that 33-second time for a full tank of fuel and cut it in a 1/4. That's basically what we're looking at. And so it would be about a 25-second pit stop for Maxime Briant in comparison to Kauppinen. If Kauppinen indeed does need the full tank of fuel, but either way, it's a 5-second swing. So keep your eye on that. 11 minutes before the pit stop window will open for your prototype machines. Final hour in this penultimate race of the 5th season of the Sports Car Open Endurance Series. One more race after this, a 6-hour sprint to the checkered flag, to the championship trophies in upstate New York at Watkins Glen, America's mecca of road racing. So we'll keep an eye out on this battle up the front, and they are closing now 1.8 back from Dylan Strivens. Some interesting squabbles further back as well. You've got DC Sim Protostar Racing, who are on now a double stint of their tires, might even be a triple stint with Ibrahim Khan, whereas Govankini has taken 2 tires and emerged about 1/2 tenth in front of him. They're pretty close and battling over a potential finish inside the top 10. Pure Sims has actually come out pretty close to SRC Movano GT. Now, Daniel Ferguson told us that Ross McFarlane was dealing with some damage to that car after what happened in turn 1, but he'll have a look to the inside at Brooklands, and Dominic Gatemeyer is not going to fight too hard just yet. Now, when will he choose to fight? Gatemeyer has just come out of pit lane, is on very worn tires in comparison to McFarlane, and so surely you would have thought, Lorenzo, if he was going to fight, he'd have fought right there.
Yeah, finding the appropriate section that you can go for a dive, get a little bit of a reading room, trying to get out of the corner, and that's what Pure Sims just did right there. That was a clear, crisp maneuver from the GT right there. I would have done the same thing. Well done. By the way, we have developments on the GTs as well, Arjuna.
Yeah, it was just GTs or prototypes.
GTs, we got some drive-thrus being handed over.
Oh, do we? I missed that. Give us an update.
Drive-through for BS competition for incident limit.
Yeah, well, that actually might... Oh, no, they've just about held on to 14 spots, so a couple of points, but their championship hopes very much starting to slip away from them. Here's the battle, though, at the front of the prototype field, as Urano, who their competitors think are in danger of blowing a tire if they try and triple stints. Well, they're going to try and hold on at least for now as Kalpanen's to the inside at turn 1. Shrivens covers him off. Here comes Brient as well as they round themselves in towards turn number 3. They might look to make it 3 wide. Shrivens tries to close the door. Kalpanen says, no, I'm right there. Brient tries to get through as well. Shrivens will try and set up the long way around and get the power down onto the Wellington straight, but he's lost 1. He might lose 2, David.
Well, we'll see. Perfectly executed from Williams. Urano going to slot back in there and hold off at Movano for the moment, who I thought might have been able to work their way around, but it has a feeling of inevitability about it at the moment. Second, third, fourth, all battling, and Team Redline are 30 seconds clear of this. Probably starting to rub their hands a little bit. What on earth is that line and that traction, though, as they're now going to battle side by side down the old pit straight?
That's the tires you have to think, and at this point, if you're Urano, you've lost now a top 2. You bite the bullet and you just take the tires. There's not going to be too much risk to those behind you catching. It's almost a full minute back to Yasheet and Yalvaz in the number 7 car. Would not be shocked if we do see Dylan Shrivens having to come down and pit as a result of that fighting, though. Gap is stretched out once more. Kalpanen has a 1-second buffer to Brient. It's going to come down to the fuel, potentially. It might not be determined on track. It might just happen on the strategy, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I've been looking here. 12 laps for Redline, 14 laps for Williams. There have been discussions that Williams might need to go for 20 laps here. That would be on the very brim of fuel of sorts. So in my opinion, it's not they're going to cut really close. They might have a lap of caution because we've seen them do 22 laps, I think, tops for the LMP. So it's all about on how aggressive you really want to be on the pit lane, and if you are behind someone, if you want to try to go for some fuel saving, then make the overtake. Because what is going to happen? I think Redline are on a league of their own already in this race. So, like I said, they only lose this if they get a drive-through penalty or they spin multiple times or something of the nature. But I think this is their NAP P2 battle in this race, and maybe not going to be the championship, I think.
Well, let's look.
Be close.
Yeah, let's look at the point situation. If it holds as it is 1 point that separates Redline and Williams. Williams would hold on to top spot, and victory in Watkins Glen would secure them the championship. However, Movano is there as well. They're 13 points back, and if they're able to jump in front of Williams, that would promote Redline to the championship lead. They would be 2 points clear of the Williams esports guys, but it would also mean that Movano is only 9 points back from the championship leading Redline car. It would very much be a 3-horse race. Yasheet would be mathematically eliminated from championship possibilities. That's something to keep your eye on. Let's quickly talk about GTs as well then, because again, if things hold as they are, Bila would be in front. Again, they're not winning this race right now, so let's hypothetically try and say that the leader emerges in front of Team 75 but behind Bila, so it would drop Bila a lap down, but basically they score the same points as they have right now. They would be 13 points clear. Would be looking fairly comfortable, you'd have to think. However, I have to now wonder, David, if the call from Bram Van Putten and Team 75 to not do 2 tires like everyone else has done basically wasn't to just try and get clear of Williams and the 150, but potentially to also try and make sure that there's less room between them and Bila, so that there's a smaller chance that the leader's is between them, right? So as long as the leader's either in front of Bila or behind Team 75, it means that Bila drops down at least 1 position.
Yeah, got to make sure you get scored the same overall lap as Bila, I guess, is the thought process. I don't think that I am maybe pulling this thought bubble out of thin air, but I think as the tyres go for the Porsche, it loses speed but doesn't lose the balance quite as aggressively as maybe the BMW, where you sometimes see the rears just start to be really, really painful, and the car late on becomes oversteery and maybe dangerous.
The lap times are about 7/10 slower right now. Actually, no, not 7/10, a little bit less, maybe 6/10 slower. Let's say that's a 20-lap run that you're doing. You'd lose about 12 seconds. Now, the amount of time that Team 75 would have lost or would have sacrificed by taking tires would have been 15 seconds. So net, it might be a benefit, but again, it will still be a big buffer when all things are said and done. Lorenzo, as we enter into this final cycle for the P2 cars, in about 3 minutes' time, they could make it to the end. When do we expect Williams to come in? When do we expect Movano to come in?
Those 17 laps for Williams, if they go for the 21 laps that I think they are going to go, judging by their pit stops, 4 laps for Williams minimum, or even 3 laps if they go for 20 laps. 6 laps, 7 laps for the Movano and Red Line. Nearly the same thing, 5-6 laps.
Gotcha. So, wait and see how things will cycle out, but 40 minutes to go, 1 pit stop for the prototypes. No pit stops left for your GT competitors. Good fight going on between Impulse and Core Sim Racing. They've swapped around a couple of times the last few laps. Bit of a shorter stop, of course, for the Impulse car because they had less fuel to put in the car compared to Core, who are one of the first to come down to pit as they're 3 wide coming on to the start-finish line. Satellite Racing will come on through as BS Competition, after that drive-through penalty, try and get 13th away from the German simracing.de by ACV car. Nick Schulte-Wisserman is the one putting the pressure on. BMW is the one that has just gotten the move complete, though. Nicely done. Survived the 3 wide moment. That's always what you want to see. Well, 41 minutes to go, and like I said, it's just a couple of laps away as there comes the move back from German Sim Racing. They come to the inside of Brooklyn. They'll throw the lunge as Felix Quirnbach tries now to get the up and under working here. Not going to work out as nicely as I think they wanted it to. They'll continue to rage on for the rest of this race. Well, we can finally talk about things coming next week. We are a couple of days away from a brand new iRacing build, and some new content is here to say hello to everybody. Of course, we saw that a couple of things were revealed online already. Some new tracks, Winton and a dirt track, the I-55 dirt track. You have the Brazilian stock cars, which Tony Kanaan teased that he's going to be showing us all while iRacing is doing the build. He'll get a sneak peek and show us what that's all about. An 1987 Buick LeSabre NASCAR stock car will join the party that Dale Jr. loves to hype up. So if you're a classic oval fan, you have something to look forward to there. A couple of things that we've had to keep quiet about. A Formula 4, which was of course leaked during the last build, that is now officially out. The Hyundai Veloster joins the TCR party, which will be very, very interesting to see how it works with 2 different TCR machines from the same manufacturer. And then the Aston Martin Vantage GT4. We finally get an Aston Martin to join the party. Something else that you want to keep your eye out when it comes to this battle, especially with these GT3 cars as German Sim Racing just about holds on, is new aerodynamic and tire updates. We mentioned heading into the last race of the season that things would change when it comes to BOP. And guess what, David? It's a whole new ball game for these teams to figure out.
and this is sort of something we've had in past as well, is when, you know, iRacing get given a nice load of new information from a one manufacturer or one tyre supplier or whatever, then they take that sort of information and then look over some of the older or previous cars with the same kind of lens, and their sort of, understanding of aerodynamic maps, etc., across GT cars and other forms can sort of occasionally polish up the handling or aerodynamics or setups of previous models with the information of new ones.
That's why it's one of the benefits of a live service that is always going through development, always getting updated. Look at the draft breaking there from German Sim Racing, going all the way to the inside to try and make sure that BS competition doesn't get the hole in the air being punched forward. Gap between Mivano and Williams out front, by the way, is up to 1.9 seconds. If anything, it's grown bit by bit, lap by lap, and you now have to think that with Williams Esports on lap 20, they're maybe 2 laps away, Lorenzo, from coming on down.
Yeah, they're very close coming into the pit lane. Just grabbing right here with the average about the GTs. They don't need to pit stop. If anybody needs a pit stop, would be insane. But yeah, Williams about to head into the pit lane maybe now, I would say. But it's an interesting one, to say the very least. So now they're coming into the pit lane and then see who's going to come out on top on this final pit stop. Because here's the thing. We haven't seen a pure second stint sprint of sorts of these drivers because they were saving fuel and things like that at the very start. We haven't seen, I think, the true pace, pushing the car to the very limit of it, coming to the final end of the race like that. So don't count, even though Mivano might have 5 laps of fuel loss out of this one for P2, or even Williams, they can bounce back.
Yeah, it's not over. The pass itself might happen in the pits, but Kalpinen clearly has the speed. German Sim Racing still defending, been a couple of looks from BS competition, especially coming through Village. I just don't think that they're going to be able to do it there. They're going to have to try and get the run here. Out of Maggots and Beckett. Gap closing as well between second and third in the prototypes. I think traffic's playing a big old factor there. On the left side at the top of your screen, you can track the gap there between those two cars. Girano's down to pit road this time. That will surely be for tires as well. And any draft advantage that BS competition thought they may enjoy is going to be disappearing just like that, because their prototypes in front feeding some draft to German Sim Racing, but also as Yassit Rashad Meal getting past the virtual drivers by LDLC. 2 drivers and 2 cars that have already made pit stops. I don't think either of them is necessarily going to be good on fuel to the end, though. Definitely not for the Rashad Meal car, but 4 laps into the run is virtual drivers. There'll be 5 starting their 5th lap now, David. I think they might need a splash and dash if they're not doing a whole bunch of saving.
Yeah, best case scenario for them, they've got 18 laps still to go in this race. And, yeah, doable, but only if they are significantly and noticeably saving fuel, which they might be. So definitely one more stop for Yassit Rashad Meal, and you might have been just witnessing virtual drivers by LDLC soft pedaling it a bit.
I wasn't sure if I was trying to just listen in and hear if I could hear the engine note going to that distinctive fuel saving note, but I didn't hear it. Now, does Williams come in this lap? Yes, they're peeling off. So Briente's got low fuel and now has to extract the maximum from that car. For anyone who's wondering, well, why doesn't he just come in and follow in that Williams car? Well, because you get the most time, you go faster when you're on lower fuel, so you've got to wring that car dry, extract the maximum of the performance now, Lorenzo, to really get the benefit of the overcut.
Yeah, and this is a car that with light fuel just skyrockets, right? I think we had discussions like that. I'm trying to remember which race it was. That you get gigalaps on the LMP2 on the first few laps. Whenever with the new tires, whenever you get that grip and the car really gets it going, and in the final laps where the car is light, you might not have a lot of rubber in it, but it just flies around the track and you can make up so much time just because you have a lighter car and you're just cruising around the track. So go Brian and try to cut the difference.
He got very squiggly and sideways, working his way past that lap traffic, but holding on nicely now. Kauppinen with a 31-second pit stop, so by the rough estimations, likely a 26-second stop for Mr. LMP2 Maxime Briant. Some close battles in GT, not really happening in Prototype right now. Look back to the Hangar Straight where that Core Sim Racing Porsche still tucked up in the draft of the Impulse 105, but Fern de Rouge doesn't really have to look in his mirrors. That Porsche is not getting as big as you'd think that at this point in the race it would start to get, pushing the issue, forcing the move, but Skari Rene will be patient and try and find his opportunity to pounce. And maybe even with slightly limited traffic, David, you try and use the traffic to your advantage to try and make a move at a place like Silverstone.
Yeah, there's just a couple corners around here that are just so challenging for the multi-class traffic. It's these ones where you go from a long straight into a really fast corner, and yeah, the Prototypes almost flat through one and through cops, and then it's a real struggle for the GT cars, and so that is a really noticeable bit of speed difference through the corner at the end of the straight without a big braking zone. So that's been causing some of the problems, but it could also give an opportunity for this to shuffle up amongst this battle.
Yeah, a question in the YouTube chat. iRacing doesn't have Super Formula cars. I would love potentially a Super Formula car at some point, but do have a lot of open wheel machines already. We got a substantial ladder. If I was really going to say that we're going to add one, maybe you add a Indy Lights car, maybe you add an F2 car, something that's right below the main category. But again, there's only so many people that want to drive open wheel cars. You don't want to saturate the player base too much. The F4 car is going to be interesting. Where it fits in terms of speed, likely similar to the Formula Renault 2, maybe also the Indy Pro 2000.
No, won't it be pretty much identical to the USF 2000, the Indy Pro 2000?
Yeah.
Is it as slow as the USF 2000?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's basically an F4 car, isn't it?
I wasn't sure.
With whatever the engine is that's not... it's a Mazda-derived engine instead of the other ones that are popular in F4, like Ford or Fiat or Honda.
Good question. Not sure.
I'm probably gonna ask this maybe post-race to one of the Barrichellos and see what I can get for an answer.
I mean, the F4 in speed's vaguely equivalent to USF 2000. F3's vaguely equivalent in speed to Indy Pro 2000, and then Indy Lights is maybe slightly comparable to F2, as far as the ladder and as far as the lap speeds go.
Because if you look on the, I think this is one really interesting. If you look on the time difference between Indy Pro 2000s and the F3s, for example, at Rebel Ring, their lap times is very similar. The only difference, I think, F3s is slightly faster because of the downforce, not because of the speed itself. I think the Indy Pro 2000 is slightly faster on the straight, but it has less aero than the F3s.
Interesting.
But yeah, so it does bear a similarity in those cars. I agree. I'll ask the ground. I know a few drivers in the Indy Pros and a few in F3s that can answer me this.
Here comes Paddy Wolf onto pit road for the final time today. Ivano and Maxime Briant, you can see them as well. They're rolling onto pit road. How short will the stop be? We'll get the indication first from that man there, Paddy Wolf, who's been stationary for 20-odd seconds and counting as Brient rolls into his box. 27.5 for Paddy Wolf. So about 3.5 seconds quicker than what we've seen from the Williams Esports Fanatic Ate Kauppinen car here in the final stages of this race. Where is Kauppinen? Kauppinen is going to be coming through surely into the final corner. There you can see Brient's going to be basically right off of the limiter. It's going to be a big old gap, very similar to what it was between Urano and Biela. Williams have 28 odd minutes here, Lorenzo, to close down a 6.5 second deficit. It's going to be a tough job, but if anyone's going to get it done, I think that Williams car has shown the speed today to do it.
Yeah, he's shown the speed, but the problem is he's got traffic right in front of him, so he just cleared off the impulse and core cars going around the loop, so a little bit of a time loss right there, maybe 0.3 of a second from what I'm seeing on his Delta right now.
That is the Satellite Racing GT3 around at Village. Now, they were already the last of the runners in this class, so not going to be a big issue for them, but in a difficult day for the GT class. Was that assisted? We're about to find out. We'll grab a look at the replay. We turn the attention back to the Core Sim Racing and Impulse battle. Separated a very slightly more than they were when we last checked in with them. Here's a look at what happened to Dallas Pataska. Now, all by himself, just overcooks that car. The Ferrari is somewhat notorious for the way that the weight transfers. It's the reason why, I mean, yes, it's the GT3 car, but the GT3 and GTE share very similar driving characteristics. That's why I steered away from it for Bathurst, because if it does that on the mountain, there's no room for error. You are basically dead, David. Take a look on board and talk us through what you see.
Gonna try to not have too many Lightning McQueen quotes. That just loses the rear so early. It's insane. He didn't get to the apex and, you know, run out of grip or balance. It was just the moment he went for turn 3, it was just having none of it.
Throw in a quote. Come on, do it. Do it.
Well, actually, that corner goes the wrong way around for the, you know, if you're going hard enough left, you'll find yourself turning right. Ka-chow.
Nice. So I'm guessing you're cheering on Chasey Kerwin in the eNASCAR series this year, given his new number.
Am I allowed to say I'm not watching it at all?
Yes, you're allowed, just because you're in Australia and the time zones. Still close up here. BS Competition also unable to find a way past German Sim Racing just yet. 25 minutes to go. This gap has opened up very slightly. That Porsche seems a little bit better through certain corners, but then it just looks as though maybe through the higher speed stuff that Impulse able in that Lamborghini to pull away inch by inch. Gap between second and third as well is up in the GT class to 18 seconds, 19 seconds. Not growing at the rate that I think Biela would have wanted it to. It's still big enough that Lorenzo, the prototype leader, could slide in there, and if we only do 176 laps, which I think we're almost guaranteed to see now, given the lap times that the GT leaders have been doing, it's big enough that the prototype leader could be there and Cruz could hold on to second even after the penalty.
Yeah, it's going to hold second place, but this is a scenario I've been thinking, and it would have been fun to imagine. There is a reality of 177 laps. There is 20 seconds to go. You're coming up to Stowe, and you are right behind second place. Like the LMP is right behind second place to the overlap. If you're and there's a reality, you can open up the extra lap. If you're second place on that GT car, do you go slowly on purpose to try to slow down the prototype to try to make it at 176 laps? I would do that, even though it's unethical.
Through the village they come. What's happening with BS Competition? They're in the draft of that Lamborghini. Looking to try and find a way past. I think, really, I mean, I said this earlier. I think you have to use the traffic to your benefit as well. That was a close moment with the Orion 15. Smart drivers know when the opportunity might present itself by using that traffic to find the way through. Maybe you let a car go through a corner where you usually wouldn't. You would try and force the issue and compromise the car in front a little bit more. That's the type of games that we want to see being played, as long as it doesn't have detrimental effect to any of the fellow competitors. 5.5 seconds. Gap really not coming down between Movano and Williams, David.
No, I mean, we knew that the tyre strategy was very equal across second and third, and that shorter fill running just a little bit deeper into the phase. It's all fizzled out a little bit. Remember, we had a great three-way fight on track for second. They were like, well, we're not equal on who's got tyres and who needs how much fuel at this final stop, and that's broken them apart, but it was exciting for a minute. Got the live champ points again.
Yeah, let's take a look at that and see how it's looking now that we think we have at least the top three settled down. So, as it sits right now, our calculations are different to what Dion Fiallo has got in his mind. We have Team Redline on 92, 89 for Williams, and then it's 21 being added to Movano Rosso. So they'd have 84. Now, Dion is thinking that it would be more like 88 for the Rosso, which I'm not sure about. Yeah, I think he's on the map.
I think it's a matter of who do I trust less between you and Dion.
I think I trust myself because I've gone back to look at the points. Movano came into this race with 63. Wow. They'd finish in second, which is 20. They get the bonus point for qualifying on pole, 84. 63 plus 21 is 84, right?
Yeah. Regardless, I mean, if that graphic is accurate, and I believe it should be, that's a pretty tantalizing championship prospect there.
Yep, no, Dion...
Redline, Williams, and SRC Movano Rosso can both do something.
Dion has recognized that he's wrong, so yeah, he's cracked in the head as, German Sim Racing and BS Competition, look at them. To the inside through Brooklyn's BS Competition will squeeze German Sim Racing out and then run not just a little bit wide, but very, very wide. 3 wide with number 1 Movano Rosso car coming through will force German Sim Racing to try and look underneath, and they'll find the opportunity to do so. There's also a fight going on between Pure Sims and Yassi Richard Mille for 11th in your prototype standings, but side by side in Cops. Felix Kornbach says, I don't want a part of that. Let me see if I can get the run down into Maggots and Beckett's because I fancy some side-by-side, potentially down into there. They will run side-by-side with one another. It's come to blows with Pure Sims who are off the road down in that battle in the prototype. 3 wide once more, BS Competition on through.
Somehow, Williams squeaked their way through that and there wasn't chaos and carnage and disappointment and tears. There'll still be another chance down towards Stowe.
BS Competition are being squeezed all the way to the inside, and German Sim Racing will try and open up the corner at Stowe. They've got the better run off the corner. We saw Biela make a bold move around the outside, but Kornbach's not even got that option. He's just too far back. German Sim Racing, what a defense from them to hold on to that position. We'll keep watching these guys, but we'll go and look at what happened to Pure Sims with the Richard Mille car. In towards Brooklyn's they come. And that's the third bit of contact that surely Race Control's going to have to penalize Lorenzo for that Richard Mille car.
Oh yeah, another penalty for the Richard Mille. We have a say here in Brazil that 3 times order you ask for a song. They can ask for a song after this third attempt. Not a third attempt, but this third incident. But yeah, man, that's fully on them. Totally.
Are these two bump drafting each other?
I think the NASCAR style bump drafting is copied over to sports cars more than just at the Daytona International Speedway, because we saw it plenty at the Daytona 24-hour race. At least for now, German Sim Racing is going to hold on. I did say the opportunity might present itself with the lap traffic, and BS Competition almost managed to send the lunge and then use the traffic to their advantage, but at least for now, that's not what's going to happen. They've got 18 minutes or so to figure this out. Lorenzo, what are you seeing in the prototypes? Maxime Brient struggling in this final stint of the race.
Yeah, Maxime's struggling on the last few laps with 146s and Ate being able to catch. I was going to say at least 0.4 of a second per lap, because Maxime just got. It's a thing that traffic given it, traffic taketh, according to one John Heinhall, because he was just grabbing traffic in the worst spots, and Ate was clearing them by on the straights or the entry of the corners where you lose minimal time. But I think on the last 2 laps, he kind of bounced back a little bit, and the gap stabilized at 4.6 seconds.
Looking at some of the other fights that might start to pick up. That impulse and course squabble has extended to now 0.7 of a second. I think Oskari Rene, by virtue of coming in earlier, has tires that have done a couple more laps, are a little bit more scrubbed, and he's sliding backwards in that fight for a top 5 finish. Let's look at how the GT points are looking. There hasn't really been a change recently, but good to keep you updated. No change for Urano. They will finish on 65 points no matter what happens to Biela. The question will be, where does Biela end up in all of this? They could end up in second. They could hypothetically still end up in 5th. It could even be worse for them. It all depends on where the leader will cycle out. That's the prototype leader. Will cycle out in comparison to them. Let's say, worst case, they finish in 5th, then they'd get 11 points to their name, so they'd be down to 69 points. They're still 4 points clear of Urano, but again, single digit separates them from the rest. Would still mean that BS Competition would be in the mix. As it stands right now, 20 points back, they'd need a miracle to win the championship. They need Biela and Urano to score no points, which in a field of 30 is a possibility, if not a probability. Williams is there as well. In fact, no, Williams needs Biela to have more drama with the penalty being handed down to them, because it's exactly 25 points between Biela and Williams. Don't forget the bonus point for qualifying on pole position. I could see a situation where, David, that point proves crucial in a month's time when we finish off this championship.
Be funny if it was the case. But I mean, we've been over this before across all the races of this season so far. From 3 classes to 2 classes, points are harder to come by than they might have been in your class in previous seasons. More cars per class, but only the top X positions are paying points still. So, you know, there's the same number of winners and more people missing out.
Into the last 15 minutes here at the home of British Motorsports. Gap between Movano and Williams down to, up to now 5 seconds. Looking good there. Let's try and figure this out. So Paddy Wolf is coming through onto the Wellington Straight. Okay, so that's where he is. Now, in relation to him, Biela Racing Team Euronics is coming through Cops. So at the very least, we'd expect Biela to get lapped one more time. Does that sound right, Lorenzo? 15 minutes, one more time getting lapped?
Yeah, I'm just trying to take a quick look here. Yeah, they're probably going to get lapped one more time. Just doing the mathematics, 13 whenever they cross will be, yeah, I think 7 more laps in this race.
So as Biela's coming through Stowe, let's say that with 15 minutes to go, the prototype car gets half a track distance then in front of Biela. So let's just put the hypothetical out there and work backwards from there. So the 105, well, the 116 is going into Cops right now, and that's basically just under half the lap. So the 116's in 7th. The 132 has actually just gone and passed the 105. So Core Sim Racing have managed to get the move done. Might be down even in 6th or 7th for Biela. But it really is all just going to depend on where things happen. I don't even know how... I mean, I don't even know how you would try and figure this out, David. It's one of those situations where it's so difficult to try and work backwards from a potential finishing position for the cars.
I mean, basically what it is Biela want the overall leader just behind them, not just in front of them. So if it ends up that Biela get caught in the next couple minutes, and then there's just enough time left for the overall leader to lap them one more time and end just up in front of them, then Biela are in trouble. But I have a feeling like you're probably going to end with a Redline prototype 20-30 seconds behind Biela 145 on track. So
if they're 20 seconds back, then Biela might still hold on to second. It should be noted that Bram Van Putten has really struggled these last few laps. He was almost 1.2 slower than Cruz last time by, so he's now 25 seconds off the battle, off the car in second. So it's a bigger and bigger window that's forming between them, a big pocket where if that prototype ends up, Hendrik Cruz does end and would hold on to second place. Quarmbach closing on Schulte-Wisselman once more as they come down onto the Wellington straight. An aggressive defense again, as Quarmbach's going to swing wide to open the corner up. Not aggressively going for an up and under, but he's pinching that Lamborghini to the apex of Luffield. Now in these GT cars, you want to use the weight and just roll a little bit wider than you would in a different car where you might hug it in just a little bit more. Battle rages on here. Keep an eye out on Core and Impulse again. Johnny Gindi will come down in the Yas Heat Rashad Meal car for the final time today.
For a... What is the penalty?
Oh, is it a Oh, it is a penalty. Oh, I completely forgot. Yes, no, there is a penalty, and it is a drive-through.
Man, the Yassin, I think, have a ratio of at least 1 penalty per race.
It's 3 today, isn't it?
Yeah, which, of course, we saw that coming from a mile away. You know, we shown the replay, a little bit obvious, but anyway, man, if you're fighting for top 5 in the championship,
no, sorry,
for the prototypes contested,
I want to excuse myself. It's just 2.
Yeah, but the team had 3 because Pirelli had another one.
Yes, no, but specifically for that car.
Okay, at least I know the 32 has at least I think per race at least in my calculations. But regardless, man, if you're trying to fight for top 5 in the championship that is very contested for top 5, that is not good at all.
Here comes BS Competition to the inside at Village. 3 wide as the Yassi Pirelli car tries to find a way through. Parked on the apex by Schulte Wisserman is now opening the door for BS Competition. Is that prototype machine? Has a nose to the inside. Schulte Wisserman can't squeeze to the inside. They'll be side by side once more in the run down to Brooklands, and aggressively done by Quernbach. He will get the spot away for now, but again, he'll run a little bit wide. More lap traffic coming up behind. That's the Satellite Racing 64 machine to come and swoop on past. More momentum around the outside, but off into the gravel. Escorted goes the German sim racing car. I think that was hard, but fair there, David.
Well, it's not what happened when the positions were reversed. I didn't see German sim racing pushing BS off yet.
Yet is the key word there.
Oh yeah, I know. I chose it real carefully. The way this is going.
This is fun though. This is a good fight, and you might be excused for thinking that this is for the race lead. No. It's for 13th position. There's a fight brewing for 15th as well. 5-Star Motorsports trying to hold on to that final solitary point that's up for grabs, but the T3 Motorsports 178 car is coming on strong in the closing stages. Last time by was a full half a second quicker, and now has got a second to make up with 7.5 minutes left in this race. German sim racing getting a good run to set up the exit out into the final corner. Not able to get alongside as they come through across the line. But in towards turn 1, they might have a look-see, Lou. They will. They'll put the pressure on the BMW in front. Now they won't have the opportunity as a result to try and sling it down the inside. Fight continues to rage on. Let's try again and pick up with 7 minutes to go where the relevant parties are for Biela Racing Team Euronics. There's the 145 into the Village Complex. Paddy Wolf is already working his way through Copse Corner. So if we look at the track map once more, Paddy Wolf is likely to get in front of the 114, likely, I think, to get in front of the 157, and potentially in front of the 198. The 116 might be just a little bit too far for him. In fact, no, never mind, because Paddy Wolf's already rocketing on through. I think
he does end up in that gap between second and third GT. I think that bubble between Biela and Team 75 is about where Redline prototype is going to be come the end of this race.
I think there's not enough time to do that because he's coming to the start line right now, and he basically has to close all the way to cars that are already coming through Luffield. Now, the difference between these cars is about 15 seconds a lap. The run to Luffield is probably, what, 45 seconds, something like that? 40 seconds? I don't know. I think that's a step too far. I think he might end up between Williams and Core, which is an 18-second pocket of its own. What's your thoughts here, Lorenzo?
You're cutting it pretty much close. It's like we have net 5 minutes and 30 seconds of racing. So it's like there is a really good chance he can be within that gap between second and third, like David said. But that would be, I think, a final lap thing more than anything else.
One thing to note between the fight with BS Competition and German Sim Racing is they're both somewhat close to getting a drive-through penalty for incident limits. So they do have to watch out here. BS Competition has lost the place again to the German Sim Racing Lamborghini. Also brewing a fight between Arturo Melgar and the Satellite 64 and the Yassi Pirelli car. That might come down more to lap traffic than anything. You've also got Core Sim Racing and Impulse who are going back and forth with 5 minutes to go. It cooled down in the middle portions of this race, Lorenzo, but we've got plenty to look at here in the closing stages. Oh! as Arturo Melgar had a lunge to the inside of Stowe. Just about hung on to that did Yao Vaz. These two, I think, really are going to heat things up in these next lap or so. I think Arturo Melgar has the pace here to get it done.
Oh yeah, he does. It's going to be a spicy one as they open up the lap once again. And the one thing that Satellite doesn't have to worry about is any reports or any incidents pending, so they can basically fight for their own lives as much as they want. And it's going to be feisty, really feisty.
German Sim Racing has a drive-through penalty.
Pirelli, yes, Heat Pirelli around up top.
Oh, and yes, no, that happened too as well. One thing to realize with the German Sim Racing, I was just reading a detail from Race Control, is the fact that it was contact with BS Competition that has given them that drive-through. Might be something that Race Control is going to have a look at, but we will wait and see. So Satellite Racing gets on through. We'll get a replay of what happened there. We'll also then watch the battle with... In fact, no, it's not really going to be a battle for the final points-paying position, because now both of these cars will score points. But it is the battle then to who will finish the last of the points-paying positions before the penalties come and have their say, David.
Yeah, and Team Redline Prototype not far away from crossing the start-finish line for what will be 2 to go. Team 75 Bernhard just crossing the start-finish line now. I think they end up in that gap, like I said.
We'll find out shortly. Here's a look at the replay. What happened to Yashit Pirelli? Do they get tagged around? No, they overcook it by themselves. Hard fight and an uncharacteristic mistake from Yao Vaz under pressure there. We're not used to seeing him do something like that, but it's the pressure of the battle and what he was feeling. So remote Satellite Racing up the road. Already, by the way, coming through Village once more. There is Redline, so it'll be 2 to go. 1 next time by. Where in comparison is Biela? Biela's coming through Maggots and Beckett's. So that's going to be good news for them. If we take another look at the track map, it's a big old gap. Plenty to go. Impulse and Core have been passed. The next gap to look forward to is, of course, the one between Williams and Team 75 Bernard, as in a side-by-side for 14th, for 15th. Here comes that prototype traffic to mix things up. The T3 Motorsports car gets on through, and 5-Star will have to concede for now. There's Paddy Wolf working his way to Stowe for the penultimate time. I think you're right. I think the 150 and the 175, if it was 1 lap less, they'd be okay, but there is the target in front. It will be 26 seconds between Biela and those behind. It's not enough time for Redline to go and lap them. White flag out this time by Redline. 1 lap to go, and for Biela, 1 more lap before they'll hold on to a dramatic 2nd position.
Yeah, it's a really lucky break for Biela. Something was entirely basically out of their own control, and we were even, 5 minutes ago struggling to calculate would they end up on the same lap as the cars behind. But it is just, as you see right here, Team Redline about to go past Team 75. That, in a twisted and weird endurance racing kind of way, saves Biela Racing Euronics bacon.
Now you're making me hungry. I haven't had anything to eat since this morning. There's also a battle, not in Prototype, but in GT for the final of the points-paying positions. You've got T3 Motorsport, 5-Star, and even German Sim Racing, all split by 0.7 of a second. German Sim Racing after that drive-through penalty. Oh my goodness gracious me. Valkyrie got mixed up in that one as well, I believe. Drama to the end here, as Redline will work their way through Maggots and Beckett's one more time. We'll grab the incident and try and pick apart what happened there. It came to blows. It all spilled over. And right in front of that was Biela Racing Team Euronics, but no fuss for Team Redline. History is about to be made. It's been a long time since we've seen teams dominate. Multiple race victories on the trot. We've seen 2 in prototype, but to have 3 in a row, you look back to 2 seasons ago. Redline becomes the first to do it, though, in prototypes. 3 wins on the trot. Paddy Wolf, 10 times now a winner in SEO competition. Redline win the 6 hours of Silverstone and take over the championship lead. Alexei Nesov has a long way to go before Urano Esports will become the 5th different winner in 5 races this season. A topsy-turvy GT category has been turned on its head many a time, but heading into the final race, it will be Biela Racing Team Euronics that have one hand on the championship, and some consistent performances have led Biela back to the top. Dramatic day with so many storylines to be reviewed post-race, plenty of interesting driving standards as well. Race Control has been busy and has had plenty to discuss and ruminate on about what the future of the SEO Endurance Series might hold. Urano, though, after 2 consecutive second-place finishes, will make that leap forward to take a victory in the Sports Car Open. It's been a long time coming, and first-time victors they will be. Alexei Nesov, Nicholas Laubish shared the driving responsibilities to bring that car home, and after contact with them and PGZ Motorsports in the first 10 minutes of the race, Alexei Nesov might have been driving angry, but cool, calm, and collected. They win in the GT Championship here at the 6 hours of Silverstone. Great day, Lorenzo. Yes, there was plenty of drama, but ultimately, SEO, some multi-class action, strategy as well. It's a good weekend when we have that all.
Yeah, it's a good weekend when we have battles, we have drama, we have calculations, we have strategies, we have everything. And Urano, you know, after knocking out and missing the mark twice in this championship, you know, because of pace or something else, finally deserves the win. Alexei Nesov was on top of the form for them. Truly deserved the win for Alexei Nesov and Nicholas Laubish. Also cutting it close within the 66% because I think 2 more laps and they probably would have get the lap discounted for Nesov. So nicely done for the 191.
Yeah, that's what happened with the 5-star Motorsports car. They looped it by themselves, and I thought maybe Valkyrie got mixed up in that, but no, they had something on their own happen. We'll take a quick look here as through Village they came and just looping it around, a lazy spin by themselves. The good news was it did not affect them when all things were said and done. But celebrating the 191 car and holding on to second as well, I think Biela deserve a little bit of celebration as well. Wouldn't you say, David?
Yeah, I mean, stayed an execution from death row very, very late on. Nice smoky burnouts there for your prototype winner. I mean, they were teetering on the precipice of disaster, and all of the pieces just felt right for Biela to save them.
That's a man who's done some practice with donuts. I think that's what we're seeing there. But with 6 hours in the books and just 6 more hours to go, let's go ahead and take a look at your unofficial race results. Race Control might still have something to say. Paddy Wolf, 23-odd seconds clear of Maxime Brient, goes into the history books. Redline, the first team to win 3 races in a row in the prototype category. Paddy Wolf now a 10-time winner. Maxime Brient second, with SRC Movano getting some luck back on their side after 2 frustrating races for them. Williams completes the podium in a season of consistency for them. They are not far off the championship hunt, and they'll be going in full of confidence. Dylan Shrivens, 4th for the Urano team, the final car on the lead lap, with Alessio Fabrizzani for the SRC 33 car in 5th. Arturo Melgar on debut for Satellite, an impressive performance, 6th for them. Yassi Pirelli triple stinting tires to the end, unable to hold off the pressure from Melgar, maybe as well those tires giving up the ghost. They'll finish 7th with Impulse 8th, TX3 LDLC in 9th, and the T3 by Maniti Purple Machine down in 10th. Johnny Gindi for Yassi Rashad Meal, a difficult day for them. They finish in 11th with Pure Sims in 12th. The last car 1 lap down. 2 laps down was Orion Race Team and Simsa Esports, while the first of the retirees in class was Apex Tech Racing, Orion Race Team, Private Label Team Hype, SRC Mavanos 25, and Delta Sport, all not making it to the end. Then in the GT category, Alexei Nesov leads the way for Urano into victory lane for the first time in their SCO competition history. Hendrik Kruse will grab second, not on track, but in the steward's room. As a result of plenty of drama, they fell afoul of the drive time regulation, but ultimately, because of how things shook up, they'll hold on to the second step of the podium. Bram Van Putten for Team 75 by SimRC, a good day for them as they get their first podium of the season, while Williams Esports are down in 4th, and Core Sim Racing managing to hold off Impulse to finish in 5th. Impulse, Pure Sims, SRC Movano, Valkyrie and PGZ Motorsports round out the top 10. It was a physical opening hour from Govan Keeney, just unable to carry that momentum forward. Altus Esports, they were nowhere in the early stages of this race. They're plus 16, not the biggest mover. That honor goes to the SRC Movano 198. But 16 spots gained for Altus, they'll be pretty thrilled with that. While DC Sim Protostar Racing, after a great qualifying, dropped down to 12th. BS Competition, well, their championship hopes might just have gone up in flames in qualifying, but 13th for them, a couple of points at least on the board. 14th goes to the T3 Motorsports 178 car, while the 169 machine is scored as the final car in the points positions. 5-Star Motorsports, well, they just missed out after that spin in the closing couple of laps. They finish down in 16th spot. T3 by Maniti in the 115. Difficult day for Maniti overall, and they finish in 17th after recovering to at least get to the checkered flag. Dallas Pataska for the Satellite Racing Team, the final car to finish. Then it was the graveyard of cars. Maniti in that 101 car put it on pole, but got hit countless times to finish down in 19th position. Team 180 in their BMW finished in 20th. ASR Able, well, they were looking good for a potential career and team best finish, but multiple contacts with them drops them to 21st. Black Star Racing, PGZ Assistance, Pure Sims, Triton Racing, Core Sim Racing, P1 Esports, and Vendaval through the 28. Vendaval didn't even take to the green flag, a technical issue. Dropped them out of contention after qualifying was in the books. That leads us nicely on towards our post-race interviews. And what a day it is for Team Redline and for Paddy Wolf. Paddy jumps into the RaceSpotTV booth to join us now. Paddy, congratulations, your 10th victory in SEO competition. First time a team has ever won 3 in a row as well in the overall category. You have the championship lead heading to Watkins Glen. What do you guys need to do to convert that to a championship?
Well, I think what we need to do is beat the other guys.
Simple.
Yes.
What was this race like for you, though? I mean, you guys, we were trying to figure out the strategy calls. Short filling fairly consistently through the race. What was that all about from your perspective?
For us, it was mostly on the second stint of the tires. And the rationale behind that is that we wanted to be a bit easier on the tires when they're already worn, so that we can just make them last a bit longer. Because we were a little bit worried about that going into the race, but yeah, in terms of the other teams, I think Williams was very aggressively short filling at the start and then had to revert to full stints at the end, and then Milano obviously did the full stints at the start and then started short filling towards the end of the race.
Now, one final question for you, Paddy, and take this in the spirit that it's intended. You guys are the winningest team in terms of race victories here in SEO competition, but the championship has just eluded you. you say you just need to beat the other teams, but Watkins Glen is a place where it's going to be fast, flowing, and furious, and traffic management is going to be, I think, the thing where you guys will show strong. We saw that with Dominic in that first couple of hours of the race. He was really understanding when to hold back, when to push, and force the issues. Is that something that you guys feel pretty confident about?
I would say so, yeah. For us, it's really, the last race is just going to be about figuring out a game plan and then just sticking to it. And hopefully that'll be the plan that will carry us to the championship at the end.
Well, a month from now, it will all be decided. Congratulations, Paddy, and best of luck in the preparations. A couple of changes coming to the car that might affect how your strategy works. We'll see how things play out in upstate New York. That was Paddy Wolf, victorious for Team Redline. Now, though, we turn our attentions to Alexei Nesov and to Nicholas Laubish, winners finally in SEO competition. And Alexei, you just seemed like a rocket ship today. Those first hours of the race, you were just going super hard. Talk us through, though, that contact that you had with the PGZ Motorsports car. What did you think from your perspective?
Yeah, thank you. The race was really good. The pace was here, the strategy was here. Yeah, in the beginning I got a bit hot because I tried to get on P1 as fast as possible to pull away as fast as possible, but yeah, it was a hard fight with Govans. He said that he was kind of stick with the netcode and that's why he pushed me off. It was a different picture from my perspective, but it doesn't matter now. We won, and that was.
And Nicholas, you had those middle couple of hours there. It seemed like, especially in that second stint, you were just struggling with the tires. There was a lot of conversation pre-race about how the Porsche maybe was struggling on the tires. Is that something that you felt in the car as well?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't really feel that confident in the second stint. I also had a lot of problems with traffic and so on, and it lost me a lot of time, and I saw Hase getting closer and closer all the time. So there was a lot of pressure, and I just didn't feel too confident, especially here on Silverstone. It's not my favorite track, I don't really like it, but I think I tried my best, and Alexei luckily had the pace of a god and just gave us the win, basically.
I mean, Alexei, the first two races did not go your guys' way at all, finishing outside of the top 20, but since then, 2 consecutive second-place finishes, a win now. What's changed in 2022? Where are you guys finding the speed, this consistency from? Because if you had it from the start, you guys are very much looking like you were in the championship fight. You're still in there, but Biela has a little bit of an advantage heading into the final round.
Oh, it's not like we finished outside top 20, we just didn't finish at all first 2 races, unfortunately. Yeah, we had the pace, but yeah, was some mistakes from our side, that's why yeah, we were crashed out, but yeah, luckily we started to drive more cautious in 2022, basically, maybe more luck for us, so, well, and the result is here.
You make your own luck, that's what I like to say. Congrats, guys, great drive from both of you, and a month from now, you're still in the championship fight. We'll see how things go.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alexei Nesov and Nicholas Laubish joining us here from Victory Lane. Well, what a race, what a day. And now, just 6 hours remain before we decide it all. Upstate New York, Watkins Glen will play host to our championship decider. Before we talk more about that, though, let's go quickly and look at how the points are shaking up. We were talking about this throughout the race, so there's not too many surprises here, David, but this is how Prototype looks. Just 8 points separate first through third.
Yeah, Team Redline, great momentum behind themselves now with that championship lead, but there's more than a 3-point swing between first or second place, so if it comes down to a Redline versus Williams battle at that final race, whoever takes the win takes the championship. That's the state of play, but you can't discount SRC, Movano, Rosso either. They would pretty much need the win and a little bit of luck from others falling into the correct place for them to take the championship, but you're really looking at a 3-horse race coming into the final round at the top of Prototype there.
It's looking exciting, that's for sure. Let's talk quickly then about GT as well here, Lorenzo. It's a 13-point advantage that Urano has. It is basically a 2-horse race. Yes, BS competition is in there, but they're going to need disaster, and I think to some degree as well, Urano need a disaster for Bila to try and finish. If Bila finishes any higher than 4th, they win the championship. It's as simple as that.
It's simple as that, and it's a track that demands strategy, demands some fuel saving on the cars. But I think the biggest talk will be the BOP, right? The BOP changes now after this week, and we were talking about that earlier. So don't know how that is going to affect the Lambo, don't know how it's going to affect the Porsche and the BMW. So everything can change in the matter of a week or two, and then headed towards the race if there's any patches that change the BOP once again, because we still have the Sebring 12 hours to come up, and that might affect a little bit in iRacing. So it will be the interesting next 4 weeks.
April 2nd, same time, same place, live from Watkins Glen International, the final race of the 2021-2022 SEO Endurance Series. I say it's the same time in the same place. One thing to keep in mind, daylight savings will likely be in effect for you, so do make sure to get yourself subscribe to us here at RaceSpot. Hit that bell to get notified when we go live with a great sim racing series that we get to cover. It comes down to this: 6 final hours. I told Paddy, it's going to be fast, it's going to be flowing, it's going to be frenetic. It's going to be a blockbuster way to close things out. For now, though, it is time to say goodbye. Live from the home of British motorsports. What a race it's been. What a way to set up a championship showdown. On behalf of everyone at RaceSpotTV, we thank you for tuning in. On behalf of the commentary team, joining me, we've had Will Chadwick, Lorenzo Bonder, and David Haynes. My name is Arjuna Kankipati saying so long for now. Don't forget, April 2nd to tune in for the blockbuster showdown. We'll see you then in upstate New York.